May I have your attention? Our program will begin in 10 minutes. have your attention? Our program will begin in 5 minutes. May I have your attention? Our program is about to begin.
Ignition. Main stage. 4, 3, 2, 1. Affirmative.
Keep going, baby.
Still rising. Recorders on.
Keep going. Look at her go, hon.
May I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch Plus Editor-in-Chief, Alex Wilhelm.
Wow, that's way more enthusiasm than I expected this early in the morning. So thank you. Good morning. Welcome to day 3. This is the TechCrunch Plus stage where we're talking about founders, talking about building things. It's news you can use. And coming up today, we're talking first term sheets. We have a number of amazing founder interviews. We're going to talk about how to hire remote staff. It's going to be action-packed and a really kick-ass day 3. Don't forget, though, there's going to be a Slido QR code up here that you can scan. You can throw your own questions into the mix, which is lovely. And mini speakers will be doing extra Q&As at the TC Plus Lounge or downstairs on the Discovery stage when they are done. I think that's all that I have to get through, so we can just get started. Let's do it. First up in our Founder Fireside series today is Clubhouse, an application that had an amazing viral moment and really taught, I think, all of us the power of live social audio. It's not just podcasting, it turns out. We all love to chat. But the question is, what comes next after your initial viral wave? How do you kind of craft that second act if your first one is such a hit? So let's find out. Please welcome to the stage, it's Paul Davison, the co-founder and CEO of Clubhouse, and my dear friend, Natasha Mascarenas. Woo! Hell yeah!
I was like, are we fans? I think you have fans. I think I'm just here. Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for coming on your way to
Thank you
work.
for having me.
We're taking questions, so make sure to do that while we talk. But I mean, I want to start with the fact that you have a history of capturing ideas ahead of their big moment and kind of following them through to this rocket ship. And I'm not even talking about Clubhouse, I'm talking about Highlight. One of your first companies that really caught the attention of the public and the love of it. So let's start there. What's your strategy when you spot a moment? Are you really good at predicting things?
No, I really love building social apps. And so Highlight was kind of crazy. Highlight was a location-based social network, and it helped you learn more about the people around you. So you'd install the app and you'd sign up and you know, it would tell you, put the phone away, we'll let you know when someone interesting is nearby. And so as you're walking down the street, it would buzz and say, your friend's in that coffee shop right there, or that guy knows your brother. And you know, story for another time, but I didn't actually realize how thematically similar it was to Clubhouse until someone pointed it out to me on Clubhouse. It's all about people, right? The people in our lives are the most important thing in the world. The people we become friends with, the people we marry, the people we have conversations with, the people we do things with. Nothing affects our lives and our happiness more than the people around us. But it's crazy how inefficient the world works today when it comes to figuring out who you want to spend your time with. And so Highlight was really aimed at that, and I think Clubhouse is aimed at that too. So for better or for worse, I keep coming back to this same thing, and it's just something I've been interested in for a long time.
People change their mind so often, which I don't need to tell you, but I mean, we saw it with the pandemic, everyone staying at home, and really when a lot of people got introduced to Clubhouse was this moment where they were like, yeah, like let's stay inside and get on this app and talk to our friends. It felt right. Had this huge viral moment, and things have changed. So talk to me about kind of when things went sideways and when people changed their mind.
So I think that we started working on this product in late 2019. And I think when social products take off, there tends to be a lot of luck, a lot of timing, and certain reasons why certain products took off when they did, right? So like with Twitter, it was SMS. It was all SMS-based in the early days, and people started to get unlimited data plans. With Facebook, everyone got a mobile phone, and they had phone numbers, but no one knew what anyone's phone number was on campus, and so that was a big need that it served. With Instagram, we suddenly got cameras that were good enough on our phones, and so timing matters a lot.
Yeah.
And I think when we launched Clubhouse, it was probably fortunate that there are a lot of people who were feeling an acute need to connect with other people. But my fundamental belief is that COVID is temporary, but remote living is permanent. We're entering a different world. And if you look at history, behavior that we do offline tends to move online over time, right? Like with shopping, we used to go to a mall and just hope that we could find a shirt that we liked. And now we have Amazon and Shopify and DTC. With business meetings, we used to fly to New York for a 2-hour meeting, and now most of our meetings are on Zoom just a few years later. With dating, 10 years ago, Tinder launched.
Yeah.
And there was a big stigma around online dating back then. And now, 10 years later, half of all marriages are through online dating. And with Clubhouse, we think about friendship and socializing, hanging out with friends, having great conversations. Like, who in this room doesn't like to have a great conversation? I think we all do. Who doesn't like hanging out with friends and meeting their friends? I think we all do. It's harder to do that when the world starts to go remote. And so our belief is that as the world opens up, a couple things will happen. One is there's going to be more of an acute need to have a place where you can go and be among friends and meet their friends and have great conversations. I also think that an audio product like Clubhouse is designed to be hands-free. It's designed so that you can multitask. And what we've seen is a lot more people using Clubhouse when they're driving, when they're at the gym, when they're at the market, when they're at work. 25% of our users use it in the shower. So I actually think that, yes, there are things that help products get to escape velocity. There's luck, there's timing, and I'm grateful for that. But I think the trends that we're building towards are permanent.
What did that early velocity do when pursuing these trends? Like, what difference did it make to have this very hyped up, exciting product that everyone was talking about on tech Twitter? I mean, did that change the way you built in those? I mean, it was like last year, so I want to say early days like last year.
Yeah, the nice thing about having done this a few times before, like you mentioned, is that you tend not to get caught up in your own hype. And when things are going like gangbusters, you sort of say, yeah, but that's going to calm down. When things are hard, you say, yeah, but we're going to figure this out, and you take a really long-term view on things. And that's what we tried to do. When Rohan and I started the company in our basements, it was just two of us for quite a long time, actually. When we did our Series A, the whole company was two of us. I think over the next 6 months after we raised our Series A, we scaled up to 7 or 8 people. And our philosophy was always, well, let's not raise money unless we have strong conviction that this is going to work until we really need it. Let's keep the team small as long as we can so that we can move faster. And the period you're talking about was, oftentimes with social platforms, they go through this initial period where they go through hypergrowth, and we certainly did that. There was a period of time where we're growing 10x every month.
Wow.
Yeah, and the effect that has on the system is, well, there are a few things that happen. One is it stresses a lot of the infrastructure, right? You have to scale really, really, really quickly just to keep the service up because everything is breaking. You're getting red error messages everywhere. People try and come up on stage to talk, and it takes 10 minutes for a notification to go out. I mean, we're not even localized on iOS today. Back then, we didn't even have language filtering. So, you have this app where we're trying to stop people from joining, but people are figuring out how to join. They're setting up public spreadsheets and chaining invites, and it goes to the #1 spot in the whole app store in Japan and Hong Kong and Russia, Germany and Brazil and Italy and everywhere. And you're just scrambling to keep things up. And so that's one impact. You've got to scale the team as fast as you possibly can. A lot of people who joined during that period are going to be joining just because they heard about it, through some article or because it was getting a lot of hype, getting a lot of buzz, and so they want to check it out. And they have a really bad experience when they join because everything is broken, nothing works. For months after that, you have people joining and the relevance of their hallway is hurt. They can't find good rooms. And you have this 2-month spike in sensor tower downloads that kind of like shapes the narrative there, from there on. So I don't think hype is good. I don't think extreme hypergrowth is good for a company. The ideal is to grow at a steady pace. The fortunate thing is that during that period, millions of people managed to make their way through the madness. And a lot of those people started to form the core of our community today. Mm-hmm. And so it's in infinite variety. It's people from it's truckers, people from the pizza industry, people who are interested in physics and poetry and philosophy and obscure subgenres of music, people talking about travel, people doing sing-alongs. I mean, it's not the tech community that you probably saw in the first few months. It's kind of moved beyond that. A lot of rooms have moved into private venues and semi-private venues. So we're fortunate for that period, but at the same time, like, you can't get caught up in your own hype, and you have to just really take a long-term view on things. So where we are right now is we have years of cash in the bank. We have the most incredible community that I've ever had in my entire life, ever been part of in my entire life, the best team I've ever worked with in my life, and we try and just stay heads down building and just making it better and better every week. So I think hype's not a good thing, and experience kind of helps you understand that and not get too caught up in it.
Yeah, I mean, I have so many follow-ups, but one natural one is, for a lot of founders, hype seems like a dream, right? Because it's exciting, everyone's talking about you. I know you said you kept your head down, but I also wonder what you think contributed to the hype, because in my perspective, invite only played a role. Having, Kevin Hart, Elon Musk, in rooms played a role. Would you do things differently looking back and not do that?
We didn't do those things. The community did those things. So the only reason it was an invite model is because the company was 2 of us. and we wanted to grow it in a measured way. Because when you grow communities in a measured way, things don't break as much. And I think it's also important to the experience that it grows through invites. It grows through friends. If you think about the real world operates around friends of friends. And if you think about products that take offline behavior online, there are a lot of products out there for small groups of 5 friends that are kind of static and private. Those are messaging apps. There are a number of great products for big admin-driven community management, Discord and Slack and Facebook groups and things like that. Clubhouse is kind of in the middle. It operates around friends of friends. And I think that's how the real world operates. If you think about every good social experience that you've had, it's probably been with a handful of people that you knew, and then a handful of people that you didn't know, but you kind of trusted because they were friends with your friends, or they went to your school, or they worked at your company, or they went to the same bar that you went to because they lived in your neighborhood. And Clubhouse, in my view, is taking that experience and bringing that online. And so we wanted to grow through an invite model, not to seem exclusive. We've always wanted to build Clubhouse for everyone, but we wanted to grow through an invite model so we could grow at a more measured pace. And so that when people came in, they immediately saw friends. They immediately saw friends of friends, and they had a great experience. And as to why that generated hype, I think the first reason it generated hype was because people really, really love that experience. If you come in, you get invited into this thing, you come in and you see your friends hanging out there without you, and you didn't even realize that they were hanging out, and you see other people that you know, and other people that are interested in the same stuff that you're interested in, and you join in and you talk with them for hours. That's a really incredible experience. I'm sure you've had real world social experiences like that. And so at the time, we didn't have a website, we didn't have any social media accounts, we weren't in the App Store. We politely declined all press.
I was gonna say, you weren't doing any press interviews.
That's because we didn't want hype. It's because we wanted to stay heads down and just build. We didn't know if this thing was going to scale. But people started talking about it because they're having a really good experience on it. They're spending 50 hours a week in the app. And even when we started to get more interest from investors, we sort of said, oh, thank you. We really appreciate that. We don't need money right now because we had raised a small seed round and the company was just 2 of us. And internally, our philosophy was always, well, it seems like something is working here, but if it continues to work, we'll continue to have more opportunities to raise money. If we get new data that makes us think it's not going to work, then we don't want to have a bunch of someone's money. And we're not capital constrained, so let's just stay heads down building. And so we were in our basements, 12, 14, 18 hours a day, just working on stuff, like kids thumping on the ceiling above us, and we're in the product with people, talking with them while we're building it. And they would verbally report a bug, and we would go fix it and verbally tell them it was fixed. And it's really nice to have a direct relationship with the community. And the hype that came because, one, it was a really great experience. I'm sure the invite-only model intrigued people, but that was never our intention. And all of the celebrity stuff that you're talking about, that just happened. People in the community hosted rooms, and they brought these people on. And
Forbes
it kind of
something.
spirals upward, right?
Forbes reported something. I mean, feel free to correct live. I'd love that.
What's this going to be?
They said that Andreessen won the round because they got Kevin Hart in a clubhouse room. And I might be paraphrasing lightly, so tell me what happened.
I think that's silly.
Okay, so celebrities were not part of your strategy.
Not at all. Absolutely not.
Would you have rather them not come?
I'm grateful that
helps,
I'm grateful that people want to use the product. I think that's great, right? And Clubhouse does have 2 sides to it. It's got a public side and a private side. And think about other social platforms. I think that can be a really healthy thing in the long term. Like, look at Instagram. Something like 40% of accounts are public. And it's brands, celebrities, influencers, and they want reach and branded content and monetization and analytics, and that's great. The other 60% of people, rough numbers, go private, and they just use the app to share photos and videos with their friends and keep up with what they're doing. And they don't care about how many followers they have. They care about who followed them and who DM'd them and what they said. And the things that they do there affect their real life social interactions, right? You'll run into a friend and say like, oh, that vacation you went on looked amazing, and did you see that he got engaged? And it just works, right? I follow some of these accounts and some of these accounts, and they complement each other. Clubhouse is similar, right? You have broadcast, you have celebrity rooms and things like that, people that want as many followers as they can get. But I think a much bigger part of Clubhouse, the core of Clubhouse, is people hanging out. It's about friendship, deepening friendships, making new friends, sharing ideas, having great conversations. And like I was saying, more and more of those rooms are happening in private every day. And when we look at the product, that's what drives the magical experience. Like, we talk with people all the time. We get stories from people all the time, texts, photos, videos from people who met their spouse on Clubhouse, who just flew across the country to meet their 15 best friends in the world who are all Clubhouse people. Rohan and I do New User Orientation every Wednesday, where we host a live room and we welcome all the new members and we tell them how the app works and what the buttons do. And
we still do that.
We still do that, yeah.
Okay.
And we do town hall every Tuesday, and
It used to
music
be on
rooms
Sundays, and I used to be like, come on.
I know, we moved it, yeah. Because I didn't want the team to have to work weekends all the time. But like, we do those rooms, and people come up. This guy, Tariq, came up a while back, and he lives in the Maldives. And he was just giddy. He was saying that everyone in the Maldives has now gotten on Clubhouse, and for the first time in his life, he's meeting people from all of the other islands, and they laugh, and they talk, and they're making friends. And it's on some archipelago on the other side of the world, and we don't even know this is happening, but we hear it over and over and over again from the community. When you talk to everyone, the millions of people in the community who just love, love, love Clubhouse, who are on it 7 days a week, the average listener is, they spend 75 minutes a day in the app. 30 or 40% of them are talking. And when you talk with them about why they love Clubhouse, it's not listening to a live podcast. It's the people that they've met, the friends they've made, the relationships that they've formed and deepened. And so, yes, I think broadcast is great. And in the long term, we want to support both of those use cases. But I think the core of Clubhouse is friendship and community and people.
The challenge and the honestly interesting part of it is, how do you productize that, and how do you make sure it's a fluid and evolving app for people who do change their mind and do use it in the way that you described. So what's your advice to founders who are maybe trying to rethink the medium in which they want to build a company?
Yeah. So I guess, what I would say is that social products, there are a few things I would say. One is they tend not to invent new behaviors. They tend to take things that we are wired to do as humans, that we have fundamentally shown we enjoy doing, and they just make it dramatically easier to do it with anyone in the world, right? And this predates the internet. If you think about the telephone, you think about video, it used to be that we liked seeing people and talking to people. You could only talk to people who were within earshot. You could only see things that were line of sight. Then we got technology that completely changed how the world was wired. And you could have these relationships with people on the other side of the world. If you think about every social platform that has ever emerged, they don't come along very often. They tend to come along when there's a new medium that emerges on the internet, the durable ones, right? And the ones that work, they tend to be very simple. There tends to be a single core interaction that makes them work. Mm-hmm. And the company that is fully focused on that medium tends to win, right? Historically, at least. Like with text, it was Twitter. With photos, it was Instagram. With video, it was YouTube, and now TikTok. And we think spoken audio is going to be the same. So I guess what I would say is look for inflection points, sort of why now points where new things are happening. For us, it was AirPods, Alexa, second order things like text-to-speech getting good enough, machine translation getting good enough, remote living. Look for inflection points and try to recreate a core human behavior and recognize that you're not going to make your product work by building in a lot of secondary and tertiary features. It's one core feature that usually makes it work. And as when you're getting started as a founder, it's pretty easy to trick yourself into thinking that you have product market fit or you can tweak your way into it. And I think that usually turns out not to be true.
Do you think Clubhouse has hit product market fit?
I think we have extreme product market fit with one community.
Yeah.
And my view is that product market fit is not a binary thing. I think that as a company grows, it needs to get product market fit again and again and again at each new level of scale in order to continue its growth trajectory. Take something like Facebook. Facebook got product market fit within Harvard, and then it needed to do it at every college. And then growth started to stall out, and it asked itself, should we go beyond colleges? And it was a controversial decision at the time, but they did, and they managed to hit growth again. And then they managed to grow to their next stage through acquisition, through things like WhatsApp and Instagram. And then you've seen what's happened with their growth trajectory. And mobile happened along the way there too, right? Mobile came along and Facebook tried to build on top of HTML5 and it was causing all sorts of problems. And they had to go all in and say, we are making a transition to be a mobile company, and they had to make that platform shift. And now they're working to do that again to become a metaverse company. So I think you see it with all social platforms. The single core interaction makes them work. Mm-hmm. Growth tends to be driven by a series of continuous optimizations that happen over time. And that's punctuated by these discontinuities that come along every 6 to 24 months, right? With Facebook, newsfeed was a discontinuity. With Snapchat and Instagram, stories were a discontinuity. So I think that Clubhouse has extreme product market fit with this one community, but as communities grow, they get too big and you lose the intimacy. And the quality of your hallway will suffer and you won't be able to find the people that you want to talk with. You won't be able to have these intimate conversations. They need to be able to undergo this sort of mitosis. Right? And we talk about this a lot internally. If you think about it, that is the way that communities organically grow. And it happens in the real world and it happens online.
Can't fake it.
Yeah, and like imagine you go to a house party. If you're one of the first 4 people there, you walk in and there's one group of people talking in the living room. If you get there an hour later, there are 6 groups of people. There's one on the balcony, there's one in the kitchen, there's one in the living room because we split off so we can retain that intimacy. With online products, think about the earliest days of the internet. There'd be like a music forum. Everyone who's interested in music would go there and talk and they'd be really excited, but as it got big, it would split off and you'd have the hip hop forum and you'd have the classical music forum, and as those got too big, they would split off. So I think for us to really get the product right at this next level of scale, I think we have to allow these communities to undergo mitosis and to split off and to become not just a single community, but a network of many different communities. And that's what we're really focused on right now.
Okay.
And so that's how I kind of think about it. You have to do it at each new level of scale.
I want to get to audience questions in a minute, so get them in. But before that, I want to end with competition. So the huge rumor that Twitter wanted to buy Clubhouse for $4 billion. How do we feel about that number?
can't comment on any conversations about anything. I guess what I would say.
So Twitter did build a competitor, right? Twitter Spaces, and that I think it's the largest competitor. On outside looking in, it looks like it's directly going for who Clubhouse is going for. After talking today, I can tell you are targeting a smaller, more intimacy focused versus general network. But you talked to me about Twitter Spaces and how it's changed the long-term vision for Clubhouse.
I think that I think there are a lot of companies that have launched competitive features, right? And my belief,
X, everything.
there are a lot, yeah. My belief is that focus is really important. Like if you look at history, the company that is, like these new platforms, they don't come along very often. That tends to happen when there's a new medium. And the winner historically has been a company that's fully focused on that medium. And why is that, right? I believe the reason for that is that when I use a product, the way that I use it is very much a function of that medium. If I'm using a short form text product, if I'm using a photos product, I tend to open it when I have 20 seconds to spare, I have 2 minutes to spare. I'm walking down the hallway, I'm waiting in line for a cup of coffee. I don't have AirPods in. I'm not looking to participate. The set of people I'm connected to are the people who are really good at that medium, and it differs from medium to medium. The primary discovery surface that the app opens to is fully dedicated to that medium. If it's on some secondary or tertiary screen, usage numbers plummet. If it's not the company's sole reason for being, they tend to deprioritize it when times get hard for them. And we've already seen a number of these competitors that you're talking about deprioritize their efforts here. The brand, the business model, everything about it is fully focused on that medium. So I think that's why it's played out that way historically, and I think that's how it will play out for audio, spoken audio. And we'll see if I'm right, but that's what we believe. The other thing I would say is that a lot of the products that you're talking about are very focused on broadcast. Twitter is a broadcast product, and I think what they're building is something that is targeting broadcast. Clubhouse at its core is about participation and conversations and friendship and getting together with friends of friends, people you respect, and having these off-the-record conversations and sharing ideas and learning. And I think it's a very different use case.
I think explaining to people that I guess the difference in Clubhouse's vision today versus when they were first introduced to it seems like the biggest challenge ahead. But that's kind of one of the first questions I wanted to get to, which is, a lot of people, there's the headlines of the rise and fall of Clubhouse, or what happened to Clubhouse, or the hype is gone, now where is it? When we talk about how competitors have changed the landscape, what is kind of your response to it, or even like your final comment on this fall, this idea that Clubhouse fell?
I think that we take a really long-term view on things, right? We had a couple months of insane, silly, unsustainable 10x a month growth. And I think a lot of people who say that are probably looking at those 2 months and saying, how come you can't grow 10x a month in perpetuity?
Yeah.
Or they're
How many
saying,
X do we have now? Can you tell me?
What's that?
How many X a month are we going now?
I'm not going to tell you that.
Damn it.
So I think like a lot of people are probably looking at those 2 months. A lot of people are either saying, well, my friends aren't using it, or they came in the months that followed that period and had a bad experience because they looked at their hallway and it felt like a lot of noise, and it was. Like I was saying, like those months can really stress the infrastructure. I think what people might not appreciate is that Clubhouse has kind of moved into all of these different verticals, and they probably don't appreciate the size of the community and the activity and the diversity and the range and all the conversations that are happening. I think they don't understand that a lot of these conversations are happening in private and semi-private rooms right now. And so we just take a really long-term view of things. Again, I'm fortunate that we started this company when I was 40 instead of 20, because you gain a lot of perspective. And we have years of cash in the bank.
Yeah.
We have a very long-term vision. I really believe that behaviors that are offline tend to move online.
Yeah.
And I think that again, COVID is temporary, remote living is permanent. And I think the way that we meet people and feel a sense of presence with our friends and meet their friends, it's very underdeveloped right now, and I think technology can change that. So that's really what we're focused on. We're in the middle of this crazy journey, and or I guess I should say closer to the beginning of it. And And I just love it, you know, and we're just going to stay heads down and we're going to keep building.
Let's end with rapid fire because we only
Yes!
have 2 minutes left.
Rapid
All right,
fire, let's
well, okay. Number one is how much runway do you have?
We have years of runway.
Do you have any specifics?
I don't, but we have a lot of runway.
Okay. You guys were here when he said that. How do you beat the cold start problem?
Oh, this is a very interesting thing. So, this is not really.
Do it really
rapid.
fast though, but
Okay, I'll try and go rapid fire. So we're launching this new feature called Houses, which allows any person, any group, any community to create their own private clubhouse. It's members only. They choose who's going to be there, and we've been launching a bunch of them in beta, and they're really cool. And you're seeing crazy range. So the way you solve the cold start problem is you empower people to build their own communities, and you ensure that when people join, they all get in a room together at the same time and have a magical experience. And then you connect them together over time.
I'll take it. Why did it take so long to build the Android version? Was it intentional? Do you regret that late launch?
Because our company was only 2 people. And you know, when we started growing at 10x a month, we were 7. And so we had to work as fast as we could to scale the team. The reason we started with iOS is because Rohan, my co-founder, knew iOS more than he knew Android. And so in retrospect, I do wish that we had scaled the team earlier, but I don't think it's realistic to expect that we never would have predicted that it would grow that fast.
How many people are at Clubhouse today, working for Clubhouse?
We're just a little under 100.
Okay, wow. Yeah. That's a lot in 1 year, right?
It's a lot
to
scale in 1 year, yeah.
Is there a VR solution coming for Clubhouse?
I think VR is really interesting, but I think it's very far off.
Okay. The other one that I wanted to bring up was daily active users. That's a me question.
I'm not going to tell you that.
Okay. When will you tell me that? I guess like your next funding round, I'll ask you that. How large does the domino effect have on a platform like Clubhouse, both internally and externally?
What do you mean the domino effect?
I don't know what they mean by domino effect, actually. I thought maybe it was something you would know.
I don't know. Sure.
How do you prevent Clubhouse from becoming a zombie platform? How do you keep it scrappy? Now you're 100 people. So how do we make sure it stays like it can keep growing fast? Because it's always the startups that end up competing with the bigger companies.
Do you mean as a company internally, or do you mean?
No, just that's like a living, breathing app. How do we make sure it stays fast when it's updating its product?
Yeah, so we ship updates fast. You know, so we ship pretty meaningful updates every week, and the way we do that is to hire a really great team and to just stay heads down, focused on the most important things. So we ship really fast. And the way that you grow is through the community. Like our job is to empower people as founders of houses on Clubhouse and as moderators of rooms to bring people together the way they want to bring people together. We firmly believe that. The world is not a monoculture. Clubhouse should not be one either. If you can focus on building the systems that allow people to bring people together the way they want to bring people together, and they can grow through invites. You know, it's what you said, the cold start problem. If you get one network to tip, then you can get N networks to tip, right? It scales through product.
It sounds like you kind of welcome competition in a way.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Well, thank you so much for your time. You have to come back.
Thank you for having me.
With all the numbers, but also the updates and the launches. It's such a pleasure to talk.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it.
Thanks, guys.
The best kind of learning happens when it's fun, interactive, immersive. That's why AT&T is working with Bottle to help students blast past learning barriers and into their futures. And AT&T 5G allows students to learn and play together on Bottle's multiplayer game modes, and also enables augmented reality that brings the entire experience into real life. It's a powerful learning tool that is a game changer for parents, educators, and students. Together with Bottle, we're committed to advancing education and breaking down the digital divide for students no matter where they learn, at home, in the community, and in the classroom. And Bottle does just that. After all, connection changes everything.
May I have your attention? Please welcome Jamal Khan, Chief Growth and Innovation Officer at Connection, and Andrew Lay, CEO and co-founder of Bowie Health.
Well, hello everyone. It's great to be here. I'm Jamal Khan. I'm the Chief Growth and Innovation Officer at Connection. Welcome to From Point A to Point Unbelievable with my special guest, Andrew Lay, founder and CEO of Bowie Health. So before we jump into it, I just want to give a quick background on Andrew. Since founding Bowie out of Harvard Innovation Labs in 2014, Andrew has led the company through 2 successful rounds of fundraising, raising over $67 million with prominent healthcare investors, including Optum, Cigna, Humana, W.L. Hambrecht, and F Prime. In 2020, Andrew was named by Business Insider as one of the 30 healthcare leaders under 40 to watch. He's also been designated a digital innovator by Employee Benefits News and also by Boston's Business Journal as one of the top 40 under 40 leaders, and recognized also as the TED Med Hive Innovator. Andrew holds a doctorate of medicine from Harvard Medical School and graduated magna cum laude from Harvard College. So Andrew, thank you for being here. It's great always to have these conversations with you. I know we've had a bunch of sessions, but I think for the audience here, it would be good to give everyone a good context around Bowie Health itself, a company, the vision, the idea behind it, and especially your personal journey through that process.
Yeah, no, thanks, Jamal. Really great to be here. So the founding story, I was in my last year of medical school. I was going to go be a neurosurgeon. That was like kind of my life's dream. And the last rotation, I was in the ER. And I kept seeing all these patients who were Googling their symptoms before running to the emergency room and just kind of doing the wrong thing, all the time. So, real story, at 2 a.m., I saw a woman with a jammed finger followed by a guy who had an ulcer on his foot from a history of poorly controlled diabetes. The ulcer had become infected, and the infection was spreading, and we had to amputate his leg that night. Oh. And I still remember, talking to the first woman. I'm saying like, hey, you're fine. You can go home. She pulls out these printouts from WebMD, telling me why her finger, why she thought her finger was broken, why she waited 8 hours in the ER, and now this is like a $2,000 visit. And then strikingly, like the very next person I saw, I was like, sir, I'm so sorry, had you come in a couple of days ago, we could have saved your leg. He pulls out these printouts from the internet telling me why he had waited and why he didn't think, we should amputate. And then unfortunately, right around then, my dad had a mini stroke. He didn't go to the doctor. I found out about it, months later. I was like, oh my God, why didn't you call me for help? And I actually have 2 younger sisters who are both docs. And he was like, I was worried about, that was gonna bother you guys. I was like, oh my God, okay, why didn't you Google it? And he was like, I don't trust what I'd find on Google. And for me, that was this emotional tipping point. A couple of months before graduating, I took this super delusional sabbatical from school, started Bowie. The joke in the family is that my dad had a second stroke when I told him. But started Bowie, and we just became obsessed with this idea that for consumers, it's almost impossible for you to shop for healthcare because you have to be like a doctor and an insurance expert rolled into one in real time. So that knowledge gap, like you're just very unempowered to do it. And so we built this technology starting in 2014 that talks to you like a clinician. It reasons based on clinical literature. And after about 2 minutes of this back and forth, it looks like you're texting with someone. It helps you figure out clinically what's most likely going on. We launched that in 2017. Today we have about 30 million users who come to Bowie organically every single year. And then we started selling to insurance companies like United, Cigna, Humana, as well as self-insured employers. So we started to get the insurance angle. And then about a year ago, we actually then shifted into becoming like a full-on marketplace. I mentioned before, healthcare not being shoppable. The vision of the company is in some ways to build like the Etsy of healthcare, where now we have digital health companies, individual doctors, practices, pharmacies, over-the-counter medications, built onto Bowie such that as a consumer, you have no idea what's going on. You come onto Bowie, we actually give you the technology to understand what it is that you should pick, what service is right for you, and to do that type of matching. And we think a lot about, today when your doctor is shopping on your behalf. They're telling you what to buy, what to take, what specialists to see, but they're kind of like imperfect shoppers, Mm-hmm. They don't know what prices are, they don't understand your insurance, they don't know like the whole world of options. And so we're really trying to replace the shopping component of a doctor's job and allow doctors to care and treat for patients, but really give people kind of the technology to do something that is today kind kind of locked in the brains of a select few.
Right. Right. So let's dive into sort of the funding aspects of your business. I mean, as a prior founder myself, I always remember there was a nagging issue that sort of constantly sort of aligned with everything you do as a founder. So talk to us about that journey, that initial, I mean, you were going down a very structured path to become a neurosurgeon out of Harvard, but you jumped into the deep end of the entrepreneurial pool. I think with limited funding. How did you go through that process, and any ideas or thoughts that you can share with aspiring founders in that particular challenge in the early stage of your company?
Yeah, in the early stages, I think a lot about like risk mitigation. So for me, I took a very intentional sabbatical from school instead of graduating and then starting the company, because if it all went belly up, I could just go back to school and then go to residency, and basically there would be no blemish in my kind of track record. And I had a stipend from school. I lived with in a very with very low fixed costs, just trying to save our way to getting an MVP. And so we were just really scrappy, my co-founders and I, just to buy ourselves enough time. And then the kind of crazy story is we were dealt with some adversity, actually. The apartment that we were working out of burned down in a fire. I lost all my stuff. And I ended up becoming somewhat of a grifter, just like sleeping on couches and just trying to get to something that I could show the world, like, oh yeah, we want to raise money off this. And then crazy enough, we had this lucky break. I was invited to kind of present what we're up to some donors. I went up there, I had like t-shirts and jeans on, everyone else was in suits. It was kind of this hoity-toity, type of event. And I said, I'm sorry that I look this way, just lost all my stuff in a fire, but this is what we're up to, And as I was walking out, someone reached across the table and gave me their card. And turns out this individual, founded a really famous marketing agency, and then went on to be the chairman of Partners, which is a big healthcare system in Boston for a really long time. And when I met with him in person, he was like, what I liked about you is like, one, you looked like shit, when I saw you, but you kind of had the gumption to just keep going. And he cut us our first big check, and that was what allowed us to grow and got to our Series A, Series B, Series C, and every single time, I think the thing that really stood out to me in terms of learning was just resilience, how that has to be, that is the key ingredient to winning, because you get turned down 99 times and you have to get up that 100th time with the same gusto and passion for the next conversation in order to fundraise. And I think that has been kind of a through line through this entire process.
So let's double click on that just a bit. As someone who now is an investor in tech companies and have been a founder in the past myself, I always find the dynamic for founders especially around the cash versus equity challenge. As you probably also know, that cash is king usually in the early stage of any company's development. But founders are sometimes either too liberal with their equity or they're sort of, generally tightly embrace the equity way too much. How did you strike that balance? And if you think back in those early stages when you were doing those initial rounds, are there any lessons that you would like to share with us, or any lessons or perhaps redos that you wish you could do?
Yeah, I think there are two lessons, and they come with I think two things that are true that seem to be at odds with each other, but they're true at the same time. One is that very early on, cash is very expensive, and cash is like oxygen. And so when I think about those things and applying it to what I learned early on, I was, looking back on it, too liberal with my equity. I really focused on getting cash in the door, but cash is just so expensive. So when I talk to founders now, I talk about, trying it, once you need cash, it really is like a light switch, it's like 0 or 1. So if you can just prolong the period of time in which your fixed costs are low enough that you can build enough traction to get into later and later stages such that, you get out of the more expensive phases of cash needs, and that means keeping your day job, living with your parents if that's possible, don't buy a house, just really stay lean in order to get as much traction as possible. And then, the second learning, going back to this like cash is oxygen, I think, the CEO's job is to have cash in the bank. And when you do decide to flip that switch, I think the paradoxical thing is like when you do raise as much as possible. Mm-hmm. And I know that sounds at odds with what I just said, but once you do need money, the opportunity to raise can go away like that. And like I'm reflecting back now, I'm in digital health. A year ago, digital health was like white hot. Like everyone was raising crazy valuations, crazy amount of cash. And then now the market has totally done a 180. And so when I think back, I was like, looking back a year ago, I was like, oh man, I should have probably raised more just to give us more oxygen so the company continue to grow and, have more of a buffer. And so I would say those are two things that I've learned in the process.
Well, I guess the good news is you have cash now. You're certainly an established company, and the next challenge for any organization in your stage is how do you scale? And that becomes a very different set of challenges. So Buoy's certainly on that upward journey, but what are some of those things that keep you up at night? Any reflection that you can give, again, aspiring founders, and some of your insights with respect to those challenges as you're now scaling your business to that next level?
Yeah, the scaling thing that keeps me up at night is product market fit. And I think the insight is that product market fit, in my opinion, is a dynamic thing. You can have it, and then you can lose it. And I think with scale, and I'm defining scale here as you have more users or you have more clients. There's this really classic book, written in the early 90s, 30 years old now, Crossing the Chasm. I tell every founder that they should read it. And the whole concept is that as you enter a market, penetrate a market, you have your innovators, your early adopters, and then you have this massive gap, this chasm, and then you get to the early majority, late majority, and laggards. And so many companies get product market fit in the innovator and early adopters, and then they hit scale, trying to get that next wave of users or clients. But the product market fit in that world is different than the product market fit early. And so they end up dying in the chasm. And so for me, that keeps me up at night because we're trying to get more users, we're trying to get more clients, and we're building a marketplace. So you have two sides to the marketplace. You have two product market fit problems. You could die twice in two chasms. So I lay awake at night just thinking on this Queen's Gambit, thinking all the machinations of how we make sure that we have product market fit as we scale.
All right, excellent. So you certainly had a great idea. You had a vision that you executed. There was the initial funding from an MVP perspective, subsequent rounds, and now the challenge from a scaling perspective around product market fit. But if there's one consistency in each of these elements, though they're pretty dynamic in themselves, is the team behind this. And I think we'd all agree that that is perhaps the most critical component in building companies over the long term. So how did you manage that hurdle? And again, I think with every one of these stages, that hurdle changes. We were having that discussion on the back end as well. So that initial hurdle of getting the right folks aligned for the right tasks, and then navigating the personalities and egos, and then at the same time trying to develop a culture. That's a pretty significant challenge for any founder. Help us understand your ability to navigate those challenges.
Yeah, I strongly believe that the most important ingredient to a healthy company is trust. The best business book I've ever read is this one called The Advantage that talks about this idea that trust is again the foundational element. I lucked into having 3 co-founders besides myself who just intrinsically trusted each other. I think it's because we had a shared background in terms of being friends before we started Buoy. But that really emanated from there. It grew from there. So as we scaled from 4 people to 20 to 50 to 70, the trust was always a foundational component. And then on top of that, though, we did a lot of trial and error. We figured out that there were certain people who just didn't fit in our journey over time. And that every single time that happened, we would try to coach them in the element that just wasn't working, and started to recognize there are some things that just are hard to coach in a certain time period. And so we have these 5 core attributes at Buoy: being kind, being a linear communicator, being gritty, intellectually curious, having a growth mindset. And I could literally name or I can think of, I'm not gonna name them here, like 5 teammates that just didn't fit there because they didn't have one of those attributes. And so now
And you felt that these attributes were not coachable.
very hard to coach. I think they're coachable in a longer time span, but within the time horizon of a startup, it was very hard to like correct or like improve. So now we have interviewers that are trained to look at all 5 attributes, and it's allowed us to scale with like minimal mistakes kind of going forward.
So through this journey, again, of bringing folks on, I know in this particular session's about celebrating our IT superheroes, those folks that work behind the scenes, often unsung heroes. Was there anyone in particular within your organization that you would sort of classify as that solid rock that you could always rely on?
Yeah, our first hire, me named Jimmy Mills, now runs our entire DevOps team. Initially was an individual contributor, full stack engineer. Those attributes I described earlier, he's like a 10 out of 10 across the board. And we just lucked into having that early employee who was more like a founder than anyone, right? And it's crazy, he was our first boomerang, so he was the first one to like leave the company and come back, and just watching him grow over time. So he went from like building our first app over the weekend, or like building our first Alexa integration, to now, you know, basically managing all of our AWS costs and like cutting those in half. And it's crazy seeing him scale with the company, and I would say he's our superhero.
Oh, great, excellent. Well, Andrew, thank you again for the incredible insights into Bowie Health's journey and success story. We could certainly sit here for another hour, and I look forward to sort of continuing this discussion even after Disrupt. So, folks, our IT professionals are sort of these millions of unsung heroes that keep everything within our organizations running smoothly, for founders like Andrew and for others in our audience as well, to help our companies scale, to help them build, to help support that infrastructure. Let's now have a look at a small example of the challenges some of these IT superheroes, in this case Pete, a hero at Connection, and a customer at Connection, and how those challenges are the challenges he faces every day. So let's roll that.
Pete, red alert.
Oh boy.
So I accidentally printed a bunch of sensitive documents, salaries, personnel files, social security numbers. I even printed a photo of me in one of those Euro swimsuits.
You hit cancel, right?
Of course. No, I didn't do that.
Printer panic.
Printer panic, Pete.
Well, at least you didn't print the photo of you in that European swimsuit, right?
For all your IT needs, for Pete's sake, talk to the experts at Connection.
Now, we all have our Petes, I'm sure, in our organizations, which is why this is the second year we are presenting the IT Superhero Awards at TechCrunch Disrupt. I'm going to ask Pete again to help me present this year's winners.
This category is Best Rookie. Here, we award the person who is new to the team but proved themselves immediately invaluable. Some of you will think this is about baseball. It's not. And the winner is Ben Esquivel, Director of Information Technology, Imperial Unified School District. Good job, Ben. The next category is Best Catch. Here, we celebrate the person who went the extra mile to find and solve a problem no one else could find or solve. And the winner is John Fisher, System Administrator, Visiting Nurse Association of Northern New Jersey. Way to go, John. The next award is for Most Unshakable. Here, we award the person who stayed calm and strong under the most crushing of pressure. And the winner is Lisa Michelle, Customer Service Support Manager, Information Technology, Rochester Electronics. Way to go, Lisa. The next category is Best Superpower. This award goes to that one IT professional who has a skill that can tackle any problem and leap over any tall building. Well, not really, but you get what I mean. And the winner is Chase Zeman, Chief Data Science Officer, co-founder, Cart.com. Next up, the award for Best Team Leader. Here, we award the person who inspires everyone to go that extra mile every day. And the winner is Patrick McGee, Director Technology Support Services, St. Johns County School District. Way to go, Patrick. Congratulations to all 5 winners, one of which will be named the ultimate IT superhero. There's a cake involved.
All right, great. Thank you, Pete, and thank you, Andrew, again for our discussion today, and thank you for everyone joining us. And congratulations to the 2022 IT Superhero Award winners. The IT Superhero Award winners will choose from 3 charities that help underserved communities gain skills in technology for our Connection Cares team to make a donation on their behalf. And finally, please do join us back on the main stage at around 4 or 5 this afternoon, right before the Startup Battlefield announcement, to see which one of these 5 winners will be awarded the ultimate IT superhero designation and the cape that goes along with that award. So, Andrew, thank you again. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, Jamal.
All the best. Thanks. Take care.
How do you build a company that lasts? One with a solid foundation that gets better with time. Transforming the first dollar in your bank account into something more. Building a product, a team, a culture. Expanding to new countries, currencies, and customers. And accessing the capital you need to grow. How do you do all of that? With powerfully smooth banking that keeps you focused on bringing your vision to life.
Thanks, Christina. It's true. Everyone saves time when you share your Calendly link. But you can get way more out of Calendly. Get more time back by automating reminders, follow-ups. Make more valuable connections by screening website visitors. Distribute more meetings evenly among your available team members. Get more out of the tools you already use. Deliver more consistent customer experiences. Focus more on the meetings and less on the email ping pong. Lock down your tech stack with more enterprise-grade security features. More automation, more time back. More demos, more deals. More meetings, more revenue. More than just a scheduling tool. Over 50,000 of the world's leading organizations save time and make more money with Calendly.
May I have your attention? Please welcome back TechCrunch Plus Editor-in-Chief, Alex Wilhelm.
Hi, everybody. How many times have we heard Henry Pickett introduce me to the stage? At this point in time, it's getting to be quite a lot. We're on a break until 10:50, and then we're going to be talking about how to raise your first money, thinking about term sheets, venture mechanics, and some of my favorite people are on that panel. So I'll see you in about 10 minutes. All right, bye.
May I have your attention? Our program will begin in 5 minutes. May I have your attention? Our program is about to begin.
You can't scale a big mountain if your institution is small, but a big institution that acts very small to clients can scale large mountain.
We often get asked the question why JP Morgan is focused on the innovation economy today, and my answer to that is that this is not a new business for JP Morgan.
The bankers have not just the ability to advise you on treasury services or cash management or traditional banking subjects, but are able to then relate that to a specific sub-industry.
If you think about that scale and pace, you gotta start small, but you have to get big really quickly.
Literally necessarily impossible to outgrow JP Morgan. From, again, your very basic banking needs to as you grow over time, we can really scale and grow with a company through every stage of their life cycle.
Every time I meet a founder, I'm energized by their vision. Although they see the product around the corner, I'm actually helping their company itself look around the corner. So I feel like we're partners.
May I have your attention? Please welcome back TechCrunch Plus Editor-in-Chief, Alex Wilhelm.
Hello, everybody. A couple of quick reminders. One, Slido link is there, so you can grab the QR code. You can ask questions. The moderator will get to as many as they can as they go along. And don't forget, many of the panelists on this stage will be doing Q&As afterwards on the TC Plus Lounge and downstairs on the Discovery stage. Now, one weakness I think we have here at TechCrunch is we have a little bit too much focus on unicorns, big flashy names, big companies, lots of money, etc. But one thing that TechCrunch does care a lot about are people just getting started. And one thing you don't want to mess up when you're out there just building a company is getting your term sheet wrong. You can really set your company up for success or for long-term struggles. So today we're going to talk about first term sheets and how to get them right. So please welcome to the stage James Norman of Black Ops Ventures and Pilotly, Kevin Liu from Techstars, Mandela S.H. Dixon from AllRaise, and my favorite, Connie Loizis from TechCrunch.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good late morning. So yeah, as Alex said, it's such an important topic, and we do cover so much of the people that have gone on to raise their first term sheets and many more. But raising a term sheet is never easy, and right now it's probably about as hard as it gets. So I'm so happy to have these guys on stage with me to talk through how you do it. So James, maybe we'll start with you. I guess just early thoughts about how, at what point does a person who's got an idea start talking to potential investors? And, should they be talking to VCs, angel investors? How do you start that early network?
So I think it's a pretty varied landscape on that. Like when you're a first-time founder, depending on what networks you come from, your situation could be different, right? Some people are able to start with friends and family money. People in the demographic I invest in is like ultra atypical for that to be a thing. But you can go after VCs, and some people will take some of the cold outreach if it's cultivated in like a thoughtful way, meaningful way where there actually could be a connection. But getting to angel investors could be like an easier onset if you're not already in like a network of getting to VCs with warm introductions. But where you get your initial capital from, you just want to get from the best partners. So I mean, angel investors can be a good place if you're really early on, don't have a product, you want to find someone who really believes in you. But if you do have something that's working and you're trying to move something forward and you really feel like you could scale this to be something very large, it's okay to go find a VC partner, for a pre-seed, someone like a precursor, things of that nature. So I think like it all depends on your situation, and I would say that it's all about finding people that you love to work with. And then we'll get to the term sheet part, but making sure that we're making the right partnership with the right terms.
Right.
Yeah.
Cultivating that relationship.
Yeah, I echo so much of what James said. How many of you are interested in raising capital but have not done it yet? Just raise your hand, proud. How many of you have already raised capital from venture capitalists? Okay, raise it high, raise it high. High. Everyone look around at who these people are. These are some of your sources of information on how it really works. And it's free. It's free. And they're generous. They're humble because they've walked this path that you're all trying to walk. And I think it's so important that you understand that some of the best resources for this information are other founders who've already been through the battlefield. The question was around when or where.
I mean, both. Like how do, just like the very beginning, you're trying to get coffee meetings. Like who are you trying to,
Yes, so success is planned, premeditated, and on purpose, full stop. And if you want to be successful at fundraising, you have to understand it is a game. And in order to win this game, you have to understand the rules of the game, the culture, the unwritten rules that you won't read about in blog posts or see in podcasts. And so one of the things to get really clear on for yourself is, what are you building, and are you truly interested in making it VC backable? Because when you make it VC backable, you're signing up to go as big, as fast as possible. you need to be aligned with the investors and the agreement that these investors made with their LPs on the returns that they're going to have for the fund, right? There was an agreement that happened before you ever showed up to the pitch meeting. You need to understand that you need to align with that agreement. And so once you make that decision to opt into this game, really understanding which investors are for you and align to what you're building, the sector, the stage, the amount, even partners you want to work with. And I tell founders all the time, the websites that investors put up, believe them. There's something called an investment thesis on like every website. Go read their investment thesis. They are literally telling you what they made an agreement with their LPs that they're going to do with this capital that they're going to deploy. Once you've identified those people, make a lead sheet. If you think you have 10 investors on that lead sheet, I want you to make it 100. Right? Because this is a sales funnel and it's about swings at bat in order to eventually convert to a home run, which is like a term sheet, which we'll talk about in a second. But the thing that a lot of people also don't recognize in the preparation process to securing a yes from an investor is an assist list. And so those founders in the room right now who raise their hand, they could be on your assist list. Oftentimes, you can build rapport with investors you don't have any relationship with by first building relationships with people around those investors. A lot of time people are so eager to get to the GP at the fund, but they don't really understand you have to work around those people first because they're going to be the intro that you need to establish your credibility to someone who doesn't know you. So I'll pause there and see.
Such excellent advice.
Yeah, I agree with both James and Mandela. You know, it's the piece that is so interesting to me with working with early stage founders is getting in front of that network. One of the things so I started investing about 6 years ago, and the things that I've learned in this job is that it's still a very, very close network of people, right? So yes, the folks that you see in this room, they're great resources, right? Playing the game is a big thing, but the biggest thing that I've recognized is actually that confirmation bias that comes with investing, right? Going onto websites, seeing what people like. The best kind of partners you get to work with are the investors who are in the room with you in a table, and they already believe in what you are selling, right? For founders to walk in a room and to try to convince investors of a certain truth, that's going to be a really, really difficult task, right? So much of the game actually happens before during the meetings, right? It's all that preparation that you mentioned. It's all the reach out to the contacts, right? Writing really thoughtful emails out to investors, and then and really finding the right partner. You can actually find the right partners even before having those conversations, right?
You know, in terms of prepping for those early conversations, which are such a great point, there's just so much groundwork that has to happen just to, you know, find those right people. You know, what's your advice in terms of approaching a VC who already has a very similar portfolio company? Because obviously they're not going to invest in the same company, even if you're doing it better. That's a conflict of interest for them. So how do you sort of think about that? Or how should founders think about that?
I think things that are indirect competitors or kind of adjacent could be signals that they're interested in your space.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not actually going to cross paths with them, it's an opportunity. One, it's much easier to reach out to that founder and build a relationship because you have something to talk about. You guys could potentially have a sales channel partnership, things of that nature. But if that person is actually performing well for that fund, that person is a great intro to that investor. You know, the founder that's making money for an investor is going to be the best intro to an investor. But then if it's someone who actually could be competitive, or most likely is, I personally typically shy away from it, from the sense that, especially if a partner is not reaching out and seeing a different angle, if it's like some associate reaching out, they're just looking for information and trying to fill up time for their job.
Competitive analysis, right?
Yeah, it's just competitive analysis. So, you know, I watch out for that. But there's always opportunities. When I do my investor list, I'm always looking at who's investing in market research, who's investing in market research around, you know, particularly consumer insights and content consumption. And I'm going to find little products that are kind of in the realm, but they're not really pilotly at the time, right? So those were opportunities to find people that might actually be interested in cutting a check or leading around. Yeah.
I love this question. So I had my first experience entering this ecosystem was as a founder with no network in the ecosystem at all, trying to figure this thing out. And then later on in my career, I worked at a VC firm where I was faced with these questions of like, oh, this looks like someone in our portfolio already. So what happens on the inside is that the VCs consult with the founders of the companies first who are in their portfolio, who may see this new opportunity as competitive to align, because your allegiance is to the people you already made a bet on, right? And their reputations are hard earned and easily lost, even amongst your portfolio. And you're talking about how small the investor community is. The funded founder community is also very small, and everybody talks, right, about how investors treat you when you're doing well, when you're not doing well. So anyway, let me get back to the point I wanted to make when I heard your question, is that one of the things that a lot of founders don't recognize, and even I didn't recognize as a first-time founder, is that investors are never just analyzing you. They're analyzing you in relation to the founder that just left their office, in relation to the founder that's coming into their office after you, in relation to all the portfolio founders that they have, whether or not they're directly competitive or not. And so you really need to have this level of self-awareness and other awareness to really cut out a path for yourself on how you're going to differentiate yourself, not just as a company in the market, but as a leader and someone that they're going to believe in. Because at the earliest nascent stages, I don't care how beautiful your deck is. I don't care how wonderful and appealing the story is. They're making a bet on you as the leader of this company, and their belief in your ability to attract the talent and execute against what you just put in your 10-slide deck.
Right.
I think one tactical thing to add to that is on the competitive analysis piece, that's just part of the investor's job, right? And I do think there's some responsibility on the founder side to walk in knowing that investors do talk, right? The early stage scene especially, everyone knows each other. That's how we think about getting the best intel, right? We have our own fiduciary duties to our own LPs. And so, being upset at the mechanic where, an investor looks at you for half an hour and then invests in a competitor, that's not particularly productive. But recognize that that is part of this journey, right? And share the information that you're comfortable sharing, but don't overshare your secret sauce.
Yeah, and have a time bound to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Part of you start to get tipped off if they just keep asking for information without an exploding offer that you're putting on the table. Like, are you in or are you out? You want to give all investors the benefit of the doubt, but there are some bad actors out there that maybe can linger the conversation on a little too long as they're trying to extract as much information as they can. At the same time, they're having the same conversation with the competitor that they're interested in investing in, and this is where the fear rises in founders. But you wanted to say something.
I was just going to say the time bound is super important in general. When it comes to fundraising across the board, like if you find yourself fundraising for 6 to 8 months, you're not really fundraising. It's not a real process. So when you make it time bound, you take control over it, and people are stringing you along, you can tell them like, hey, I have other people I'm having conversations with, we're at this stage, what would it take to get you to this stage? What is the rest of your process? Like, be inquisitive of where they're supposed to be at based on what they say their process is. If they start deviating from that, then you can just leave that alone and keep moving on. But the other piece was when you're saying investors talk, like in that particular case, it could be a little bit to your disadvantage, but it is what it is. You leverage that to your advantage in doing what she was saying, where it's like not 10 investors on your list, 100 investors on your list, right? And when you try and pitch like 100 investors in 10 to 12 weeks time, they are going to talk. And if you tell them the right story, it's going to build this momentum that gets you to the point of said term sheet. So you can use it to your advantage.
Okay, these are all such great points. First of all, I also wanted to remind everybody to ask questions. In another 10 minutes or so, I'm going to be picking this thing up and answering your questions directly and posing them to these guys. You guys have touched on so many different and interesting points here. So in terms of, okay, let's get down to the term sheet piece. We're close. We have cultivated a bunch of relationships. We're in conversations. So ideally you're talking to, it sounds like, maybe 10 or 12 people if possible, just to get sort of interest going. And then, how long, is there any more specific advice in terms of how long you should be having these conversations? And I guess if it's not turning to something, what signal to take away from that?
I like to run a 10 to 12 week process tops.
Tops.
That's
okay.
one. That's you're basically talking
For a
about
full
one,
round.
for the full thing. From end to end. So me as an investor, I think some investors process can take 7 weeks. I personally like to, if I'm investing, I personally like to try and do it in 5 weeks. I want to respect people's time. I want to not get like unfocused. I just want to like decide if this is what we want to do or not do it. Other people's process could be different. Everybody will tell you their process. As a founder, I'm going to set out a timeline for how long I'm going to fundraise. I'm going to particularly choose how many meetings I want to have each week. And I'm going to set myself up as a funnel, like she said, sales process. How many introductions do I need to get to this many meetings? I'm going to go for those introductions and keep that cycle going and fill up those meetings. And in doing that, I'm also going to prioritize the people I want to speak with. So I have my high priority people who I feel like should definitely do the deal, and my low priority people who I don't think will do the deal. But I need to pitch them first, because if my story is a little off or I'm getting a lot of the same feedback, I don't understand the market or I don't understand this, I want to be able to pivot a little bit before I go to the people who I know should do the deal. And so by mixing up the low priority, a little bit of medium, a little bit of medium priority, a little bit high priority, and then really getting the thing rolling, you get yourself in a position where you've personally developed momentum to tell that story. Once you told this story like 5, 10 times in a week, you just become like snap, snap, snap. And then you're really ready to go hit the people you want to hit.
It's really about that momentum, right? With textiles, we see a lot of companies, and we're looking at about, I'd say, a month to 2 months after demo day, where most companies raise their initial round. So part of it really depends on how big of a round you're raising. If it's seed, pre-seed, Series A is a different beast, right? But it's really about having enough conversations so you can build that momentum. I think similar to what you mentioned, if you have 50 conversations with investors, I'd say the first 10 to 20 years, that's practice, right? It's really being in a groove, being comfortable with pitching your company. The next 20, those are the ones that you really want to push on to be interested, right? To give you really good feedback and to really work those conversations. And then the final 20, those are usually the ones that, hopefully at that point you have a term sheet. Those are just the ones who come in to fill out the rest of the round.
Okay. Yeah, and even if you looked at it like sports, right? I'm an athlete, play D1 soccer, right? So a lot of what I've learned in sports, I apply here. And I think about when I've trained founders on preparing for game day, right? Your pitch meeting is game day when you're really ready to launch this fundraising process. The season is starting. But like any good athletes, you don't just go into game one expecting you're going to win. You have exhibition games before, right? So what are you doing as a founder to simulate this experience where you can test out your pitch, whether it's on other VC-backed founders or maybe friendly investors, or maybe even an investor that is like, they invest in Series A. Maybe you're too early for them, but they're willing to take a meeting with you, and you can at least test it out. But I really do believe strongly, I know for a fact that the most successful founders in raising their round the way they want to raise it have had a clear plan. Because once you're in the thick of it and you're managing all these relationships and all these requests for due diligence and like it is hard. It's like a whole other job outside of just running your company and managing your team. So I really recommend measure twice, cut once. Like, take your time to prepare.
Great.
Yeah, I was going to say with that, when you think about like how you're actually going to like have that conversation, I've actually, now I'm not saying you should go do this, but I mean, now you're on Zoom, so you could do it. I mean, I've walked into offices and told somebody like, hey man, I'm going to point this camera towards me. It ain't for you, it's for me. I'll record myself having the whole conversation. I'll be like, damn, that looked really boring. Like, I mean, like my posture was off. My voice was super, had no intonation. It didn't look like I thought I was gonna make $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? Like recording yourself, hearing yourself, this is a script.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like people are, I can't record myself, I sound like a robot. That means you didn't practice enough. If you practice it enough, it becomes second nature. If you want me to pitch Black Operator Ventures right now, I could hit the button and we'd be on the game. Like, this takes practice.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And it's a great point. And to your point earlier, Mandela, VCs are looking at this like, a mountain range basically. You're climbing this mountain, but it's one of many, as Jess Lee of Sequoia has said before, I think pretty eloquently. So, okay, now you've perfected your pitch, you've looked at yourself in the camera, you've got your script down, people are interested, you're getting term sheets. What are you looking for? I mean, what's got to be there, and
I'll
how
tell
much?
you what, as a Black founder, I'm just looking for a term sheet first. So
First, say that again?
Right, just looking for the term sheet first. Okay, so once you get the term sheet though, now the game's really begun, because you were just trying to play the game, right? Like, I mean, that changes the whole dynamic of how you can kind of funnel in your process to get to where you want to go. But like, terms-wise, it just depends on where you're at. You do want to make sure that you're getting an agreement that is at parity with the level you're at with your company. You don't want to end up with an angel investor trying to give you some Series A preferred docs or anything of that nature. Like, if you are a pre-seed company, 90%, 99% of the time, you should be using a safe. And you can get it from Y Combinator's website. It's got all the standard language in it. No one can argue with it. Be like, go talk to Y Combinator about that. This is what we're going to do. When you look into that, you can find some details like most favored nation, which might be like, I want to make sure I have the best deal that you put out. There will be some pro rata in there potentially. You want to look at, do I have a 1x pro rata or is it more than that? If there's a higher pro rata, you want to make sure that this person's really in on what you are doing and actually has the capital to, is actually going to put that money in. That's what I like to look for.
James, can you slow down a minute? So when you say if there's a higher pro rata, so means that the investor can get a bigger bite of your next round, or get the safe?
Yeah. So like their allocation for the next round could be much larger. So like if you really like that person, and you know they got the money, it's something you can do. But if someone got like a 2x pro rata, but you're like, I don't really know if I want to work with this person forever, but they could put the money in.
Yeah.
You gotta look at that. Board seats, you look at that. If you're pre-seed or something and someone wants a board seat, it's a little bit of a wild ask, but I put it in a side letter and be like, this expires at this time, or if we find an independent who's gonna be more productive or whatever it is.
So you're fine to join now, maybe you can help me out, but I don't want to be locked in with you for necessarily for the rest of my life, essentially.
Yeah, so those are some of the things to look at. Obviously valuation, and if it's a safe, is it a pre-money cap, is it a post-money cap? Pre-money being like, that's what it is, but then all the money you raise, add to that, that's the valuation. So like, I typically am on a post-money safe if I'm doing something like that. It's very clear cut to know like what they're gonna get out of it.
Does everybody agree that you should start with the safe for the pre-seed?
Yeah, pre-seed.
Largely, at least from the data I'm seeing, it's still largely safes or convertible notes. I think it's, as an instrument for founders, I think it makes a lot of sense, right? You don't have to have complicated conversations with equity pricing at that stage, and you can also lay on different safes for a little bit, right? So you can push out the conversation a bit. James, I am curious if you've seen more MFNs in some of these notes that you've seen.
I don't honestly think a lot of founders even know what that is. So I've presented to people so they can know what it means, but it hasn't been something that has been a big talking point.
Got it.
Yeah, I think because the documents have been so standardized, the conversation just becomes limited, saves legal fees, saves time, gets the money wired faster.
Yeah, what I want to say about this point is, what do I want to say? Because there's so much. How many of you have ever hired employees or had people working under you, okay? And you found your person, right? You went through the process of posting and interviewing all these people, you found your person and they're winning you over, you're winning them over. And then you get to the negotiation of the salary and then you find like they're kind of poking at everything. Oh, what about this benefit? And what about this performance? And what about this? And what about this? And you kind of shift how you feel about them. You're like, oh, this is kind of annoying. Like I had all this momentum and good feelings. That's what happens with investors. And so one of the things to understand is do not wait until you get the term sheet to start going back and forth, right? The term sheet should be a reflection of what was already verbally agreed upon, right? In terms of the valuation, pre or post, right? All of the things that James was just talking about. It's really important that you understand that this is another human being and this is a power dynamic and this is FOMO, momentum, and you really want to be prepared all the way through. So don't wait until you get that legal agreement in your inbox to then be pushing back because it's really annoying to investors and it starts to adjust how they feel about you. And I've even seen the point where investors will pull the term sheet. Because your job is to, again, we all know we're not bulletproof, but you really want to be as bulletproof as possible in every stage of this, and it requires preparation and clear communication, and you're forming a long-term financial partnership here. And so don't wait until that shows up in your inbox to start really hard negotiation.
Yeah, I was going to say, with respect to that, you've planned out your whole fundraising process. At the same time, as you lean into that and start to see what the market is thinking, you also want to have a bottom line in terms of what you're willing to accept. And like at some point you may capitulate, but know your bottom line, right? And be convicted around it. And by being convicted around it and having reasoning as to why you're convicted, not just I want these terms just because, there's actual reasoning around the things that you're sticking to, then it actually, going back to what she was saying, positions you as a strong leader. They're trying to invest in leaders. So like, they know there's gonna be a power dynamic here, but how you manage that and how you move things forward plays out on how they think you're actually gonna do other things like hire employees or get customers or any of that.
Guys, getting down to brass tacks, and I want to turn it over to the audience now. A great question is how much equity is typically distributed at each level of raising? Is pre-seed around 10%, seed around 5%, Series A 20%, et cetera?
What percent did you say for seed?
10%.
Okay. I mean, I think in today's market, that sounds kind of about right. I mean, valuations were out of control like 12 months ago, so it might have been like lesser ownership for some people, but
10% is really fair right now.
10% is pretty fair right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the 20% makes sense for the A. Yeah.
But no more than 20. Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on, yeah, exactly. We also mentioned multiple safes, Kevin, and I wonder, if, do founders run the risk of losing like sight of how much money they've, how much ownership they're sort of giving away in that scenario?
Well, I think it depends how wild the founders go, right? You know, typically the safes I've been seeing more recently, we're looking at kind of 7 to 10 cap, which has gone down from last year, right, where everything was crazy. Yeah, think on that.
Let's see. What if you have a safe and then go into a low next round from an accelerator like Techstars? Will they adjust their investment to meet your safe?
We do not. And actually across the board, I think it's mostly standard terms these days for, you know, when I look at YC, when I look at 500, it's mostly standard terms, yeah.
There's some different opportunities there though too, right? Because I believe like Techstars, like they have the program component and then they have the access to money component, right? So say you already raised money, but you really want to be in Techstars, you don't have to take the 100 grand or whatever it is.
Sure,
for the,
yeah.
for the
Yeah,
percent.
but so on the I guess piece about being flexible, we have flexibility on the 100K convertible note. If you've raised a little bit more money, it can go a little bit higher.
Okay.
It's still pretty standard. I guess like the one thing to plug here is, you know, if you've raised money and it's at higher terms than what we would offer, part of why some founders still come is because of all the value add pieces that Techstars provides, right? We have a lot of programs, you know, we're a big program with JP Morgan, we're big programs with different healthcare systems, and for later stage founders, getting that access, they think the math works out for them.
One question I meant to ask, and I'm glad somebody did, what is a red flag to look for in a term sheet that should absolutely not, you know, founders should not?
I mean, if I see like exclusivity, if there was a thing around that, non-founder friendly anti-dilution clauses.
Liquidation preference.
Liquidation preference.
Are you seeing those? I mean, are those coming up already now with this changed market?
I think people, again, like the documents have got so standardized to a certain degree, like only bad actors are trying to put stuff out there like that. So those are like signals that someone's not really looking to be having your best interest in mind.
Right, for the longer term.
So
Yeah,
like,
the whole point of the SAFE agreement, it's a simple agreement
Right, that's
for
the whole
future
point.
equity.
Yeah,
The whole point
it's
is
simple.
to simplify
Yeah.
this negotiation, this power struggle for ownership in the company
Yeah.
between the founder and this investor at these early stages when really your deck is an idea, right? For the most, like we all know what this is. Like there's certain degrees of traction, right, at this stage, but let's just cut through the noise. We norm at this point, and no, I don't think there's been too much adjustment at the early stages, like pre-seed and seed.
Not yet,
I think those
yeah.
are later stages, like even when we talk about liquidation preferences, but most of the investors that I work with and know of that are investing at the pre-seed and seed stage are using SAFE.
Yeah.
So because of safes, there's really no like terms that they should avoid.
Well, well, I mean, anybody can do anything, but truthfully, but I would say like, you know, say, I mean, we'll get into the preferred equity component of this, but like, I think another thing to think about is someone's ability to like veto a future round of funding. You know, like sometimes people want to make sure they're not getting down rounds or not being diluted in a certain way. So that's something else to look out for. Like, is anybody trying to position themselves to have the veto power over what the next round of financing is, or what the structure of it should be?
Right.
So one point on that, so especially for founders who are international, if they take money from investors who are not based here, who are not used to market terms here, sometimes there'll be terms that will be prohibitive for you as you think on follow-on round, right? And so that's something to be aware of, especially if you are a company that's looking to flip to the US at the Series A or Series B, right? Recognizing that if your existing investor has clauses in that are more kind of protectionist, right, trying to keep the company in the country or in the region, that's something that you might want to consult a lawyer early on.
Interesting.
Yeah, there was something I wanted to say and it just escaped me, but it was around this concept you alluded to earlier about like if you're a black founder, it's just great to have a term sheet.
Right.
It's so rare. Same with women, right? And women of color in particular, black women. What I wanted to say is that and this is why it's so important to understand the rules of this game before you decide to play it and start playing it, because you can be taken advantage of, right? And what you may not realize because you're in these agreements, you're just like, okay, yes, someone said yes to me, I'm gonna take this, is the consequences of that decision when you go out to raise your next round, because those more sophisticated institutional investors are looking at these like WTF. Like, I'm not touching this, right? Because you've already made miscalculated decisions and without recognizing how it's impacting your ability to bring in more established or even larger rounds of capital. And so what people are assessing you for is, are you a good steward of capital, right? And so I think this is like a real switch you have to do from being an inventor of a product to are you a CEO of a company who can manage investor relationships and be a good steward of capital? And that's what they're assessing for as well.
That's also an excellent point. How do you approach conflicting opinions? This is a great question from investors on valuation and terms.
Oh, I was going to say,
sorry,
actually
go ahead.
tacking on, because we were talking about worrying about what the investor is doing. Again, going back to what she's saying, worry about what you're doing to yourself too. Like when you think about the valuations of things, like if you have a substantial reasoning around how you're positioning your valuation, I feel like it's hard for an investor to argue at most times. That investor might be arguing for a certain amount of target, like ownership of the company that they have for their own personal portfolio construction. But like, you know, if you have real reasoning around said valuation, you shouldn't be having too much debate really right there, because this, again, it's such early stage. If you guys are both super excited about what's going to happen and there's some sort of like grounding around that, like it should be fine. At the earliest stages, you know, it's an idea. It doesn't really exist. It doesn't make money. I mean, let's just be realistic. You can go and lie and be like, it's a $40 million valuation. But truthfully, like most pre-seed rounds in reality should be somewhere between the range of like, I mean, at the lowest for me, like a $3 million valuation, maybe at the highest, 10. It doesn't exist. So let's put it somewhere in the range based on your background, the possibility that's going to have some sort of success, and like let's all be reasonable. Once you start escaping that realm, you start going into like random, you know, a false reality, right? But I think as a founder, one thing to keep in mind is like the higher the valuation, not the better. Like building a company is actually hard. So I've actually sat down with companies who was raised at a certain valuation. It's a pre-seed. They ain't really making no money. They want a $10 million valuation. They want $750K. You can maybe not build that much with $750K. And the thing is, you're going to have to go raise more money. And when you go do it, if you didn't hit a certain milestone, create a certain level of momentum, you know, you will not be able to raise another round or extension above that valuation. Now you've killed your whole momentum. Right. You start to kind of, you know, degrade your ability to raise capital.
It's storytelling. It's storytelling. Your pitch deck is a children's book, right? It's a bunch of photos, a little bit of words, small amount of pages. It's a story, right? Yep. And so whatever story you tell, and you add a number to that in terms of how much capital you're bringing in, at what valuation, at what cost, right, is to the milestone point that you were talking about. They're going to go look back at that story and say, did this come true? Did this fairy tale come true? And then from when you're getting ready to raise your next round, they're going to ask you, how did that last story go? Because you're selling me this new story. So you have to be wise about what you are telling. And of course, it's not all going to work out. It actually will not all work out, right? It never will. You're building off a set of assumptions and some data, right? And so everyone knows on both sides of the table, right? We're doing the best we can to figure this out as we go. And the next story will be iterated accordingly. But you don't want to have too much divergence, because that's when they start to look at you differently and you become less of a reliable source of leadership and information for this market.
Yeah, this is random reiteration. It will not go the way you planned. You know what I mean? Everybody knows that. It didn't go that way for Elon or Steve Jobs either. You might like them. It didn't go their way either. It should not go the way they planned, I promise you. So
There's something to be said about how much leverage founders do have though, right? You go through the process with investors. a lot of the funds you talk to, they're doing maybe 5 to 10 deals a year, right? By the time they put a term sheet in front of you, they're here to do business, right? They want to work with you.
Can you say that again?
Yeah,
Because
that's
I don't think
super
people realize how many
Founders
people don't.
have a lot of leverage, and most investors make very few investments, right? So if they are in front of you with a term sheet, you should negotiate. It is the ball is
It's
your
like
court.
getting a job, right? We go to jobs, we didn't know any better. We go to jobs, they're gonna pay us. Like, that sounds great. We'll take that money. Wrong, because if you offer me a job, you didn't offer me the most money you can pay me for said job. So let's start talking about what else can we get out of this conversation that's gonna make me happy and get you what you want because you want to be with me, right?
James, to that point, you mentioned earlier that black founders tend to take term sheets right away because they're like newer to the industry, they have less experience, they may underestimate their leverage, they may be facing bias. So I think this is truer of them, but this is true of every founder. You get that term sheet, what do you do with it? Like, how do you then drum up more interest? How do you sort of establish more leverage for yourself? Like, how do you talk to other investors without burning that first investor?
If you're lucky enough to have, I'm not lucky enough, if you were smart enough to have set up your process and you're lucky enough to have that term sheet come earlier in your process, it just helps you to create an anchor and a driver to push people down into the funnel you're created. So like, the best case scenario is you've been talking to founders, you've been meeting some VCs, you've been telling them like, hey, I'm not raising yet, I might be raising in the next quarter, but would love to be able to keep in touch. The best thing is like you meet some people along that journey and someone says, I'm really interested in this, like I think we could do a deal like X, Y, Z. And that kind of preempts your process. So now you can begin your process knowing that there's someone else in your corner. That's not gonna happen most of the time. So then once you get into your process, you've made some relationships, you've gone through two or three meetings, because remember, you're always trying to get to the next meeting, right? So once you've gone through those, you actually get that term sheet in. Now, you give a little bit of breathing room. You want to respect people's process. But if you're into the depths of someone's process that you think is really interested, it's time to follow up. And as you go through your process, another thing you want is like different updates on progress you're making, right? New things to reach out to them with. So when you reach out, you say, hey, we had this progress with the company, and it looks like we already have some interest. So now, next week we're going to be looking to see. Are you actually going to be interested in investing? We'd like to get together partners that actually want to be a part of the round, and we already have, we already have a term sheet in place. But we're really interested in working with you, so we'd love to see what you have to offer. But like now you have something to say. Hey, come see me if you're really interested. This person wants to be here, but I'm also very interested in you, so I'd love to see what you have to provide.
Right.
It's very much using it as leverage for a forcing function, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is why the momentum that you described earlier matters, right? You have 20, 30 conversations, one person comes in with a term sheet, everyone else is still waiting in line and kind of taking their time. You go back to them with a term sheet, you accelerate the timeline.
Right.
That is the key there.
And I guess at one point, this is an audience, an attendee question, at what point should you walk away from an investor if you cannot agree on terms? I guess maybe at what point do you know that you can't agree on terms? Like there's just...
You mentioned the floor, right?
If you don't want to lose that investor too.
I mean, you know your floor, right? Like, and I think, again, like, if you're articulating your bottom line, just very clearly, and there's reasoning around it, and someone won't meet you there, and you're a pre-seed stage company, it's probably not the person you want to work with. So like, you just have to kind of take that L. You gotta be like, man, I do really want to have this money, but like, you don't really want to be trapped with someone who doesn't really want to see you successful, because again, building a $1 billion company, like, yeah, you can have the smartest people building a company. It doesn't happen just by one person. It's like people around you really helping you do it. If you get in business with someone who doesn't even want you to win right now, like it doesn't have any sense to think that that person was going to help you win in the future.
Yeah, I think the preparation, I'm kind of answering the question, but kind of not, but I think I want to say this. I know I want to say this is the preparation piece that I keep going back to. If you're raising $1 million, right, there's many ways you can raise $1 million. You can say, I'm going to go after just angels, right? And I'm going to get 100 angels to invest $10K in my company, right? And the reason I'm going to focus on angels is because it's their money. They can do whatever they want with their money, right? Whereas you can say, never mind, I'm going to have 2 investors and I'm going to go after 2 $500K checks, or I'm going to have 4 investors go after 4 $250,000 checks, whatever it is, but you need to have a plan, because there are trade-offs and there are consequences depending on who you're going after and who you're partnering with. It's just really important. There's something else I wanted to say, but it left me, so continue.
Another question, can you renegotiate an initial term sheet after getting more follow-on funding and momentum? In other words, fight a most favored.
I mean, you can never renegotiate the actual initial one, but surely I've come in situations where the people who invested before me do not have the same terms I have. Now, we might go back to them just because we want to all be cool and be like, yo, it's actually this now, because this is what makes sense for the company. It's beneficial to us. It is a lower valuation, but it's actually beneficial to the company based on what their milestones are going to be, how much money they need, their ability to raise future rounds. But, you know, again, if there's reasoning and sound reasoning around it, there's always room for change with people who want to see someone successful. So the opportunity is there. It's not popular, I don't think. I think most people just see the deal and it's like, well, I wanted the deal, I'll follow what's there. But if you think it through, you know.
Yeah, and I know we're talking about capital, but there's so much that you get from investors beyond capital, right?
Right.
And like this should be a part of your plan. Like, I would take a smaller check from somebody who maybe has domain expertise or has this other massive network that I could unlock and get into, right? So don't always just size people up based off of how much money. Factor in their brand, their network, their domain expertise, all the other things that you can leverage.
Absolutely. I was going to say the next question, and I would say yes, is it okay to be flexible on certain terms for a high value investor? And it sounds like you're saying, you know, 100%.
Definitely. I mean, we're in the midst of that right now. Someone's going to give up a decent percentage of their company, but for the opportunity to build something that they could never build without the support of these people who have repeatedly made billion-dollar companies in this space.
Right.
They want to work with this person.
Yeah.
And so it's like, this is how our portfolio is constructed. Typically, we wouldn't be working with you at this stage, but we like what you're doing. You like us. You like, okay, let's get it done. Now, it's going to be a hit but that's going to change the whole trajectory because owning 70% of something that's worth $50 million is very different than owning 20% of something that's worth $1 billion.
Right, absolutely. Guys, we're out of time, but thank you so much for joining us. I hope this was instructive for the audience. I learned a lot.
The world is rapidly electrifying, and as a result, millions of things we use in business and life are becoming electrified too. And all these devices need motors. ECM PCB Stator Technology is a US-based startup that sits at the forefront of electric motor innovation. ECM's software platform, PrintStator, enables engineers to rapidly design, model, and prototype optimized printed circuit board stator motors. Electric motors with a printed circuit board stator are smaller, more efficient, 70% lighter, and use up to 80% less raw materials. ECM creates perfect fit PCB stator motors for multiple applications. These include robotics, e-mobility, consumer electronics, and UAVs. This allows you to design an electric motor around your system instead of designing your system around a motor. Join us at PCBstator.com to design your own custom motor with PrintStator.
Product requires PMF. PMF requires users. Users have requests. Sometimes they have issues. And when they don't get resolved, users are gone. And so is PMF. So, how do you know if your customers are being heard and their conversations, interactions, and voices are connected to your developer's work? And your product and customers are always in sync and a fit for each other. All machine-driven, all real-time, all connected. Product, work, customer. DevRev. Bringing dev and rev together.
I've returned, but this time without music. Not quite sure why, but here we are. A couple of quick notes, as always, Slido QR code will be up here, and more questions downstairs and on the TC Plus Lounge. We are now going to do a panel that I've been looking forward to for months since we put it together, because I am so sick and tired of reading about quiet quitting and other supposed trends in the labor market that always seem kind of like BS to me. But one thing that is for sure is that we do now work in a very much more remote-friendly, asynchronous kind of office workspace. And how to effectively manage staff in this new way is not yet figured out. So happily, I put together some people that I think are brilliant on this particular topic. So please, welcome to the stage. It's Adriana Rocher from Mural, Deidre Paknad from Workboard, Allison Barr-Allen from Trail Run Capital, and Rebecca Balan.
Okay. Thank you all for coming. So nice to see you. Good morning.
Today, we're going to be talking about, over the span of 2.5 years, the way we work has completely changed. There's no one way to adapt to this reality. So we're going to talk about some of the challenges, the opportunities, and how to try to get this right today. So, Deidre, your company is completely remote, right? And your product actually helps teams manage their workflows. So I'm wondering specifically, what have you seen that actually works?
Yep. I think not only are we mostly remote, our customers, even our large enterprise customers, are mostly remote, right? And the thing that gets important, whether you're 100 people or whether you're 100,000 people, is, does everybody understand where we're going? Like what the strategy is, what part of the strategy we're trying to execute right now, and does everybody understand their part, right, in that, and what their team contributes to that overall outcome? And in the absence of that, what I'll call super fundamental understanding, you have a lot of people remote, but you don't have a lot of people working in the interest or the direction that the company needs to go or travel, right? And I think for a lot of us managing a remote team or organization, it's pretty hard to know, are we actually all headed in the same direction, and are we moving fast? It's actually quite hard to know that if you aren't intentional about a structure and a method and a process, right? You're not intentional about, hey, we all know where we're going, and we all know how we contribute, and we all know how we connect into that. I think that's crucial for companies.
Right.
And it won't happen by accident. It happened by accident when we were at the office.
Yeah.
Right? We just overhear from each other and work together easily. Osmosis worked. It doesn't work when we're on Zoom, and it doesn't work when we're at home.
Right. So one of the things you get right is actually coming together in a remote world. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So, we've talked, Adriana, we've talked a little bit about this as well, about how to make it intentional. You're currently planning Murals. You told me backstage, Murals planning out their own first-time meetup, right? So, what is a good way to, what do you have to think about? Actually, more importantly, it's a lot of money, right, to plan these meetups, to plan this way to get together. We're doing it right now. There's hotels, there's events, there's food. It's a new line item. How do you really convince your CFO that that's a strategic need?
It's really interesting because I would say probably a year ago, it required more convincing of our CEO that it was a strategic need. What we're starting to see 2.5 years into this pandemic and people being much more distributed and being more remote is this disconnected feeling that individuals are getting. So they are actually clamoring to spend more time together. So it wasn't really that difficult. That said, if you are going to be spending all that time, all that money, you're going to bring all these people together. You want to make sure that you're getting the most out of it. And intention is the biggest thing that we're keeping in mind. Try to understand really what is it that you're trying to get and really build an event based on that. You need to orchestrate it, right? You can't just leave it up to chance. I think in the past we used to have these offsites, we would get a bar, we would just hope for the best, and the extroverts would be in a corner making jokes, and then you have the introverts in a corner just feeling lonely, right? So how do you think about creating an environment where everybody's feeling welcome,
right,
where people are actually connecting at a human level, and they're building that social capital so that when you go back to the office and people are a lot more distributed, there is that trust, which is fundamental to all of this distributed work that we're doing.
Well, and what is an example? What's something that you might be planning to implement that you're ensuring that people feel connected to each other and not just, being remote weirdos who are very used to staying at home alone in their pajamas, you know what I mean? So
yeah, there's these little exercises that we actually have tried with smaller groups, but they have been super powerful. And some of you might have heard of some of these, but one of them that I love is this lifeline. And you just kind of go with a group of people, you go through your life and you talk about 4 or 5 events in your life that were very impactful for you as a person and that have made you who you are. And it is really incredible what comes out, and people just get to know each other as human beings, and then you're kind of like, oh, now I understand why you respond the way in which you respond. And it creates this just familiar environment. And we do a ton of little exercises like this. If the team knows each other a little bit better, sometimes we do this feedback session where we go around the room and we give positive feedback, and then we go around and we give constructive feedback. It is incredible how open people are to giving good feedback and also to receiving it. And all of this just builds that trust and that vulnerability. And of course, you just want to have a little fun, right? So maybe you cook a meal together or
cook a meal together. That's actually
yeah,
really fun.
it's really great.
Pizza
to cook
party,
meals
yeah.
together.
I like that. So Allison, you've done a lot of remote work in your life. You know, you were doing kind of remote hybrid stuff at Uber as well, I believe you talked about. How do you think that those kinds of meetups and the way that you can connect in real life, how do they translate to when you're back behind, you know, the virtual screen?
Yeah, great question. I think if people are just starting to work together when they're fully remote, work can be very transactional when you're just in front of a computer and having meetings, and I think it can totally change the game when people spend even a small bit of time together. So I think it's really important to plan what these interactions are going to be, and the more that you can communicate to people also in advance what they can expect, because if people are fully remote, you'll get a lot of requests from staff to do these types of meetups, because I think it's something people really crave and are coming back to, and I think it speaks to the success of this conference this year and how many people are coming to see people in person when we've had 3 years of almost all remote work.
Yeah. Now, there are, you know, when you talk about you know, no one's ever met each other. A lot of startups started up during the pandemic. No one's met each other. So aside from meeting up in person, right, we still have to make this work while we're all remote, different parts of the country, of the world. What's a good example of a company culture, like ways that you can develop a company culture remotely? Adriana, you talked a little bit about this.
Yeah, I think part of it is in the past, culture almost happened through osmosis, right? You would have onboarding classes that would be sitting next to people that have been there for a while and then just kind of absorb it from the environment. You maybe were being a little bit more deliberate with if you were opening offices in other locations, right? Where you would actually send a team from the headquarters to open up another office just so they could seed that. That is no longer the norm. So going back to this intention, right, is how do you build moments where the culture is exemplified from the moment that you hire the person through every single moment up to offboarding, right? So during the interview phase, how do you understand what your values are, and you're hiring for people that can add to those values, but also identify with them. When you're promoting people, when you're talking about how you made decisions, when you're talking about how you are rewarding individuals. So during our all hands, we do an awards for people who have exemplified our values, and we tell stories, because it is really all about the behaviors that people exemplify, and those stories really help with keeping traditions. Rituals are also really, really important, right? How do you start every meeting or every all hands? These kinds of things are just the ones that bring it alive, the culture.
Yeah. Now, one thing that I often find myself getting concerned about, you know, one of the things about company culture is diversity, equity, inclusion, right? And as a woman, I know what it's like to be talked over in a Zoom meeting, in a meeting when I'm in the room, right? So then when you're completely remote and everyone's on Zoom, it's a lot easier to talk over people. The loudest voices will be heard. And it's also a lot easier to check out. I guess, Deidre, I'm wondering if there's any way that you can kind of ensure that that doesn't happen, and if there's any metrics for making sure that everyone's feeling included and their voices are being heard.
Yep. Awesome question. The best thing you can do about it is have a diverse workforce. Right? That's the first job, and it's the hardest job for sure, right? We have and have from the first 5 people had a super diverse and atypical environment for a tech company in particular. And so the people you see on the Zoom, it's very likely that 60% of them are women. Very likely. And it creates a different environment, period. Like the talk over thing when it happens, is so rare that it's all like, whoa, did you see that? That was like a talk over. Oh, we don't do that.
Yeah.
Right? And so the norm has shifted, and I think that's powerful, but you have to be intentional, to borrow your word again. When I think about inclusion, though, I think there's 2 things that can make a difference when teams are meeting. And one of those, to me, is actually being clear about what we mean by inclusion. Like, we mean inclusion in the dialogue, we mean ideas are included.
Right.
We mean opportunities to excel are equitably distributed. And we mean opportunities to make an impact are equally distributed. And it's, I think, not enough to say, how do we make sure everybody's ideas get heard? And one way to do that, of course, is use a whiteboard idea where the ideas are first and the conversation follows, right? Like a great meeting right now can start with silence, where our ideas come out first and then we start talking about them, versus the loudest ideas come out and the rest don't, right? That's one way. But I think beyond that is, actually, when you look at, for example, Teams OKRs, who owns the KRs?
Right.
Does Bob own them all?
Yeah. The key
And
results.
the 5 women on the team own none?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not our meeting. That's the way we're managing, right?
So you're actually taking these, like so you actually are saying, like, these are OKRs, objectives, key results. These are, yeah, you're seeing how many come out of each staff, not necessarily to, police them. Are you working hard enough? But
It's a data point.
Are you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a data point. So if 80% of the KRs across the company are owned by guys and 20% are owned by women, then it's like you got to ask, do we have 80-20 mix of people? And if we have a 50-50 mix of people, then there's another conversation to be had. And the data is not to go indict anyone. The data is to inform what your culture really is, regardless of what you say it is. And I think all measurement data is actually just signal like, oh, this is interesting information. Should I change what I do next based on this information, right? And I think that inclusion in opportunity, inclusion in impact is where our heads should be at when we talk about diversity and inclusion, not just, okay, they can come to the company. Well, come to the company to be a spectator is not inclusion. And getting locked out of opportunities to excel and grow and impact and rise up in your career, that's not inclusion.
Right. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time we can just kind of, a lot of people have said during the pandemic they're so much more productive working from home because no one's bothering them, whatever. People come, they do their work, right? But then that often can lead to, I'm just doing the job, right? Instead of I'm feeling safe enough to be creative and innovative and test the boundaries. You've worked with a lot of different companies. Are you finding that remote teams are finding it difficult to grow in that way, just because they don't have that human element, a human connection?
In regards to coaching and mentorship, I know we talked about this a little bit on the call, but I think an interesting data point too is what age people are at in their careers. I think in the first, 10 or 15 years of my career, it was all in person, and I have really close relationships with those people years later because we spent so much time together. And I think it's easy to forget the type of learning and osmosis you get from those people just by spending so much time with them, of like people of all levels, and it's really intense work, but you learn a lot through that period. So I think we're going to have to reinvent how we do a lot of the coaching and mentorship, and making sure that especially people right out of college or younger employees really get the types of opportunities that they need to continue to excel. And yeah, a lot of it is through what Deirdre was talking about making sure people own different things and they're able to step up. And part of it too is figuring out how we rethink some of these models in this remote environment where you, as a junior employee, you may not just be able to sit next to a more senior person and just learn a lot by observing how they're working. But with that, I think we're seeing right now that remote work is giving all sorts of new opportunities for people that they didn't have before. I had a baby last year in the middle of the pandemic, and I know a lot of other people did too. And I think the data is starting to come out that there was a massive baby boom, and I think I sort of predicted that because all my friends were having babies at the same time. But I think remote work has given people a lot of more time and space to think about things like having families that maybe they previously would have put off longer with commutes every day.
Absolutely. We talked about this actually on the call about how, the world's made for men. There's, public transit's made for, men going to the office, and offices are built around that kind of schedule, and they don't really think about the family life. And but with that, with different time zones, we have asynchronous work realities, but also the fact that we work remotely, people are expecting more work-life balance. They're like, I'll get my work done, but I have to take my kid to school, or I have to do this. So yeah, I guess tech probably helps a lot with managing this. Would you say that, Deirdre?
Absolutely, right? If we don't need to meet to figure out where we're going and where we are now, what that means is I can move forward in my moment and you can move forward in your moment. if we don't have systems that provide us with transparency on direction, action, and progress, then we're going to have a Zoom call to confirm the direction again and see where we are on progress and then decide what actions to take. And which means, right, not only we're going to consume an hour when if we could move forward asynchronously, it would take us all like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
But no, we're going to take an hour instead.
Yeah.
And we all have to be there at the same time in presence. And I think the horrible byproduct of that right now is all of our capacity is 100% dominated by our calendar right now. It's Zoom after Zoom after Zoom after Zoom all day long, every single day. There's nothing meaningful or powerful in that. And it's forcing this, the only way to make one step forward is to call a meeting.
Right. But then it's too many meetings, and then you're just constantly setting
and there are
priorities.
No steps
when are you
forward.
working?
Exactly. There's only readouts. There's no steps forward, right?
Right.
And I think asynchronous is actually about liberating our time and giving us control back over the one thing we have to give at work, which is time.
Right.
Like, and let us allocate that in the most powerful ways and at our own pace and in our own hours, right? Like, I want to do it at 5 a.m. actually, right? I'm going to make a ton of progress at 5 a.m. where it's super quiet, and if I just had the data to understand where we are on these two things, I can make a call, right? But nope, I got to wait till 10 because that's when we can all meet. I think that's sort of a hijacking of our autonomy, and more importantly, it's a hijacking of our impact, right? Our calendar controls what we can impact, as opposed to we make decision control over what we can impact.
Yeah, I feel like it could be a blessing and a curse having all of the these tools with data and everything, so you can see where your team's been and how you can jump in at the time that you come online or whatever. Adriana, Mural has a lot of, we were talking about this visual, digital whiteboard situation. I imagine, this is just occurring to me, but I imagine that you would have to encourage your staff to really be good about like keeping a diary, right? Like everything they do, they kind of have to update. I don't know if that's, has that been a challenge that you've come across at all?
We don't necessarily keep a diary in terms of everything that they do, they need to update. And you're hearing a little bit of that, right? I think there was an article that came out a couple weeks ago around this like obsession with productivity where workers feel like they're being more productive, but managers feel like they're not being as productive. So there's a disconnect there happening somewhere. And really is that I think managers were taught in all these like years where they were going into the office to manage by just walking around and seeing what people were doing, but you really need to manage by output or about outcome now.
Yeah.
So I think we're trying to replicate what we saw in the office is like, are you responding to Slack right away? Are you, people are putting things on their computer so they can see if you're actually like scrolling? Is that, nobody wants that, right? The name of the game nowadays is really flexibility. And if you set clear goals, clear direction, you have time to kind of check and make sure that things are going well. Ultimately, what matters is the output and the outcome. And with younger people, you want to check a little bit more often, but you don't want to be micromanaging how they're doing their work, because autonomy really is the thing that is making people be very excited about the work that they're doing. So it's really just, what I love about the pandemic, there were so many bad things about it, but one of the things is just called into question all of these management practices that we had that were outdated, and now they're making you rethink what is the thing that actually motivates people? How do I keep people aligned? How do I keep them inspired? And they're very different from what we thought they were.
Just want to remind the audience that in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to start taking audience questions. So I think there's like a QR code somewhere around here that you can scan and or maybe on your back, I don't know. But there's a QR code. You can scan it and you can ask some questions and I will try to get to them. Now, wondering how this affects, in terms of hiring, in terms of being competitive. I'm curious who has the power. Is it the companies or is it the workers? Because there's these same pay everywhere schemes that are happening. So I'm wondering, do companies need to do those to remain competitive, or can they get away with paying people less money if they live in a small town?
We haven't said if you live in this zip code, you make less than if you live in that zip code. And part because who knows which zip code anybody lives in right now. Last month they lived in this one and now they're in that one, right? Just sort of, if everybody is remote, it also means everybody is mobile and free to move what suits them, right? So We have people who had kids this year and like, wow, it became super helpful for them to move closer to one of the partner's parents. And they moved there for the year, but actually now they want to go back over here, right? Like this sort of idea that people are stationary, that's out the window, right?
Right.
Then if they're not stationary, how exactly are we going to effectively manage, and how will we ever rationalize a plan that says, no, because you're moving, you get paid this much. Because you're stationary and you're here, you get paid this much, right?
Right.
Just, especially if you're a small company, I think the adjudicating it, making it fair, explaining it, actually managing and administrating it, I think are way more pain, way more squeeze than any juice you're going to get out of that. And the downside of doing it poorly is huge.
I think where it becomes interesting too is when you have a global workforce and you start seeing too, it's just you have the United States, you have England, Switzerland, places that are traditionally more expensive costs of living, and then you might have other countries that are traditionally lower costs of living. And now we're starting to see American companies, for example, hiring people in cheaper labor locations at the same salaries as American salaries. And it's creating this interesting disruption right now where the local companies can't keep up with the American companies. So it's just, I feel like right now we're just going through all of these experimentations where we're just gonna figure out where things land. But it is a difficult decision for companies to decide what they're gonna do and whether they're going to pay by location or just pay equally, because I can see both sides of the equation for sure.
Yeah, yeah. And Allison, we talked about the downsides and the upsides of, you know, paying, or not necessarily paying people who live abroad, but you know, we all have this dream of being the digital nomad and going to Bali and working from there, and it's great until you realize that the time zone is horrible, right? So, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think COVID was so interesting that there were all these big problems like pay in different countries and locations that became one of the biggest topics. Another is thinking about hiring people globally in a way that we'd never had opportunity to before. And there's these amazing companies now that enable you to hire people in all these different places, and it's really great. But I think one thing not to underestimate is the complexity of adding each additional layer, whether it's another state or another country, because if you're hiring one person in a country, that may seem okay, but over time that person may feel like they don't have the same access to things as people in other countries, or there can also be tax implications for both the individuals and the companies, and it can be complicated to administer as well from an operational perspective, even if you're working with different companies that do support it. I think the HR admin side shouldn't be underestimated as you're thinking through. Another is time zones. So it may be okay. I think time zones may be even more important than the particular country or location, because it's much more difficult to work with teams that are on the other side of the world if you only have maybe 1 or 2 hours of overlapping, because there's only a very tight window that you can engage. And while the goal is to minimize meetings, they still happen, and the employees in another country may feel not included if they're not able to make the all hands, or it's at a weird time for them. So I think be very intentional about time zones and how you're even setting up your org structure so that people feel like they can work with people in similar time zones and things like that.
Yeah, what companies do you think could, you know, get away with this kind of, be completely remote everywhere? Like do you have to be a certain size, a certain caliber? Like is it, you know, the Spotifys and the Airbnbs and the Shopifys that can get away with it, or can smaller, you know, earlier stage startups also try for it?
Yeah, I think there's examples now of companies of all different sizes that have done it. I think, to me, it seems like the default now is you start virtual, and then if there's need over time, maybe add office space, or they'll start working in a WeWork and then get a conference room, and then if they outgrow that, they may add office space, as opposed to the default, I think, before was even if you have a couple people, you may get an office in person and work there 5 days a week, and now it may be, we'll work together 2 days a week. I think what's interesting is to look now at the companies that started virtual when it wasn't really the popular or cool thing to do. Like GitLab is famous for this, and they went public. So I think they're one of the first big public companies that had this as a model. I think WordPress was another one, Automatic, that have been incredibly successful. But you can look back and see they were very intentional about how they did it from the beginning. At GitLab, everything is written down in their public handbook that everyone can read, and they sort of had to build the DNA of the company differently from the beginning.
Yeah.
I think you have to do it by design, right? Don't let it happen to you. Decide which the model is, and then build for the model, right? As opposed to make a choice that's based on who you hired this week and they want to be remote, so okay, that's that. And then next thing you know, we were a whole big remote team. It's like, no, if we're going to be remote, these things need to be true. These things need to be in place. We have to be more mindful about these things. We don't have to worry about those things, right? Just do it by design.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, one thing that we had just actually talked about backstage was how difficult, this is a little gear switch, but how difficult it is to be immersive, to do immersive learning when you're in a Zoom call. It just doesn't, it's harder to probably onboard, it's harder to, sometimes you just need to like sit in a room and do the thing and learn from each other. Otherwise you can be, you know, separated in your own little hovels. But so what, what are you finding there?
Biggest learning for us over the last 3 years was that it's very difficult to really build expertise in a domain or a subject through Zoom learnings. And of course, Zoom learnings are by drip because who could take more than an hour of it at a time, right? But the way we did enablement for sales team or for on-ramping engineers or for our services team or success team before the pandemic was we do immersion like 3 days deep. It'd be, here's some domain expertise, some concepts, and then now go out in groups of 3 and practice it, like try it on, chew it around, right? And so people would step out, go into small groups, go outside, do their thing, like practice and iterate with each other. And 2 things happened out of that, right? The practice and iteration were real instead of fake, so they actually got better, right? And then of course they built some social fabric between them and trust and right that they could use later. But we tried to recreate that especially in 2020 and 2021 in Zoom. It's abject failure. And so we decided like enough of that. We're actually going to bring everybody together. We're going to bring the whole company together. First one we called Homecoming was awesome. Like, wow, everybody's cup filled up. Like, oh, people, they're so good. And just the enablement that went around that. It's like you're learning stuff together during the day, you're trying stuff, you're like pushing what you understand, you're like building how much more you know, and then do the celebration, the parties, and play at night. It's literally the difference between taking the elevator to the 48th floor or taking the stairs to the 48th floor. Like, you just get there so much faster. And after one of those, we said, okay, that's the new formula. Like, don't care whether CFO don't like that. That's got to be in the budget. And we can't afford not to bring people together. And right now, that's all we use our office space for is enablement. So my CS team and services team right now are in our office in Redwood City. They've been there a couple of days. They're doing this whole immersion thing. And we're advancing the playbook, and this is how we advance the playbook. We bring everybody together to do immersion learning, right?
Right. Well, you know, speaking of immersion, so Meta, I almost said Facebook. Meta is coming out next week, I think, with the new Quest Pro VR headset. And one of the things they're advertising it for is for virtual offices, and they say that the avatars will have like more realistic facial expressions. So, thoughts?
That is not what we need right now.
We've tested out some of these, and maybe it's because the technology is not quite there, but we tested some of our offsites in a virtual world where we had a place that one had a stage for dancing, one had a stage for just conversation. It was kind of cool because you would move your avatar, and the closer you would get to other people's avatars, you could hear their voices louder and you could join conversations. But I think what happened is that it's not real. Right? And there is something about that experience that's just much more 3D, and that's what I mean. It's like maybe the technology is not quite there yet. I would get bored after about 5 or 10 minutes, and I started seeing the drop off as well from people. So who knows, right? I don't know where things are going to go. I don't want to poo-poo it because who knows where things will go. But I don't think we're quite there yet. That said, kind of going back to this, having people learning, yes, I don't have to convince my CFO so much to get people together, but you don't always have the luxury to do it, especially today, right, where the markets are kind of crazy. One of the things that we have found at Mural that's really helpful is we call it the thoughtful host. So it's really having a facilitator, somebody who is a professional facilitator, have these meetings and architect them and run them. It just makes a whole world of a difference because you have somebody there whose job is really to make sure that you're feeling included, that you're feeling like you don't want to check your email, you don't want to check that Slack because you're just having so much fun and you're getting so engaged. So that's one thing that I do recommend out of companies, right? It's just like if you can't manage to be in person and you actually need to get somebody's attention, it's that facilitator, that thoughtful host in something that's designed and architected can go a really, really long way.
Is that a job now? Are people doing this? Is that like a
Oh my gosh,
contractor
yes, incredibly so.
It's like the new wedding planners.
You know, a
Amazing.
super easy hack to make an in-person enablement in a meeting, like change it up, is no classroom seating. Like none. No rows of tables with chairs, like couches, coffee tables in front of it, like dining tables, like to mix the whole physical thing up.
Yeah.
Right?
And casual.
Like where there's like how we're sitting, but for a lot more people. And it changes the whole gig entirely. Like the classroom thing is like, okay. And then the couch thing is like, okay. I'm receptive. It's
Yeah,
just
you can
a
be more
different
yourself
vibe.
in that world.
It's not stuffy, right? It's not, the room is unstructured and the flow is just a little bit, but it's such an easy hack. And as soon as we did the hack the first time, like there will be no more classroom seating. It's nothing compared to the informality of like gathering as a group as opposed to the structured, and now thou shalt learn.
Now, I want to get to some of these audience questions. Allison, maybe you can hit the first one. What do you think about quiet quitting?
Super interesting. And I think we're in a new age where it's easier to hire people from everywhere, but it's also easier for them to switch jobs if they don't like it. So I think it's a new reality, and that's where we talked a lot about onboarding and figuring out the employee experience. But I think that's where companies just need to be really intentional about how they're engaging with employees all the way through and making sure it's this relationship that builds over time, and both the company and the employer are getting really fully out of it, so they're not incentivized as much to look at other opportunities, because I think it's something that, there's rumors of people working multiple jobs and things like that. I think it does open up all sorts of different possibilities that didn't exist before, but I think it's a new age where there's just different demands on both sides.
Yeah, I'm actually hearing that a lot of workers are starting up their new companies on the side because they have all this extra time, the 2 hours that you would have spent commuting. Okay, this one's for Deidre. How do you think about strategy decay and helping managers feel empowered, be expert translators of the strategy, and manage in a remote world?
Managers in the middle are not expert translators. They're terrible translators, and your engagement surveys tell you that already, right? I think it's important to have formality in the cadence of your business, right? We set long-range strategy in these intervals. We revisit it on these intervals. Your board meeting is probably part of that cadence or that cycle. And when we agree on what the long range is, we then define, okay, what part of the strategy we want to execute in the next quarter, and then use the same framework for every manager across the org, for them and their teams to agree on, okay, what's their contribution, what impact are they going to make in this quarter? One framework for articulating that, for defining it, aligning it, and measuring it. As opposed to what I think lots of us do or did in the past is, okay, each manager will figure that out. They will not.
Yeah.
Right? They will not. There's nobody here who thinks every manager we have is so ridiculously good. Such clear thinkers. They just really understand our strategy and where they're going to go. They don't. Probably you promoted them. They were individual contributors. Their first management job is at your company. Right. And then their first director job is at your company. Again, if you're not actually giving them a framework to help their team articulate the impact and the outcomes they're going to drive this quarter and how those contribute to the company, they're not using a framework. They're like probably not even that clear. Like, well, let's do stuff. Let's do a lot of activity. without the translation of that actually drives the company forward in these ways, right?
Yeah.
So provide the structure, provide the framework, expect everyone to use that. In the same way you expect them to live your values, expect them to use a common framework for how we align on the strategy we're driving and the impact we want to have.
Who would you entrust that building that framework to? This is top down, I assume, obviously, but like who often, what you hear from startups is a lot of the CEOs or the founders. A lot of founders end up being CEOs, and they're not really management people. They're just brainy geniuses who have a great idea.
Yeah.
So who do you?
And there's a bunch of ways, I think, to go about it, and whatever framework you come up with, revisit that framework every year too, because it probably needs to evolve. And the idea is to have one framework, not 9 or 19 or 90, but think of it as evolving as your company changes size and scale, right? I think lots of teams talk about OKRs. It is a framework for this purpose, and there are a ton of, literally you can go get certified to be an OKR coach, so you're a pro in the framework, right? And actually bring that back into your company, like, oh, here's how we should structure it. This is what works. I learned from 10 peer companies, and this framework will work here. Doesn't matter so much what the framework is. It matters actually a bit more that it's the same one across the company. If you have 9 frameworks for mapping strategy, you actually have none.
Yeah, I think the frameworks is key. Mural is a digital whiteboard, but actually we decided to be more than that because we found that in meetings you could just give people a tool, and if people don't have the same framework or the same way of doing things, it just doesn't go anywhere. So earlier in the year, we acquired a company called Luma that's all about these frameworks. And we have noticed too that both internally as well as with our customers, once they take on the same language and they say, okay, if we're gonna sit down and we're gonna do ideation, this is the methodology that we're gonna use. We're gonna sit down and we're gonna do prioritization. This is the methodology we're gonna use. Cluster mapping, all these kind of different things. Not only does it give you the same language, but it just makes it a lot easier and everybody's on the same page. So it is so important. I completely agree with you. Yeah, it's a completely accelerator. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A bit of a gear switch. Do you offer alternative options for introverts or generally people that don't like large gatherings and typically are not willing to come to meetings?
I think the gathering doesn't actually, we did the full company thing, and we try to do that every year. And then obviously then there's the quiet people. And what we switched to our current thinking is the more effective thing is you bring 1 or 2 teams together where the relevance of the information is super high for everybody.
Right.
And the stakes for being there are super high for every participant. And they're also super common. So the people they're coming together with, 100% of the people they're coming together with are people they're already indexed with, as opposed to 20% of the people in the gathering are who they index with, and then the other 80 are like, I don't know who that is, I've never seen that guy, I don't know what he does here, right? Or like, I feel super left out because that's clearly where the cool kids are and I'm over here, right? So actually reducing the footprint of who's in the gathering, and it can be all eng or all engine product, or as I mentioned, their services and success team are together because their index is pretty high, but their trust was not. So everybody was a big stakeholder in being present there, as opposed to like neutral. It's gonna be an all hands, but I can watch that on Zoom. It doesn't matter if I go or don't go, right?
Right.
So instead of the all company thing, we found that the smaller and super relevant groupings were an easier path for people to rely on relationships and context they already had, which was a different level of comfort in the setting or in the session. Right?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Well, I really wish I could get through a lot of these questions, but unfortunately we are out of time. Thank you all for joining. This has been really interesting, and I hope enlightening for others. And thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. It's true. Everyone saves time when you share your Calendly link. But you can get way more out of Calendly. Get more time back by automating reminders, follow-ups, make more valuable connections by screening website visitors. Distribute more meetings evenly among your available team members. Get more out of the tools you already use. deliver more consistent customer experiences, focus more on the meetings and less on the email ping pong. Lock down your tech stack with more enterprise-grade security features. More automation, more time back. More demos, more deals. More meetings, more revenue. More than just a scheduling tool. Over 50,000 of the world's leading organizations save time and make more money.
May I have
with
your
Calendly.
attention? Please welcome Ryan Wyatt, CEO of Polygon Studios.
Hello, everyone. This wouldn't be a TechCrunch Disrupt if we weren't pushing some Web3 and crypto onto everybody, so I'm about to do that. So my name's Ryan Wyatt. I'm the CEO of Polygon Studios. For those that don't know, Polygon Technology is a layer 2 scaling company on top of Ethereum, where we help developers build decentralized apps, which I'll get into here shortly. One topic I wanted to particularly talk about today is really the evolution of digital ownership and kind of how things are changing as more people are spending money on digital items across games, metaverse, whatever, hot topic that you want to talk about, and really how we kind of are seeing these trends happen and changes. So my whole background was actually in video games. So I played competitively in tournaments. I was a commentator. I started very early in the creator economy. I actually was the one that started the gaming vertical at YouTube and spent my last 8 years running the gaming team at YouTube. For those that don't know, gaming is the second biggest vertical on YouTube. Hundreds of millions of people are watching games every single day. It's generating billions of dollars. And I decided to make a jump over to Polygon because one particular interest of mine was, look, I spent a lot of money on cosmetics and skins and games, and it's a very one-way relationship with game developers for the most part. You're purchasing some kind of cosmetic item, it's really a license, and that's it, right? You don't get anything kind of out of it. There's not much you can do with it outside using it as a cosmetic. And I had this idea that I really started to think that as people spend more money on digital items and digital cosmetics, they're going to have very similar expectations of ownership as you would for any kind of physical good today, where it's mine, I should be able to sell it, I should be able to give it away, I should be able to rent it, I should be able to do all of these things. And so it ultimately led me to this company called Polygon. And so what Polygon is a company that's based in India. It was founded by three Indian founders. And really, when you think about Ethereum, this is where kind of everybody is gravitating towards in blockchain space, right, for the most part. It's predominantly where all the users are, where all the developers are. But one big problem with Ethereum is it's very costly on a transaction per second base. And so what Polygon decided to do was say, okay, one thing that we can do is help actually people build these apps on top of Ethereum, but do it in a way that's one, has no meaningful carbon footprint, actually carbon neutral, and two, really get low transaction costs. And so that's really where Polygon really came to play and what happened. And a lot of people believed in this idea. So this past year we raised $500 million from a variety of different partners. It was led by Sequoia. We announced this in February. And this has allowed us to really start to accelerate the space. So one, we've been able to scale our team out to about 500 people globally, split between both our business and engineering efforts. But it's also allowed us to start a $100 million, what we call ecosystem fund. And inside of that fund, we've been able to invest in all of these really exciting Web3 native projects, you will, with probably the biggest category coming out of that group and cohort being games. And so it's been really funny to kind of see how this is growing. These games, if you know right now, have been very rudimentary. They've been like financialization first. NFTs have had this like really bad rap. Most of it's very justifiable, to be honest with you. I think we take this long-term perspective of where this space is going and have largely stayed away from some of these, let's call them V1 of Web3, PFP NFT projects, games that definitely have kind of like Ponzi-nomics of what we will call from it. And it's just not been an area we've been that interested in. We actually see much more of a vision of where things are going into the future. And so it's been fun to be able to have some autonomy to invest in projects that align more with Polygon's ethos. And the great thing about it is even though we're going through crazy macro market conditions in the space, crypto has been hit hard, the overall economy has been hit hard, we continue to see VC dollars being deployed at a high rate and actually surpassing already what was happened in 21. Which gives us a lot of encouragement for a variety of ways. One, we're very confident that Web3 is here to stay. that the crypto space in large is here to stay. Two, it's been great to see all these incredible founders who are starting to think about this space, think about kind of the technical limitations in which they operate in a Web 2 world, and what kind of creativity they can unlock in a world where they're building an app on blockchain. And so we continue to see great projects coming up. And I look at the enthusiasm of what we'll have over the next 12, 18 months will not be this V1 rudimentary kind of development that we've seen and I've been talking about. You're going to start to see actual more use cases that make sense, that actually, I would say, really appeal more to the crypto naive than the crypto native, in the sense that people really don't need to spend too much time thinking about the actual infrastructure that things operate on. If you think about playing Call of Duty as a game, you're not really worried if it's on AWS or Google Cloud. And so we would like to see some of this stuff happen more passively, and really what you're talking about is great product features that are being unlocked for users. And so what exactly is a blockchain app, if you will? It's what we call decentralized apps, which give a really unique opportunity for users to be participants in a way they haven't before. And so when you look at kind of like, let's take a game, for example, kind of going back to Call of Duty, which was where my roots are. Call of Duty, if you think about how it operates now, is you're going in, you say play Warzone, right? You buy an item, that's it. There's no other way to really participate inside of Activision's ecosystem. But if you actually launch a game from the beginning where there's a token involved, where people actually have something to do with the overall market cap. So imagine in that Activision instance, you buy a share, that share gives you governance over game design decisions. That share can actually be something that accrues value over time with the game's success. That share can actually allow you to purchase and buy skins. It really starts to unlock these kind of different economies and user interactions that weren't there before. And so we're starting to see this across major categories, games being the biggest, but now you're seeing loyalty and rewards, creator economy, and some of these other ones come into play. And we had a great year, to be honest with you, even amidst some of the challenges that we're facing in the space. We now have over 53,000 decentralized apps that are built on top of Polygon. We've announced partnerships with a variety of both Web3 native brands as well as Web2. So whether it's the NFL or DraftKings, Meta, Adidas, Coinbase, Dolce & Gabbana, we've really tried to touch all these different categories as they think about their entry into the digital world, or as we kind of call the metaverse. So going back to kind of this thought process of, okay, why Web3, why blockchain, why all of this enthusiasm? Well, we saw $100 billion spent on digital goods alone in the US in 2021, right? So we are starting to see that users are spending far more money in this, and there's really no change of this pattern, right? More and more people are spending more and more time in digital worlds. They're spending more time and money on digital items, but yet nothing has changed as far as the profile of those. It is still a license, it's still one way, there's no real autonomy in the ownership, and so we think that people are going to start to have more of a voice, more rights, and want more genuine ownership in the space. This is kind of our long-term thesis over the next 5 years as people continue to spend more. And like I said, I think this will be a trend that continues to grow. So one thing that's been really problematic that we've had to focus on the last 12 months is user friction. It's just really, really hard to navigate if you're not like crypto native to navigate this landscape. Setting up a wallet's really hard. Actually bridging assets and how you kind of transfer digital goods when you do purchase and own them has all been very cumbersome and very difficult. So we've made sure that we try to partner with a variety of different folks to make this experience much easier. So we recently announced partnerships this year with both Robinhood and Coinbase. These are at least 2 ways that users can very easily interact, purchase Matic, allow that to be a token that participates in our broader ecosystem, and just make that onboarding more seamless. We think kind of the wallets that exist today, MetaMask as an example, is just too cumbersome, too difficult to use. And so we've been putting a lot of our money and resources and energy, and again, thinking about how we can have those crypto naive experiences, again, if you will, where people are just easily coming into a flow that they know today. It's like, I'm setting up a username, I'm setting up a password, I'm using a credit card to transact, and that's that. And so a variety of different partners, as well as the VC money that's been going towards really brilliant founders, have been breaking these barriers at very quick speeds. In fact, much quicker than we would have anticipated. And so now we're trying to make sure that we really line up great apps that are on Polygon to bring them into the ecosystem. So I think a lot of folks have spent time talking about the challenges in Web3, and they're all really valid concerns. So one of them you hear is about energy consumption and how bad it is for the environment, which is true, but depends on which chain you're talking about. And so we've spent a lot of time thinking about how to crack this nut, and one thing that we've done is both with Ethereum switching the way their consensus mechanism and both Polygon, we've actually achieved the ability to be carbon neutral. And we've worked with both ClimateDAO, which is a Web3 DAO, as well as PwC, to ensure that we stay compliant and on top of being carbon neutral. This is very different than something like Bitcoin, for example, which is very energy intensive. And it's kind of left, rightfully so, a bad taste in a lot of gamers' mouth. Because gamers remember when Bitcoin miners were buying all of the GPUs in the space, could not get their hands on one, or had to buy them aftermarket for 150% markup. And so I think this has been part of what has made the gaming audience really backlash against kind of the category at large. So we're hopeful that we can do some myth busting and educate and evangelize on some of the nuances in between some of these different chains and networks. Another big issue has been scams, right? If you look at the space, much like the early days of internet, the first movers really did take advantage of a lot of people in a bad way. And a lot of people entered the space with excitement and curiosity and really genuine enthusiasm to be participants, but they ended up leaving with a sour taste in their mouth, because really what came out first were these overinflated kind of PFP NFT projects that didn't really mean anything, that people were just flipping for money, trying to establish some idea around utility and all of these things. And then when gamers looked at that, like, oh, somebody just bought a monkey for $500,000, JPEG, then they also looked, okay, show me games that make sense that I might be interested in. And when you looked at the game landscape, again, rudimentary games, some games that were fully built, whether with malice or not, to be Ponzi schemes, also leaving a bad taste in their mouth. And so this has caused a huge pullback in the space, but one that I have found to be incredibly healthy. I think we will come back with real genuine use cases that get people excited, and will be more thoughtful in kind of the user journey and how we kind of protect those in the community. And so there's a couple different major verticals that we've been really focused on at Polygon. So one is around the creator economy, the other is around gaming, another is around loyalty and rewards, and the other is around, let's say, metaverse very broadly. These are ones where we actually feel there are real concrete use cases that justify building on the blockchain. I think there's a bunch of very ambiguous ideas that could be very fine ideas that would work within the current constructs of tech today. And so we're really trying to tease out things that are so very unique that can only be built on chain and that actually unlock unique experiences. So the first one's creator economy. So we recently announced a partnership with Meta on the display side. So right now on Instagram, you can display your NFTs, and this is great. It's a good first start. This isn't going to revolutionize the space, but we believe we can start going deeper with partnerships, particularly on that side, because with my background in creator economy, I think when you think about memberships and paid digital goods, or somebody buying a super chat, or a Twitch shout out, this is also very one way with both the creator and user. So we actually think that creators are going to be able to use NFTs in very different ways to allow for more engaging activations of their community, and actually provide their community and users with more value in how they participate with that creator. There's a lot of exciting things that we'll be able to share over the coming months around this with other partners that are really at the forefront of the creator economy. The second one is pretty interesting for us as the music industry. So I think many people have tried to disrupt the music industry. Hasn't been that successful in doing so. And I'm not sure that necessarily Web3 music is going to upend or revolutionize the music industry. If you look at kind of the history of it, it's been well defended in its very archaic practices and how it works with artists and monetization. The interesting thing, though, is I think it gives musicians another vehicle, again, to one, monetize, as well as how they engage with their hardcore community. So we did something with Chainsmokers, where Chainsmokers released an NFT project via Royal. Royal is a company backed by A16 that is built on Polygon that allowed users to actually participate in the revenue of their latest release. So just a lot of different ideas that are coming up that are very unique to the space, which have been fun. The next, which is near and dear to my heart, is gaming. So I actually think from the gaming category, it's not going to be a Web 2 game developer that we see today. They're not really incentivized to change the model that they have today. You know, it works really well that they just pump out digital skins left and right and a free-to-play economy and then people paying for these cosmetics, and that they give a license to it and that they kind of have full control over it. They make a ton of money doing that. There is really no reason for them to think too differently than the way that it has been, and I think that's a fair point. So a lot of the fun projects that we're investing in and starting to see built on Polygon are coming from folks that come from those major studios, Riot Games, Activision, Blizzard, and now they actually have a surplus of capital to access. If you think about the history of the gaming industry, there's never been a unique moment in time where game developers actually have this level of capital to go start and be founders. So for so long, they were beholden to these like publisher models where they had to kind of operate in these contracts of these large major publishers, and whether they had a studio that would get swept up under it, this is usually how it worked. There wasn't a lot of great, gaming investors in the space or capital because it was always too high risk and very difficult to calculate what the actual reward would be from it. With these new models in Web3, with the ability for VC to invest in game developers, have kind of a token model in return, it allows a lot more capital to be coming into the space. And so I think for the first time in probably the last decade, the games that come out over the next 18 and 24 months are going to create a serious inflection point in the games industry and really change gaming experiences that are going to scratch gamers' heads and be like, what do I really want and expect from my current game that I play? So we think this will be a forcing function that a Web3 native game will push gamers into saying, I want more from Call of Duty. I expect more from Activision. I think I should own these skins. I think I should be able to trade them. I think I should be able to sell them. And then there'll be a conundrum of, do you build this in a Web 2 centralized database way? Or are the expectations of these free economies and free marketplaces where you could take these assets anywhere you want? You could sell them on any marketplace you want. You could bring them and give them to anyone you want. And so we're looking for that kind of level of freedom and autonomy. And it's not just from a technical perspective. Like, we really believe that it's the ethos and spirit of the tech that needs to embrace it. Because I think what will happen is we'll get somewhere close to, again, Web 2.5, but that will be not sufficient enough for users at large. The other one is loyalty and rewards. So we recently just announced a large partnership with Starbucks. And Starbucks is going to put basically the rewards program on chain. And we're looking at really interesting concepts around loyalty and rewards as new ways, again, much like the creator economy, of how do you start to value users that value you? How do you make them feel that value? And again, not be multi-directional relationships and not one. And so we'll have more to share on the Starbucks relationship, but that was a really big breakthrough because, during kind of all these pullbacks in the market, we were worried, like, are these Web 2 companies really still going to be interested in participating in the tech? And it's been a resounding yes, with more partnerships on the horizon that we're excited to share. And lastly is metaverse, which, I don't know, there's probably many topics of people's different definitions of this, but generally this idea that people are going to spend more time in digital worlds and digital environments, and what comes with that. So we announced earlier in the year that Disney picked us to be a part of their accelerator program. There's only 6 companies that are a part of it. We were the only blockchain company to be a part of it. Disney, with all of their different IP and different ways that they can work in the space, we think this is going to be a really interesting partnership. We will learn a lot from Disney. I think Disney will learn a lot from us, and we'll be excited to share some of the work that accelerator program has kind of continued for us and what the output of that will be in the coming months. And last, we want to continue to have this commitment to being carbon neutral. I think we really got to do away with this idea that crypto and all crypto or all blockchains are bad for the environment. It's not true. It's a misunderstanding of the space. And so we want to continue to just be at the forefront of saying we're going to continue to be a carbon neutral company. We believe in this. We're going to adopt this carbon-friendly ethos across our organization, which is 500 people all working from remote as well. We have no physical office space. And so we want to bring that into not only the way that we operate and carry ourselves, but as well as what the blockchain brings to us as well. And so last, I kind of will leave with some parting thoughts of what to expect from Polygon in the future. One is, without getting too into the weeds on the technical side, we'll have significant upgrades with our zero-knowledge tech that'll allow everything to move faster. So right now, things are very cumbersome. Transactions are still slow. Confirming blocks can still be really slow. That doesn't really work in the games environment. You drop a digital item in-game and you want to equip it in your inventory right away. You can't wait 30 seconds for a block to be confirmed and be like, oh yeah, Ryan actually owns that. So we're doing really cool things around how we actually allow higher TPS, how we confirm blocks quicker. We're doing a lot around solutions for enterprise. It's why all of the large Web 2 companies and banks continue to choose Polygon over any other blockchain to partner with us. We're thinking about ID and how through all of these different things that you're going to be doing, whether it's Starbucks rewards or on Facebook or playing a game, how your ID is carried consistently across the blockchain. And in general, we believe that we will be critical in driving the first billion users into Web3. And so we need to drastically improve the onboarding experiences. So I'm excited to come back in a couple of years and give everyone an update on where we're at. But very much looking forward to the Web3 era and where Polygon will play a role in it. Thank you.
All right, everybody. It is time for lunch, and that means that we are going to be quiet here for about the next hour. We'll be back on this stage at 1:30 with a founder fireside with Josh Fabian from Medify, a kick-ass startup from the Midwest. It's going to be fun. I'll see you guys then. Have a good lunch.
have your attention? Our program will begin in 10 minutes. have your attention? Our program will begin in 5 minutes. May I have your attention? Our program is about to begin.
A faster, cleaner, more connected hub for innovation is here. AT&T and JBG Smith are building the world's first true 5G city at scale. Once completed, National Landing will be hyper-connected with AT&T's 5G woven into the infrastructure of every corner of the city. The city will serve as a powerful magnet to big thinkers and innovators, a North Star for inventors and disruptors around the world who are driving toward a more climate-friendly and frictionless future, full of innovation and imagination. National Landing will deliver world-class placemaking with abundant green housing and transit choices. In fact, National Landing is just the first in many smart cities to come, using connectivity from AT&T to transform where you live, work, and play. Because connecting really does change everything.
The world is rapidly electrifying. And as a result, millions of things we use in business and life are becoming electrified too. And all these devices need motors. ECM PCB Stator Technology is a US-based startup that sits at the forefront of electric motor innovation. ECM's software platform, PrintStator, enables engineers to rapidly design, model, and prototype optimized printed circuit board stator motors. Electric motors with a printed circuit board stator are smaller, more efficient, 70% lighter, and use up to 80% less raw materials. ECM creates perfect-fit PCB stator motors for multiple applications. These include robotics, e-mobility, consumer electronics, and UAVs. This allows you to design an electric motor around your system instead of designing your system around a motor. Join us at PCBstator.com to design your own custom motor with PrintStator.
May I have your attention? Please welcome back TechCrunch Plus Editor-in-Chief, Alex Wilhelm.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from the post-lunch blahs. The good news is we have something that will wake you up. Way back when I was a child, there was a cartoon called Far Side. And there was a joke in one of the Far Side comics about how these parents were watching their child play video games, and they were dreaming of this becoming a lucrative future career for him. And at the time, in the 90s, it was a pipe dream, if you will. As time has gone along, things have definitely changed. Esports is now an enormous industry, and there are companies like Medify that are out there pushing the boundaries of who needs to learn how to play games better and why. So I wanted to get Josh out here to talk all about that. So we brought along Caitlin Holloway from 776, Josh Fabian from Medify, and Samantha from TechCrunch. Enjoy.
Oh, this is so intimate.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah. I love this.
Let's
Y'all
bring 'em up.
just come up here with us. At
Bring
this
them
point,
on
we're just
stage.
having a chat.
Yeah, I was just saying, when in doubt, we should just do like a Smash tournament right here. I would lose, but I would lose gracefully. Because the joy of video games is just playing them, except if you are training with Medify and being a professional esports player and or someone who just wants to get better at video games. I could use some Splatoon training. So let's just start with like, how did you get that idea for a company? It's something when I've told people that I'm moderating this, I'm like, yeah, video game coaching.
Yeah.
And they're like, is that a thing? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, so I actually used one of those startup idea generators.
That's the first key to success.
For me, I was very much just scratching my own itch. The truth is, I've played competitive video games for most of my life. I played Yu-Gi-Oh, competitively from like 10 years old on. And then I was a lead designer at Groupon. And I would spend my bathroom breaks very productively playing a game called Clash Royale. Quickly I started getting better and better and better. Bathroom time started bleeding into train time, and then laying in bed time. And the next thing I knew, I was top 20 in the world, in a game with millions of players. And that was an incredible experience, but I wasn't making money. About $30 a day, streaming daily. Highest amount of viewership for that game in the first year. 3,000 to 4,000, concurrent viewers anytime I was online, but just wasn't making money until somebody asked me to teach them, And the big reason for that was my play style was a little odd, and I answered and I said, I can do it for $100 an hour. which is what I charged for design at the time. I charge more now. But, they accepted. And next thing I knew, every Twitch stream, I was just coaching. And I had made about 40,000 in 6 months, which is terrible coming from tech, but great in gaming.
Coming from the art world, great.
Yeah, right. But that's really where it started, and then it really accelerated with my kids. When I went back to tech, because 40,000 is just not enough for me to live the bougie life I want to live, my kids caught the bug for Pokemon, the trading card game. They don't want to learn from me. I'm their dumb, bald dad. So I reached out to the best player in the world at the time, and he offered to teach them for $20 an hour, which is less than we pay our babysitter. So we accepted, and like I think every entrepreneur, like I had that feeling. That feeling of there's something here, So I started thinking about that guy in the shower, in a platonic way. Just like, what a problem. $20 an hour. I asked him, do you do this for a living? The Pokemon thing. And he said, no, I wish. I make minimum wage working in a warehouse. Best player in the world. And that's really where it started for me, was just that feeling that this is a guy who had the same feeling that I had of, I'm incredible at this thing I do, and I can't get paid doing it. So we jumped. We jumped into the idea because I had that feeling of being able to do it better than anyone else in the world could, that every entrepreneur has. Most of us are wrong. And here we are, and I think at this point we are the biggest in the world. So that's cool. It's been fun.
I agree. It's very cool.
Yeah. And Caitlin, I remember you told me that you had an interesting story about how you met Josh and came to know Medify. What was that?
Well, okay, maybe I set that up a little bit wrong. We did not meet in an interesting way. I take it back. We met in a very conventional way on a Zoom call when he was pitching. However,
horrible.
What was unconventional was, okay, I'm gonna pretend like I'm gonna talk about you like you're not here. So he's obviously a very compelling human, right? Like just even in giving his own intro, and you left out about 30,000 interesting tidbits. Very, very good storyteller. But the thing that made it so unique was we actually knew of Josh before we met him on the Zoom that day because he has chosen to do what they call build in public. And by building in public, it meant that not only we knew what his business was, so great branding, really, really great feedback from people in the general Twitterverse and beyond of saying like, hey, this is a really cool thing, you should check this out. But he also publishes his investor updates out loud for the whole world to see. When things are great, it's lovely. When things are not so great, they still show up and do it. And so it was interesting to go into a pitch meeting where I actually had all of the data, the business data, to be like, okay, there's obviously a significant business here. People seem to like what they are doing, both from the coaching side and the player side. And so we went into this meeting very, very well equipped, and we were able to actually talk about things other than just the business, which for me and for my business partner, Alexis Ohanian, that's actually our preference. And so we felt very, very well equipped coming into the conversation. And typically our pitch meetings are about 30 minutes. This was in the middle of the pandemic, so everyone from my team was dialing in remotely. And at the time, we have a really small firm. I think we maybe had 6 people or something on the call, which could potentially be intimidating for a founder. But Josh starts telling his story. And because we had already kind of taken care of the table stakes of like, hey, is this a venture-backed company? We were able to just engage and talk like humans. And Josh told his story in a very different way to us. I don't know if you tell that to everybody, but it was, not only was it incredibly compelling from a business perspective, it was incredibly compelling from a human perspective. At one point, we had multiple people turning off their cameras because they were getting very emotional and were crying. And I will tell you that I'm getting emotional thinking about it right now, it's so stupid. But this is the first time in our company's history, and I think Alexis, with his decade-plus track record, it was the first time he actually ever made an offer live on a call during a pitch. We haven't done it since. And so we knew that Josh was very special and that Medify was doing something really incredible. But I really attribute that actually to your commitment to building in public, because then we could get to the real part, the compelling part, the human part. So it was interesting, but not the actual moment.
Yeah. And Josh, how did that feel for you to get that offer on the same call? And like, did you understand how rare that was in the moment?
Actually, I think Caitlin said it right. She was just like, "This is the first time." Right after I think she said it. But for me, what was shocking was, I actually went into that call, and I think Alexis had mentioned in advance, we're not really looking to do big deals right now. And I said, well, that's fine. We don't have room for it anyway. We just want you in the round in some capacity. Whether that's 10,000 or 20 or 50, you name it. And then when Alexis was just like, no, we need to be in. And he's like, I mean in. That was shocking. And I remember trying to figure that out live, where I was just like, well, we don't have room, so, and you said you didn't want it, so what do we do here? But obviously I'm a huge fan. I think Alexis is brilliant. Caitlin is brilliant. So for me, it was this thing of okay, well, then let's figure it out. We'll go back to the existing investors and we're going to make this room. So it was exhilarating, to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to go back to the idea of building in public that Caitlin brought up, which I think is something that's so interesting about Medify and also very useful as a journalist because it's all right out there. So can you explain what building in public means to you and why you chose to make that decision?
Yeah, building in public to me is, it's important because it's honest, it's authentic. And in some ways, yeah, it's a gimmick. Of course it's a gimmick. Because it helps with investors, helps with journalists, it helps with hiring. But when you really think about, what is the impact that building in public can have for your customers and your community, we don't have to do surveys. When we mess up, boy, do we know it. And we mess up a lot. I'm very human. But I think it's important because we're in a very unique time. Consumers don't trust corporations. I don't trust corporations. I don't think any of you do, even if you're running your own.
Hey, I'm a journalist.
So I think just being able to say that there's real people behind this, being able to say, I fucked up. Here's what I'm going to do to fix it. We get more leeway. The only thing people like about a winner is their downfall. But everyone loves an underdog. And when you're being honest, you're always an underdog because even when you're killing it, it's shit wall to wall. So for me, building in public is, in my opinion, the only way to build a evangelical audience around your product. They've got to believe it. They've got to wave that same banner that you're waving and feel like they're part of your journey. So I think it's the right way, at least for now. Maybe we'll change our mind later, but it feels right. It feels good.
Yeah, and I wonder do you have an example of a time when you made a mistake in public that maybe would have been private had you not been doing this? And how did that help you solve that problem? Or how was that different from working more behind the scenes like most companies do?
Yeah, I've got a plethora.
Yeah.
Trust me. I think a very public one, that is recent was our layoffs. We laid off a little over 20% of our team. It was the hardest day of my career. And not just because this plays on LinkedIn, right?
Yeah.
Genuinely, these are people I cared about. These are people that were doing the job. If they were shitheads, it would have been easy, right? Get out of here. But they were good people and they cared and they wanted to be there. And I had to go to them and look at them in the eye and say, I'm sorry. And we didn't do as good a job as we could have done with it. And it's because I was scared. I was scared of messing it up. I was scared of someone being mad and setting things on fire. So we took the advice of our counsel and they were just just shut everyone down right away. Do this, do this, do this. And our team came back and they said, that didn't feel like you. That didn't feel like Medify.
Yeah.
And that was embarrassing for me. And then TechCrunch emailed in the morning, and they were like, we know you laid off these people. We are writing an article. And all I kept thinking was, shit, I didn't do a good job. You know, I didn't do a great job. We did a good job, I think. We did a good job doing something painful and hard. But I just felt an obligation to really address that publicly and say, we could have done a better job. We treated them fairly, we treated them like humans, but we could have communicated it in a more human way. And we learned from it. But it's a recent example, and it's in our public investor update. You know, you can all read it, you know.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that you mentioned like getting an email from TechCrunch. I know Natasha Mascarenas, I believe, wrote an article about the MetaPi
she's
layoffs.
great, by the way.
She's awesome. Natasha fan club on stage. And so I've written a ton of layoff stories. I think everyone at TechCrunch at this point has written a ton of layoff stories in the past several months when it feels like literally every company is doing huge layoffs. And that's a really unfortunate time that we are in. And then that begs the question of journalists of like, how do we responsibly cover this? Are we just like creating a doom cloud? But something you touched on about the right and the wrong way to do layoffs is something that I kind of think about when covering layoffs is like, this is something that companies go through, but how do you do it in a way that makes your employees feel good?
Mm-hmm.
So what kind of advice would you give to a founder that has to make this decision?
Yeah, this is where I have some real authority to speak.
Yeah.
I think that if you're under 100 employees and you're doing layoffs, take the time to talk to every person individually. Mm-hmm. You know, you are not fucking Salesforce, right? It's not as if it would be impossible for you to talk to everyone. And I think that's the key mistake that I feel we made was it was one message out to everyone, and it felt impersonal, it felt cold. And these are people who, I mean, you gave them a piece of your dream to hold, right? And then you just knock it out of their hands with a mass email. So my biggest piece of advice is sit down and talk to them and just explain it. Most people are more reasonable than we give them credit for. So my biggest piece of advice is just talk to them as if they're someone you care about, even if you're a total piece of shit and you don't care about them at all. At least pretend. You got it.
Wow, care about your employees. Great advice coming VC Plus stage. And then Caitlin, I'm curious as a VC, how do you guide companies through conducting layoffs?
Yeah, well, I think most venture capitalists are not equipped to have that conversation. And that's me throwing a lot of shade. I will own that. I will. I've got a big bone to pick here.
Yeah.
Because a lot of early stage companies, many of their biggest challenges are people challenges. Writing a check is easy. Giving money away, shocker, easy, doesn't take rocket science to do so. But what really happens is building the partnership and the relationship after that initial check has been written. And, so for context, my background, I was an HR executive for well over a decade before I switched my side of the table. I just moved my little chair around. I said, hey, I think I could do that. But more importantly, not just because I wanted the fame and fortune that comes with being a venture capitalist. It's because I care about stuff like this. Because I want to be able to support and add value in the appropriate way, being suggestive, not directive, but saying, hey, look, I have a bevy of experience here. I have 10 plus years of growing companies, blitz scaling, doing riffs, doing layoffs, having those really hard, co-founder breakup conversations. It's all around coaching and placing our humans at the very center of the experience that we're giving them. And so something that we take very seriously at my firm 776 is really putting people and culture and community at the heart of our decision making. And so, we're a startup too. I think that's the other thing to say here is, we also don't get everything right. We also choose to build in public. And I think that if we are building in public live, this is 100% off script, gang, here we go. Josh and I did not have a big discussion about the layoff. And he did it so well, I wanted to take credit. I did, I really did. Because you're being really hard on yourself about how you did it. But there was so much thoughtfulness that went into your plan that it felt as if you had a very seasoned HR executive at your side, helping you manage through what those conversations would look like. And it shows up in more than just the human side of the way you did it. It also showed up tangibly in the compensation packages. You took really good care of your people, and it's because you made a very hard decision very quickly. And that is the first step. And we see companies all the time have to go through layoffs or reduction in forces for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's because you really just, you blew it. You made the wrong call or a big bet on something that didn't pan out. Sometimes it's because the market or something external happened in a way or reacted to you in a way that you didn't anticipate. Something that's completely unrelated, like the macroeconomy. But 9 times out of 10, you're making it based on a business decision. You say, well, hey, maybe we grew the marketing team too quickly, or maybe we've pivoted and our product no longer needs this particular function to survive. Or maybe we need to reduce our runway in a more meaningful way, or let's not reduce our runway. Let's reduce our burn so that we can extend our runway and have another shot at doing this thing that we believe in. And so, Josh, I think you did it fabulously. And I think if I were giving us feedback live, I like the way you did it. And I wish that I could have been a better partner to you in doing so. But you're being too hard on yourself.
I appreciate saying that. And in terms of the competitions that we offered, I do think we were generous. I think we were generous because I got a lot of feedback that we shouldn't be as generous as we're being. We gave everyone 3 months of severance, regardless of their tenure at the company. So there's one employee who was only with us for 2 months. He still got 3 months. We lifted everyone's equity cliffs. So they walked away with a piece of the company. And we gave extended insurance and job search support. And for me, it was just a simple matter of being an owner, right? Like, if your team is bleeding, you should be too. I dropped my pay, our leadership team dropped their pay, because I don't like the ivory tower bullshit. That's not how you build a business, in my opinion. So I think we did some things well, but there's some areas where I wish we'd have done it better.
It's amazing how much business advice is just don't be an asshole, and how hard that advice is for people to take sometimes.
Truly.
And I'm also curious, how common is it for founders to drop their pay? Because I think about how I cover Amazon labor organizing, and you hear about employees saying, hey, how come I can barely pay my bills? And then, here's Jeff Bezos. So is that something that normally happens? Do you see that a lot?
The tide is shifting, and that's something that makes me really happy. And it comes with leaders like Josh open sourcing his playbook to say, I did the thing, and I'm going to show up, and I'm going to hold myself accountable. And so I think that the culture of work and power dynamics that are at play within the workforce are shifting in a really positive, in my opinion, and somewhat dramatic way. So you're seeing deeper subscription to, employees caring about ESG policies, caring about, time off work or even team time to go and do volunteerism, days off for voting and things like that. So a lot more civic-minded and community-minded policies are taking front row center. And a big part of that is leadership accountability. And it's happening sometimes in the positive when leaders step up and say, this is what I believe is the right thing. I have to sleep with myself at night. When we win together. But you also see it show up in maybe a forced way when leaders are not showing up and holding themselves accountable and thinking about equitability and fairness as they are going through both wins and losses. And so the good news is I do definitely see it shifting and changing, or maybe we just happen to invest in very values-aligned founders. But it's definitely, I feel like I see it a lot more these days.
Yeah, and just a quick reminder that we are going to do a Q&A, so there should be somewhere on the screen a QR code that you can scan and submit a question, just FYI. And now back from that ad break, I feel like I'm hosting a podcast, all right, after the break. So do you think that building to be a civically minded company is inherently at odds with building to be a very profitable company?
I know what we're both going to say, and I'm just trying to figure out who should go first.
You can go first.
I have thoughts.
These things cannot be mutually exclusive.
Yes.
They cannot be. I make the joke all the time, I am trying to do My firm is trying to do venture capital a little differently, but I'm certainly not trying to take the C out of venture capital. I do think that the more, and whether we're talking about the climate, whether we're talking about just a great employee experience, or talking about the product that we're putting into the world, hopefully making change, right? Something that I love so much about Medify, just from the mission of it, is the idea that you can actually do what you love.
Yeah.
How pure is that? How simple is that? You know, like I talk a lot about culture building, and a core part of that is being so deeply aligned to the mission and what it is that you're putting into the world. And one of the principles of a culture-first company is that you genuinely have to believe that you're making the world a better place, because failing that, you stand for nothing. And I swear, you could be selling dry dog food and believe it from the tips of your toes to the top of your head that you are making the world a better place because your dog had a gnarly allergy and blah, blah, blah. Like, you can make, everything we do should be designed around making the world a better place. And the idea that my kids, who are obsessed with Pokemon and playing their Switch, can actually, instead of being told like I was when I was a little nerd playing Tetris, I was told, hey, knock that off, get up, read a book, go outside, go play, go do something that is not that, because that is a waste of time. And the fact that you've turned something that is everybody's, wanted to be their plan A into their actual plan A is a beautiful thing. And so by doing so, you can then design the rest of your culture around it. To your point, the part that you said clearly about that you felt you failed in was because you didn't show up authentically as Medify.
Yeah.
Not Josh, not the rest of your leadership team, as Medify, because Medify has its own culture, and what you stand for is super clear. And because you were really focused on the nuts and bolts of legal or whatever the things were, and just getting through the process of, I really don't want to mess this up, you forgot the human element. This is what you're telling me, I'm not giving you feedback.
Oh, you're right.
But that's the part that was you, right? And so I think that you feel that not just in hard moments, but you feel those in beautiful moments too, when you're winning and how you show up. And that should translate into your policies and your procedures and the frameworks that you have within your organization, whether it's around performance management, whether it's about rewards and recognition, transparent pay, fair pay for coaches. You've got folks on both sides of the fence here. And so really showing up authentically with your value set, whatever it is. No, I didn't say people have to agree with it, but when you stand for something, people can subscribe.
Man,
Yeah.
is she elegant and eloquent or what? That was amazing. I hope this is recorded because I'm going to take that from you. My feeling here is it's a constant struggle to keep your soul while growing something like a venture-backed business, because this can't be a lifestyle business. This can't be like, this small mom and pop thing. We're on the devil's treadmill, right? We raise the money, we grow, we raise more money. But at the same time, we're balancing that hard thing, and to be clear, I want to make money. Are you kidding? I want to be so rich that I can buy a boat, wreck it, and buy another boat. But I want to keep my soul. I'm going to be right by our audience.
What if you buy a boat and don't wreck it?
Oh, I'll wreck it.
It's guaranteed.
Well,
I'm gonna call it out. It'll be on my Twitter. It's happening.
I'm gonna rebuild in public.
Stay out of the bay, all right?
Rebuild the boat in public.
But I think the thing that I've struggled with is that idea of feeling like an asshole sometimes because I've got a lot of talent. I hope.
You do.
My team definitely has an incredible amount of talent, and we're putting that talent behind something that feels really recreational and fun to me instead of behind something that changes humanity for the better. And I used to really feel self-conscious about that. I'd see a founder, working on something that, spots cancer, and I'm just like, oh, well, we do video game coaching. But what I've come to find is that what it really comes back to is fulfillment. That feeling that I'm doing the thing that makes me feel alive. And I can get behind that. But it's really hard to do that in a genuine, authentic way if you're also fucking over your employees at every turn.
Yes.
So I think the balance is important and it's essential, as you said. But it is hard. Of course it's hard. Of course you're going to mess up. But as long as you show up and you say, hey guys, I messed up and I didn't mean it and it's not who I am and I'm sorry and here's what I'm going to do to fix it, you can get back on track every time you make that mistake, and you'll be forgiven because, hey, I'm human. You know?
Yeah. And before we go to audience questions, so I'm curious about how you think that Medify fits into the creator economy. And speaking about like, if you're a child playing Pokemon, like what if you're told that's a career? Is that a career? And what do you see in the people that use Medify? Like, how many people that you're working with can end up actually becoming professional esports players or professional video game streamers?
Not most.
Yeah.
You know, I think if I were a better, more savvy CEO, I'd be like, all of you, everyone in this room can be a professional gamer. But I think what's interesting about what we do is we enable that's relatively small audience within each game and community to share their expertise with people who just want to go a little deeper in the communities that they're in and enjoy that a little bit more. You know, we had this I want to say he's like 76, his name's Ivan, and he was getting League of Legends coaching because he had hip replacement surgery, and it's how he was connecting with his grandkids. So whenever I think about it that way, it's, you know, we're enabling just a new group of people to make side money. Some of them make a living doing it. You know, we've got some people that are making more than 6 figures. But, you know, I think it's a big part of the creator economy, and I think it's a better means to monetizing than YouTube and Twitch. It's not a replacement, but it's a layer on top because they can't really monetize on those mediums.
Yeah, I think a lot about what we call the creator middle class of people that maybe have like 70,000 followers and maybe social media content is not their full-time job, but it is a source of income. Maybe they're getting like a couple $1,000s a month, but they're not paying like all of their expenses with it. And yeah, so it is interesting that a Twitch streamer could also be a Medify coach.
Yeah.
And now to audience questions. How does diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility show up in your work?
Yeah, it's a great question. And it's something that I've thought about a lot as a black founder. I know I'm pretty ambiguous looking, but I'll show you the 23andMe, all right?
You don't have to prove anything.
It's behind the stage. I'll bring it out. I printed it. You know, but I'm a diverse founder. You know, like how could I not think about it? How could I not care about it when it's something that I deal with? But the truth is, I don't think I do enough for it. I don't actually know where to start in a lot of cases on how to do a better job at it. And I don't want to be one of those CEOs who's just giving you a canned response. You know, I want to do a good job. I think we're striving towards doing a great job, but of course we're not there yet. We're very young. There's a lot we need to figure out. But we have a fairly diverse team now. And when we think about diversity, we really think about diversity of thought. We're a fully remote team. We've got someone on almost every continent at this point. There's a lot of different experiences coming into you know, what Medify is, but we've also got a long way to go.
Mm-hmm. What's an example of something when you say like you feel like you could do better in some ways? Like, what are some questions on your mind around diversity and inclusion?
Yeah, I mean, I think one side of it is just, I think there's a big problem of, you know, something happening like what happened with George Floyd, or Black History Month comes around, or whatever the flavor of the week is, and then every company shows up for 1 month pretending to give a shit. And I think when we want real change, it needs to start from the top, right? We've got a whole lot of color at the bottom, but I don't think we see a whole lot of the top. And I think that's an area where it's like, okay, well, how do I interview leaders that are diverse, leaders that care about, you know, LGBTQ rights and movements in the same way I care about black movements? I haven't lived that life. How could I possibly? You know, it's offensive for me to say I understand that as well as they would, or women's rights. And these are all areas where you need people to represent that on your leadership team to keep you on the right track. And I don't know how to properly source that in a way that doesn't feel fake and doesn't feel phony. And it's something we're experimenting with. So we've got a ways to go, but we are getting better.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is that thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion is something that has to be in your mind every day as a leader in a company, making sure that everyone that works for you, you're making an effort to make sure that they feel supported and accepted.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to answer the question myself.
I would add a little bit to this. I don't know, I don't know if you mind me tooting your horn, but I would add to what you said, which is you also have to start thinking about it from day zero. When you are one human, or it's you and your co-founder, and that was a big part of the conversation that we had, because we had the space to have a more full conversation. We asked, how are you thinking about building your team?
Yeah.
But we went further than that. How are you thinking about your coaches and attracting coaches from a variety of games and a variety of backgrounds, and showing up so that you can serve a more diverse community set of users and people who are going to come and be trained? We talked about, you asked us some really hard-hitting questions about where our money was going. So, you know, investors have investors, and you asked about our LP community and our base. Where is that money going? You know, it's certainly, you know, when you think about that wealth flywheel, you building Medify impacts so much more than just one user, connecting one coach and one user. And I think oftentimes, if I were to add my 2 cents here quickly, when founders are grilled on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, they go very introspective, and they think about their team, and they're like, okay, and I know I can do better. The good ones say, I know I can do better, because you can always do better. But the great ones ask bigger questions about that whole wealth flywheel. And you did, you asked us, and you know, luckily we had decent answers, and thinking about our LP community and making, you know, commitments around that. But I think that also, it helped us to identify that values alignment for, this is gonna be the right partnership. And so when you do hit it really big, and you make that second boat a thing, and that boat has a little baby boat, and like you got the little baby boat going on the back, know that all of that money, all of that wealth that you created, you didn't just create it for your employees, you created that for your coaches, you created that for your investors and your investors' investors, and how that money is being redistributed back into the system at the most, you know, communal level is critical. And so I think you should give yourself more credit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And Caitlin, so you've seen companies go through the ups and downs of the market, and right now we're in a down, it seems. So what would be your advice for founders that are building right now in a time that feels very difficult?
Yeah, that's a good question, because there isn't a lot of clarity right now on how we're going to be developing and evolving through the economic situation that we're in. And I think, you know, honestly, Josh is probably better equipped to speak about this, but what I will say on the more meta level is, you know, I want to avoid all of the normal VC BS of like, you got to be disciplined, and this is where we cut the fat, and blah, blah, blah. Like, yes, of course, be mindful. Yes, listen, you know, make hard business decisions based on data, and then do it in a human way, yes. But I will say this, the founders that are making those hard decisions faster right now, when you are agile enough, when you have the right leaders at the table helping you to make those very hard decisions very quickly, and you can execute against them quickly. And again, I will say this about what I witnessed happen at Medify, was when you are able to do it quickly, efficiently, and with heart, it's actually an accelerator to your business. And so, you know, we do see the headlines of, oh, this company laid off X percentage of their workforce, and blah, 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 are they gonna make it? The real story is, they did that so that they can make it, so that they can thrive. And so, you know, I've been in this business for way longer than I care to admit, and the companies who do it really, really well, it is an accelerant to your business. And so I'm not saying do a layoff and you'll win. I'm saying be mindful, be thoughtful, understand the metrics that are really, really moving your business forward, and what your team is equipped to be able to manage gracefully, and lean into that. Figure out the thing that you do really well and put everything you can behind it. And sometimes that means having to make hard trade-offs, but do it quickly and do it thoughtfully, and make sure to include the people around you that can help you do it in a way that is supportive and kind and with heart. And you can absolutely turn this into an accelerant.
Yeah, I think that's probably good for people to hear. And I think we have time for one more question from the audience, which is, what's your advice for first-time founders or pre-seed founders looking for funding?
Oh.
It's a big one.
That is a big one. Again, I'm trying to think of not tongue-in-cheek stuff, like, for every 100 yeses or no's, you just need one yes, blah, blah, blah. You know what? I'm feeling spicy today. I'm going to throw a little more shade. I have a little more shade out here.
Yes.
Make sure you're knocking on the right doors. There is money out there. In fact, there's a lot of dry powder out there. There is a lot of capital just waiting to be deployed. And frankly, venture capitalists took it pretty easy this summer. They took revenge summer very seriously. And I'm not saying they didn't deserve it or whatever. I don't know them. I don't care. But I do know that checks were not being written this summer because people were trying to figure out what was going on. And I think because we've closed the chapter on what we like to call a very frothy, few years where a lot of money was being deployed across different verticals. There is a little bit more discipline happening now in the checks that are being written. But because there is so much dry powder out there, do not just take any check that you can get. Do not just take the intro that is most available to you. Proactively seek out the investors who are values aligned. Proactively seek out the investors that can actually have a real opportunity to partner with you and accelerate your business and your growth in a very aligned, high integrity way. Because the money is there. So be relentless. Be very intentional about the folks that you are having these conversations with. And please don't stop building. You can do a lot with very, very little, and I know that you're capable of that. And just because one person it's not for them, it doesn't stir their cocoa, there's plenty of other cocoa out there to be stirred and had and consumed together with a smile. So just know that the numbers are actually in your favor despite the headlines and despite out-of-office responses from partners.
Cool. I'm just going to chime in. We may go a minute over, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know if we're allowed to.
I think that from a founder perspective, I'm going to throw a little shade. Not at 776. I love them. But the way I think about fundraising is it's theater for toddlers. Mm-hmm. Investors think about your business 30 minutes before their call with you, and that's it. So they're going to be poking the same holes every time, and you need to build that muscle. So you should be out pitching. I'm always pitching. I'm fundraising every week, even the day after we close our Series A. 25 million, Tiger Global, 776. Next day I was on a VC call talking about our B. And the reason I say it's theater for toddlers is you need to be an excellent storyteller. You need to be a fucking incredible storyteller. And most aren't. Most founders are not. Most founders are weird. We're all weird, right? You got to be weird to do it. But you need to learn to tell your story in a way that feels natural and it doesn't feel scripted. This is all scripted. We practiced this for 4 weeks. Everything we're saying up here was written down.
Every word.
But you have to have your story down pat, and it needs to feel natural and fun and interesting to listen to, because at pre-seed and seed, you don't have a real business. Come on. You do not have a real business. But you have the idea, you have the kernel of a business, right? So your job is, if you think about it as your business is your baby, you're telling investors this baby is going to grow and it's going to be an Olympic athlete. But your baby's missing an eye and it's got a fucking peg leg and it's duct taped on. So how do you tell that story of how it's going to get there? And that's where being a great storyteller really matters. And you get there through practice. And that's my advice for founders.
We got to get off stage. So time to use our speed video game situation. Thank you so much.
How do you build a company that lasts? One with a solid foundation that gets better with time. Transforming the first dollar in your bank account into something more. Building a product, a team, a culture. Expanding to new countries, currencies, and customers. And accessing the capital you need to grow. How do you do all of that? With powerfully smooth banking that keeps you focused on bringing your vision to life.
May I have your attention? Please welcome Aaron Ronquillo, co-founder, investor, and advisor of Nikoshi, and Amy Jo Martin, founder and CEO of Renegade Global.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming here with us today. Today we'll be talking about how to use your perfect pitch to gain partnerships and grow your startup. My name is YJ Lin. I'm a senior program manager for the Dell for Startups program, and we work with startup communities and ecosystems all across the US to figure out how we can support entrepreneurs with any technology questions and needs that they have. Today we have two wonderful guests that I have the pleasure to really introduce. As you guys may or may not know, Amy Jo Martin helps people go through do difficult things. One of the things that she is an author of the best-selling New York Times book, Renegades Write the Rules. She's also an investor and host of the Why Not Now podcast and founder and CEO of Renegade Global, home to the acclaimed Renegade Seller program. Please give me a warm welcome for Amy Jo Martin.
Thank you.
And next year we have Aaron Ronquillo. He's a sales and business development executive advisor, also an investor himself, and co-founder of a subscription-based merch company called Nakoshi.com. And you can visit us at our booth to check out some of the stuff that he's doing as well. And he also works on a stealth startup with a mission enabling local restaurants with a tool to create a predictable revenue stream to ensure they maximize their resources. Please give me a warm welcome for him as well. With that being said, I'd love to kind of kick off the conversation with Amy Jo. You run a salary program, and I'd love to get your perspective. And some of the things that Renegade has done was you developed a concept called Humanize to Monetize. So I'll let you learn a little bit more about that and how it relates to creating a successful pitch.
Sure. Well, thank you. I'm super excited to be here. This is my favorite topic ever. So 3-time founder, investor, and also have Renegade Global Ventures. So lots of different seats and places I've been at the table and lots of lessons. One of the things that is critical in my experience is truly to humanize yourself prior to even getting to the pitch. So what does that mean? When we humanize, we can monetize, right? Connection converts. Connection always converts. And one of the things that we look at with the Renegade curriculum, and so we have several hundred women across the globe, female founders, that we're taking through this program and curriculum and helping them build their personal brands and share who they are, why they do what they do. But one of the things we do is teach them about what we call is go-to stories. So this is a 1 to 2 minute story that it's a performance. It's going to quickly share who you are, why you do what you do, what the problem and solution is, and it's going to highlight your passion and your healthy obsession for what you're building. And it's so critical right out of the gate that we have those stories. And when we're investing constantly in a lot of these female leaders and entrepreneurs, it's oftentimes what will either keep our attention or not, and you know pretty quickly if that entrepreneur has it.
Thank you. And Aaron, as someone who is currently in a position where you're running multiple startups, also seeking partnerships as well, can you give us a reminder or your perspective of why is pitching one of the most important skills a founder can develop?
Yeah, great question, YJ. I mean, mastering the art of pitching is far more important than just impressing investors. They actually allow you to attract great co-founders, recruit early team members, then eventually just like fine-tune your idea, once you're actually going out there and pitching.
Thank you, Aaron. And Amy Jo, you kind of talk about how you have this global initiative, you're working with multiple women in different regions, which means that you have a lot of different people that you can talk to. Why would you say that knowing the right audience or your audience is important? And why is sharing the who and the why, not necessarily the what, matters?
Sure. So, one of the things that as an investor, I usually know pretty well whether or not I'm going to be warm to an idea before I even hear anything, right? So you've usually either done a little bit of research, you've heard something, hopefully the founder, entrepreneur has warmed you up somehow, and there's a personal connection of some sort. So I think when we look at, how we're going to connect. And there's a lot of what out there, but people need to convince me, why are they the right fit for this problem solution? So a lot of people could potentially go out and execute and organize around that execution, but why is it you? 99% of the times when we start a company, things are gonna shift drastically anyway. Our plan will, the dynamics of the market, the environment, everything's going to be volatile in some respect. And right now we know that to be true as well. So what I'm looking for is, does that person have the figure it out muscle to see through the mystery, right? And so, you know, as most founders, if you're not on the verge of tears about once a week, then you're probably not trying hard enough type thing. It's not for the faint of heart. Do they have that? Because the believability is so critical. We know the numbers are skewed. We know that those projections and whatever points you have on the board already, that's great. But it's all going to change and it's all a mystery. So that founder is everything in the beginning.
That's awesome.
As we explore the role of technologies and the importance of partnerships, Aaron, as someone who had a lot of conversations and tried to develop your own network that's going to support your business, can you tell us a little bit about, I guess, your technology play in a startup's journey, and why is it important to have a trusted tech partner?
I think for us is access, right? Access to resources and expertise that every startup essentially needs, right? So you can find a great tech partner like Dell that will find out and figure out how, what should be added on your MVP, for example, right? And they can also help figure out how to structure it more properly, then eventually allow you options to create a flexible and a very scalable architecture. So I do have a quick gift for you too. I mean, we're talking about resource and partnership, right? So YJ, here's one for you.
Okay.
Go ahead and grab that.
Thank you for this.
And I have this for you.
Well, thank you.
So resource and access is everything, and make sure you're always ready, right? So.
I really appreciate this, Aaron. And as you guys may have been familiar with, we recently worked with Aaron. It was a startup. I was introduced to him a few months ago. Now he's helping us with our booth with creating custom swag and experiences for our startups that are visiting. One of the things that I love to kind of learn more about, Amy Jo, is you do work with founders. A lot of things have changed in the past 3 years. And as you're supporting entrepreneurs with helping them with pitching in different environments, can you give us some tips as far as what would you tell your founders the do's and don'ts in pitching in a virtual world?
Sure, such an important point. So at Renegade, we at least monthly are having hour-long pitch sessions. Each entrepreneur has 20 minutes, and you have to be a Renegade to pitch the others. And so we are all investing potentially in that idea. So it is a safe place. There are some rules, no ego, direct, kind feedback, but it's quick, And so one of the things, I'm thinking about a specific example. There's a woman, her name's Amber Allen. She has a company called AA Labs. And so she pitched, and actually I was connected to her through Dell Technologies. I just realized that connection, which was amazing. So she pitches us, and right out of the gate, she says, I'm a gamer. And she's got this Texas accent, and she's like, I come from the trailer park, I'm a gamer, and I came from the trailer park too, so I'm like, immediate connection. I love Super Mario Brothers 3 as well. Anyway, so she explains that her goal in life is to have childhood Amber high five adult Amber every day. And if she can do that, she's happy. Well, she has this platform. She's been an entrepreneur for 10 years, and it's shifted. She has a metaverse platform that creates connection and community. So she gets in, launches in with a go-to story. She's mixing a humanized personal story with data. And when we do that, that's our biggest bet on being able to influence behavior and change and make an actual impressionable statement on someone, right? A story and data, wrap them together. It's a 1-2 punch. So she gets in, does it, and she was so precise that she had 10 minutes left for Q&A. Now, what we gained in that 10 minutes, and this is a 20-minute increment, right? was so valuable because there were some real deep questions that people were able to get out and actually decide, am I going to invest or not into this special purpose vehicle? And what that means is we're pulling together smaller check sizes to be able to put together a bigger spot on the cap table. And the fact that she was so precise, she led with story, she wrapped her data, she was humanized, and then had extra time for Q&A was huge, because that conversation is gold, because you know what the other person's thinking about.
And I really appreciate you sharing this, because as one of the program managers, and we have 5 people on our team, we probably talk to over 2,000 to 4,000 startups every single month. And so for us, having partners that we can refer to, and I'm so glad you share that story, is because a lot of startups have different focuses, have different needs, and by developing from our side these partnerships, I'm able to help bridge those connections, and who knows what's going to come out of it. So thank you, Amy Jo.
And by the way, the net of that, within 24 hours, we pulled together quickly, and we had $250,000 for her within 24 hours, and this was several women who have influence. So it's pretty cool to be able to democratize access to deal flow, but also democratize access of where that capital is flowing.
I'm glad to hear. And those are some of my most favorite stories to hear, because sometimes when you are talking, making those introductions, you're not really privy to, oh, well, I wonder what happened to them.
Yeah.
And so, Erin, in your experience, when we talk about what builds a successful partnerships and how you can strategize for it, can you give some insight towards the topic?
Yeah, and I mean, partnership is everything, right? Everyone has a goal in mind, so it's make the goal realistic, right? And make sure you communicate that with your partners. A couple of gigs ago, I worked at a company, they implemented SMART goals, which stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. So that allows me to make sure I have a decent chance of accomplishing a goal. But it also allows me to accurately measure my partner's goal, right? So that's been super helpful. So if anything, anyone in the startup community should implement something like that to get shit done, so.
And something I think I learned from my experience with working with community leaders and ecosystems, being very transparent about what we're looking for saves so much time. I mean, we tend to get so bright-eyed on a lot of different initiatives, but ultimately you have certain metrics that means a lot for you. And for me to share what I'm trying to do allows us to collaborate or understand where those collaborations work. And so, Amy Jo, as someone who is or has experience as a judge and investor, would you share with us what are some qualities, or at least 3 qualities from previous pitches that stood out to you?
Sure. So I'm thinking of my portfolio right now, and I think everyone in there, all the founders, I knew them personally somehow first, right? So building that relationship, even if it's blind. My very first investor was Tony Hsieh, the CEO of Zappos, and I met him through a direct message on Twitter in 2008. And we met about something completely different, but usually there's a foundation there, and there should be. And so making sure that you know something about them. I recently sat down with the CMO of a huge global corporate brand, and I was having a conversation with her, pitching her on something, and she was not in a good mood. I could tell this wasn't going well, and I was like, oh, what am I gonna do? And I had seen on her LinkedIn, and I listened to a podcast she had been on, and her daughter had just gone away to college. And she had tagged her daughter on LinkedIn. It was her first kind of coming out party on LinkedIn, and I was like, oh, so-and-so, I saw that your daughter just went to college. That's gotta be exciting. I actually went to the same college, and I said, if she'd ever want, to talk or want any guidance, all of a sudden that conversation flipped, and this woman was my friend, right? And that outcome was so much different, but spend the time, get to know, do you have an Australian Shepherd too? Because if you do, I might like you more. I mean, that stuff matters. We're humans, and we need to have a deeper connection than just looking at data on slides.
It's funny, when I adopted a dog, I felt like I got invited to a whole new community where now we're sharing dog pictures and then talking and realizing that life isn't necessarily about work, but through connecting through other experiences, it allows us to have a deeper relationship with each other. Erin, question for you. As your experience as a startup founder of multiple companies, what would you say are 3 pitching tips you've learned that you would want other startup founders to remember and know?
I think in general, just tell your story and make your opening pop. It's the first one, right? For example, in my case from Nikoshi, after 3 failed startups, spending tons of money from like branding, custom graphic design, and swags, my co-founder and I decided, hey, we need to build something that gets all this shit done all in one. So we started a low subscription cost offer for all the startups. And then second, take them in a journey. Like you mentioned, humanize it, be transparent, right? Because people connect in emotions. And for me, lastly, bring it all back together. Tell them why you started your startup to begin with, and convince them why your team is going to solve that problem. I think that's super important.
That actually brings up a great, can I just add on to that? So one of the things about storytelling and just even performance is telling the story in present tense. So take that person back to that moment that you had the idea, or that there was transformation in this pop-up. So like, for example, I have a go-to story. It's 2008. I'm sitting at my desk working in the NBA as the director of digital media and research for the Phoenix Suns. The phone rings. Bob from basketball operations. Amy Jo, get down to the locker room right now. Shaq wants to learn how to tweet, and nobody knows what that means in this building. Click. So I get up and I walk over, and I have this story that I tell as a speaker, but it is the same. It's present tense. People are there. I walk over to the elevator. There's hand movements. You should know and be able to almost act out the story, because you want to take people in that moment with you and build that influence so quick and compound it to where when it's time to make the ask, they're in. Yeah.
Well, what are some of the things that, and we got some little time, I'd love to get your perspectives on your favorite partnerships for Renegade, or for your life too, as an author, as an investor. Who are the favorite people in your lives?
Partnerships, people. Yeah. So if we look at partnerships, I've always looked at it as touch points of natural integration versus interruption. And so equal value exchange is absolutely must. And people talk about transactional versus transformational. And I look at, from a partnership perspective, the mentors in my life, who I try to talk to once a week or at least communicate, they have always asked me the hard questions. They've never given me the answers. Whether it's Tony Hsieh or Susie Batiste or Vic Keller, they're always asking those right questions. And so I like those people who can teach you how to think versus, it's basically, versus always seeking outside external insight.
Okay, that makes sense. What about you, Aaron?
I mean, for me, it's I think partnership in 2 aspects, right? I have personal partnership. My wife, for example, she's my biggest supporter, right? I wouldn't be up here in the stage or doing what I want to do if I didn't have her in the sports side. And from a professional perspective, I think having that right connection, right? As far as like what Amy Jo was referencing to, connect with folks that are going to challenge you. If somebody doesn't scare you shitless, that means you're not going to grow, right? So it's make sure you're constantly in the learning mode and never be too good for someone.
No.
Yeah.
Huge.
And I think the takeaway from a Dell for Startups perspective was it was really important as my role to try to engage as much entrepreneurs and startups to help them with any technology conversations. I knew that I wasn't going to be the boots on the ground in Vegas and Provo, Utah, and Denver, and all these different cities that have a lot of heart and passion or want to support startups. So as we were looking to develop partnerships, it was important for me to reach out and understand what y'all were trying to do, what your goals were, and what type of communities that you're building. And so my conversations with a lot of our partnerships was, how can I build this community with you? Because I can't do it alone. I need your help. I need to know what your startups care about, what they're passionate about. And I have resources. I have people who spent 20, 30, 40 years at Dell looking at how we can scale specific pieces of our business. And I'm willing to bring those conversations, those thought leaders, those products, the things that we're developing to the startups. And startups have helped us with identify innovation challenges that we hadn't even focused on. And so if you're interested in learning more about our programs and how we support entrepreneurs and things that we want to do with you, please come visit by our booth, say hello to us, and we're really excited to be a part of today's event. And I really appreciate you all for listening in with us today. So thank you guys very much, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm headed to the booth.
Ignition! Water football. Main stage. 4, 3, 2, 1. Affirmative.
Keep going, baby.
Still rising. Recorders on.
Keep going. Look at her go, hon.
Product requires PMF. PMF requires users. Users have requests. Sometimes they have issues. And when they don't get resolved, users are gone. And so is PMF. So, how do you know if your customers are being heard and their conversations, interactions, and voices are connected to your developer's work? And your product and customers are always in sync and a fit for each other. All machine-driven, all real-time, all connected. Product, work, customer. DevRev. Bringing dev and rev together.
May I have your attention? Please welcome back TechCrunch Plus Editor-in-Chief, Alex Wilhelm.
Oh, there we go. Hi, everybody. How are you doing? I hope you're still alive and well here on day 3 of Disrupt. We are marching towards a close here on this stage, but we are not done yet, and we have something very special coming up. One thing that has been bedeviling me lately is all the different acronyms that are out there. DAOs, Web3s, L2s, treasuries. It's an absolute word salad when we think about cryptos and structures and regulations and how they apply to the startup world. So to demystify what appears to be impossible to do so, we put together a kick-ass panel just for you. So please join me in welcoming Kai Sheffield from Visa. We have Mary Catherine Lader from Uniswap Labs. We have Brett, who's no longer at FTX, but is still here, and it's your moderator, Jacqueline Melnick. Give it up.
Wonderful. Thank you, guys, for being here today. And as my boss, Alex, mentioned, Brett, I'd love to start with you. You were the president of FTX, and for those of you who don't know, it's the 3rd largest crypto exchange globally. And Brett left a few weeks ago at this point? Yeah. So what are you up to? What are you doing?
Yeah, it was obviously an incredible wild ride at FTX. I was there for a year and a half. It was the longest year and a half of my life. And learned an incredible amount about this ecosystem, about crypto in general, and sort of caught the startup bug a little bit. And so starting to work on something new now.
Do we get a hint on what you're working on?
Still in crypto, that's the hint.
Okay, fair enough. I'll ask you again next week. So obviously, this past year, we were talking backstage about this. Last year, I'm pretty sure that was when Bitcoin was nearing all-time highs, November time. We're almost there. And since then, the year has been pretty volatile and not fun for everyone in crypto. But I guess to start, even though we aren't in a bull market, it still feels like things are going well. Maybe I'm an optimist myself, but I'd love to hear what each of you think of this time right now in regards to the opportunities for crypto startups and for people building in this space.
Sure, I'm happy to take that. There's other things to look at other than crypto prices, right? Especially if you're building something and you're excited about the technology and its potential and not crypto necessarily as an asset class. And I think it's a great time to be starting a crypto company for a lot of different reasons. One, you're going to get more signal as to whether you're building something useful and whether people actually want to use it. And I think that's much better if you're trying to actually start a company or a project that has a sustainable future. Another thing, we're seeing lots of people taking advantage of the integrations and composability, ways to extend beyond the initial kernel of whatever they've built and try and connect to different parts of the crypto ecosystem. So we built, for example, Uniswap Labs has like a little widget that's like one line of code. You can integrate Uniswap. And we put no marketing or effort into it, frankly, into adoption. And we're finding more people are using it than ever. So I think there's tons and tons and tons of building still going on, and it's a really good time. Also, so much capital, frankly, has been raised to still start things that there's still a lot of investor support for the space.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to compare the bear market now to the bear market in 2018, where at the time there were questions, would anything exist outside of Bitcoin? There just really wasn't a lot for people to look at. And now we have things like stablecoins, where you can represent dollars in fiat currencies and have them run on blockchain networks, have them use crypto infrastructure. And so I think this time, like the lines between fintech and crypto are really starting to blur, where we're seeing founders and entrepreneurs that they're trying to solve a fintech problem, and being able to use a dollar that runs over a blockchain is a way to help them solve that problem that doesn't have anything to do with what the price of any crypto asset is on any given day. And so there's a lot more utility that is unlocked when you can actually use fiat currencies on blockchain networks.
I think if you look at crypto market prices and you pull out of that all of the general market decline, like if you try to take Bitcoin and Ethereum and a couple other blockchains and cryptocurrencies and kind of try to take out like S&P returns from that, what are you left with? I think you're left with how much are institutions trading in crypto and what are the actual applications that are being built on crypto. And you see leading indicators that those two things look very promising on the long run. One is that every sort of institutional source of potential trading activity, whether that's a hedge fund or a trading firm or an asset manager or like a liquid token fund at a VC, they're all doing stuff in crypto. You don't find anyone who said, we're not going to touch crypto. Everyone wants to get involved, and the question is, how fast can they get involved? The second is that in the venture capital space, there has been no slowdown, really, in terms of investment in crypto. Maybe rounds aren't like closing in 24 hours anymore, but there's definitely tons of capital being deployed, tons of undeployed capital sort of waiting on the sidelines, ready to get in to see those projects kind of come and get that investment. And so I think that over the kind of short, medium, long run, you're going to see this kind of immediately bounce back once markets in general recover.
What are some areas that each of you are following in terms of opportunities, or what do you think will be the best crypto startups right now that will succeed when the next bull market happens, if and when that happens? Eventually,
I think two classes for me. One is in infrastructure. So how can you more easily allow people to build upon blockchains? I mean, that's one of the big problems right now is sort of like the user experience, either from a consumer perspective or from a developer perspective. So you see startups that are trying to be like the AWS for being able to build crypto apps and things like that are going to do really well over the short term. Also, apps that try to find better ways of using crypto for its utility as like a mechanism for decentralized transfer of information and not just for financial use cases.
I'd say two things. Broadly agree with that. One, anything that makes the onboarding into crypto easier and more straightforward. And then the second is safer. And so we invest in companies that we think are contributing to the ecosystem broadly, and a couple of them are working on ways to reduce phishing attacks, ways to make it easier to understand what's in your wallet. So those may seem like small things, but we're in a world right now, it's the equivalent of Gmail not really having a good spam filter and in terms of your wallet experience. And so I think there's a couple really, we need to make some progress in that area to have more mainstream adoption. We're excited about that.
Yeah, I think many of the products in the next phase, I think you could get to the point where consumers are using a product without knowing that there's crypto behind the scenes. And we haven't really seen that to date. Like over the past few years, everyone who's using crypto knows that they're using crypto. And so as the infrastructure matures, as Brett mentioned, there are many companies trying to abstract away the complexity of managing private cryptographic keys and doing conversions between assets, where it feels like a Web 2 or feels like a fintech product. It's just uniquely enabled by crypto on the back end. And we're close to being able to build those. And I think that's what's going to drive a lot of the next cycle.
Yeah, actually, Kai, I'm glad you spoke, because over 65, I'm always glad you spoke, but over 65 crypto platforms and exchanges have actually partnered with Visa. The latest announcement we had was between FTX and Visa. I know Brett's not with FTX anymore, but I'm pointing to him like he is. I'm curious, in regards to bringing that Web 2 to Web 3 and kind of bridging that gap, what is Visa's strategy here?
Yeah, we think there's a huge role that we can play there. And I think for crypto assets, in stablecoins in particular, to have utility, you have to know that you can spend them places. And even if you take something like a remittance, we think there's significant potential to be able to use a stablecoin for a cross-border payment, but you have to have an off-ramp on the other side. If you send someone a stablecoin, it could get there instantly, but then if it's really hard to get that stablecoin back into your bank account, or if there's no merchants that accept it, what's the point of doing the remittance in a stablecoin in the first place? And so we think when you combine some of the benefits of blockchain rails that enable efficient cross-border payments with off-ramps that consumers are familiar with, where you can receive that remittance payment into an FTX account, you can then walk across the street and you could tap to pay with a Visa card. That unlocks a lot more utility, where you don't have to think and plan ahead when you need to move from crypto or a stablecoin back out. And so our goal is to make those bridges and fiat on-ramps and off-ramps as seamless as possible, which we think will unlock many other use cases in the ecosystem when that's solved.
What type of point do you think, at what point will we be able to have these like crypto on rails and blockchain technologies that not everyone knows they're using it, but it's implemented in a way that is in our everyday ecosystem beyond just like the crypto community?
I think it also depends where. In the United States, if you have dollar-based banking, you have Apple Pay, there are not really significant problems on a day-to-day basis. But when we talk to entrepreneurs and consumers, in Nigeria and Tanzania and Argentina, there's a lot of demand to just access dollars, and then not just access dollars, but have dollar-denominated financial products. And so we're seeing a new class of entrepreneurs that are building. Today, you still kind of know that it's crypto. You're still looking at a hexadecimal address. You still have to understand what the private key is. But we think we're a few steps away from it just looks and feels like Venmo, but it was built by someone who never had to go and do a partnership with a large bank. They were able to build it at a hackathon, and it provides value in letting people hold and transfer dollars outside the United States.
I think the true kind of crossover of adoption here will be when people can actually not just hold crypto as if they were their normal bank accounts, but it's actually the primary way that they use to transact, as opposed to sort of immediately, let's say, off-ramping into fiat. It's sorry for the trite analogy, but it reminds me of the early days of MP3s. What were the first things that people did with digital copies of music? Was burn CDs, right? To make mix of CDs of MP3s, they immediately kind of off-ramped from the sort of digital music onto the physical music. And at some point, people realized, actually, we don't really care about having the physical objects anymore. It's okay just to own the digital one and kind of completely transact in that natively digital format. I think the same thing will become true of, let's say, USDC, where once Visa is everywhere, letting people and merchants take USDC, then they don't necessarily need to off-ramp until they have to go into one specific kind of transaction, doesn't accept it. But for the most part, within a community, within an ecosystem, they can actually just transact entirely digital. And that will be, I think, when the ecosystem really shifts to that kind of adoption curve.
Cool. I want to shift a little bit to MC and in regards to Uniswap. For those who don't know, Uniswap is a decentralized protocol. I'm sure she could tell you more about it. But how do you see crypto-native platforms like Uniswap growing and maturing beyond the Web3 ecosystem into other markets?
Well, I think there's still a lot of opportunity to keep growing in the Web3 ecosystem. So for example, swapping tokens today is kind of a distinct experience from buying and selling NFTs. And that's why we're launching NFTs in a couple weeks, because we think that that doesn't make a ton of sense, that actually there should be more interconnectivity between those user experiences, and you can kind of unlock new use cases and user behaviors if you bring them closer together. So I actually think that today many of the Web3 applications are a little more siloed than hopefully they will be in the next few months and certainly years. And there's a lot of product development opportunities to just continue to push in that direction. But you're right in that the Uniswap protocol, which is an open source protocol, it's self-executing smart contracts on the Ethereum blockchain and now on a few other Ethereum compatible blockchains. That part of the core innovation of the Uniswap protocol is it lets you swap any two tokens for each other and create and bootstrap liquidity and bootstrap a market without a centralized market maker. That has huge potential in traditional financial services and lots of different asset classes. That's a fundamental innovation that's new in financial services and markets. And so you're right in that there's a lot of opportunity to extend that into traditional finance. What Uniswap Labs, which is the company that developed it, is focused on now is still the Web3 ecosystem and making it more accessible, because as you heard in both Kai and Brett's comments, there's still so much to do to make these use cases better and the technology better, that and people like Kai and places like Visa realize the opportunity. And so frankly, you need people in those institutions that already have that scale to figure out how it works for them. So for example, we're not knocking on doors across Wall Street saying, please come use the Uniswap protocol. What's much more important is that we make it easy to integrate, easy to use, and help figure out what the barriers to broader adoption are. And that's what will make the open source technology like this so much more powerful.
Right. And Uniswap works with a lot of DeFi apps that build on its platform. What do you think the timeline would be to start integrating more traditional startups?
You mean like fintech?
Yeah. Like outside of crypto?
Well, I mean, is Coinbase a traditional startup? Coinbase integrates the Uniswap protocol. Robinhood with their crypto wallet, with their wallet, actually now, you could potentially use Uniswap through that. So there is a lot of opportunity, I think, particularly with fintech apps that are inching into crypto. You've seen partnerships, particularly with neobanks in different markets that have like really big use cases for stablecoins. And so I think that all that is like very, very imminent.
I kind of want to go into the regulatory part of our panel's headline. In regards to crypto regulation or the lack thereof, how would you all advise startups building in this space to prepare for the future of regulation when there's not really a framework, but they also want to exist when it does come?
Sure, yeah, I think there's a few really important considerations to take into account when you're starting a startup in crypto. One is kind of where are you going to primarily be based as a company? Because as you know, with 180 countries, 180 different approaches to crypto regulation. And the US has their particular way, the Bahamas has their particular way, the European Union has their particular way, and I think it's very important to understand talk to counsel and figure out what are you doing and what's possible in each different jurisdiction. The second is, to what extent are you providing some service that is largely not financial versus you're trying to mimic some sort of financial product that already exists. And if you're doing the latter, what is the regulation in that jurisdiction that most closely resembles it? So if you're in the US and you're trying to create a derivatives protocol, to what extent do you need to interface with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission who regulates derivatives in the US? And again, there's really no substitute for just getting good counsel from the very beginning to kind of help make sure that you're navigating the regulatory waters from the very beginning and don't find yourself sort of backpedaling down the road when you're in trouble.
I agree with everything Brett said. I think, though, it's a lot to navigate if you have very limited resources and maybe no experience in law or regulation or even potentially financial services regulation specifically. So I think the simplest rule of thumb is if you had to go before a judge and explain why what you're building is good for the world and good for a user, do you feel like you can do that? And if you can, you shouldn't worry too much because ultimately regulation is designed to protect the public interest. It's to protect consumers. It's to reduce risks. It's to allow for positive economic growth. And so if you can have a sort of a guiding line of making sure that what you're doing is sustainably positive, that's the most important thing. And again, I think that that sort of quick test of can I explain this to someone, but why it's positive is most important. And the second thing that I also think is important, I would agree, is there are a lot of public resources out there now around crypto regulation policy, potential outcomes. It's all over Twitter all the time. And so just to kind of stay educated and stay in the mix to have a sense as to how things are unfolding is important.
I think it's interesting though that there's just such a huge design space for building in crypto today, where you don't have to build a product that is holding funds on behalf of consumers or initiating transactions on their behalf. There are a number of pieces of infrastructure that need to exist. There are ways that you can display and interact with existing assets without directly touching or holding them. And so I wouldn't want entrepreneurs to think that building anywhere in crypto is going to require this huge challenge of how to navigate this evolving regulatory ecosystem, that there are many different approaches that you can take that aren't directly regulated products.
Yeah, I think a good analogy there is, if you're building Yahoo Finance or Bloomberg, that doesn't really require that much sort of regulatory rails up front, because you're kind of building sort of a display app, you're aggregating data. If you're building Robinhood, well, Robinhood is a broker, they kind of require a lot of the sort of customer protection disclosures you would require as a broker, which is not going to be as hard as if you're going to try to be NASDAQ, which has listing standards and these kinds of things. And so you have to understand kind of where you fit in the ecosystem if you're doing a financial product, to figure out if what it is you're doing requires that sort of that regulatory approval ahead of time.
Great, awesome. Before my next question, I just want to remind the audience that we will do Q&A. There should be a QR code coming up, and you can scan that and send them in, and maybe I'll ask your question. But aside from financial applications, what are some of the apps that each of you are focusing on that you think are promising or kind of needed right now?
I think NFTs are one of the most interesting primitives that exists in crypto. And I think one of the big reasons is it's bringing a new class of institutions and consumers into the space. And they're people who don't care about crypto per se, they care about culture. And it's just being another way that you can represent and you can interact with and you can create culture. And so I think that the combination of everything from individual artists and creators of how they're bootstrapping businesses that they used to sell on Etsy, and now they're building a much larger business with NFT programmable art, as well as you see traditional brands. I think what Nike has done with Nike Crypto Kicks and their NFT initiatives, it's fascinating that they've been able to take a brand that people really care about and have it as a new distribution model for their products. And so if you imagine that as you see certain brands be successful in this space, other brands are going to want to follow, but it's pretty difficult to figure out how do you mint an NFT, how do you airdrop it to a wallet, how do you build applications on top of it. So I think it's a whole class of crypto consumer that is appealing to a new set of entrepreneurs and people that some of the crypto financial applications might not have necessarily been.
I agree with that. I also think mobile wallets, and I think I'm excited for mobile wallets to get a lot better, because I think then we'll start to see how the power of having like a digital passport with your data, with your assets, but also just like your data that allows you to instantly connect easily to other applications is really powerful and unlocks a whole lot of other use cases. So I think there's a lot of improvement and opportunity to come.
I'm excited about the use cases for tokens for solving the cold start problems for creating networks. Especially there are some Internet of Things style startups where basically let's say you buy a device that's going to help put on your car to create like a kind of Google Maps mapping of the world and your environments, and you're given some tokens in exchange for participating in this network, and sort of the tokens accrue value over time, and it's a way of kind of rewarding people with sort of a share of the success of this network from being an early participant. And I think that's a potentially very powerful concept where usually you have to spend like lots of VC money on kind of advertisement and customer acquisition. The tokens are a way of doing that from scratch, and that's pretty exciting for new startups coming into the space.
Cool. One of the questions we got was, can you share your thoughts on centralized traditional finance companies like Visa getting involved in the crypto space, and how can they retain decentralization? I think all of you could contribute, but Kai, if you want to go first.
Sure. I think we feel very strongly that decentralization is a spectrum and not this binary of are you decentralized or not. And just pursuing decentralization for the sake of it doesn't really solve a customer problem. And so I think what's unique about crypto is you can have products exist entirely across that spectrum. And then if someone wants to live off the grid and manage keys themselves and never interact with the centralized, they can. They're welcome to do that. But we think for crypto to impact many more mainstream consumers, they're going to want to have products that are more familiar, more trusted. They're going to want to have someone that they can call and that they can talk to. And I think the experience, particularly for transacting in crypto today, there's a very high mental transaction cost. Anyone who's been in the space, if you're sending funds over a blockchain, the irreversibility it's kind of frightening. You're checking the address multiple times. If something goes wrong, like there's nothing that you can do. And so I think that there are features to that where it's a benefit, and there are challenges to that prevent consumers from being able to use it. And so we think that there's a role for many companies to play building products at different points of that spectrum that appeal to different customer segments. And most customers aren't going to be ideological about the underlying technologies that power the products they use.
But decentralized protocols and technologies do have fundamental benefits, right? They do allow for more access. They do create competition, particularly by being open source. And they can create new incentive structures. So Uniswap is an example where it's essentially a marketplace where you can be rewarded for providing liquidity, and that means that you're not relying on a central intermediary to determine what has a market, what the price is, and take a cut of that price. And that's extremely empowering and enabling. That's part of the huge potential and promise of crypto, is to take not just instant settlement, but also some of the other efficiencies and advantages of crypto and decentralized protocols, to apply them to financial markets. Having said that, most of today's capital is in centralized financial institutions and players. And those centralized companies can just as easily use and integrate with decentralized protocols and still be, as Kai was explaining, kind of on-ramps, off-ramps, and different and sort of entry points into a decentralized system. So I think ultimately I'm optimistic that we'll get to a place where you'll see more centralized companies using decentralized protocols where there are benefits and where it makes sense.
Cool. This one's directed at Mary, but I think everyone could answer this as well, or maybe more Mary and Brett. Kai, of course, feel free to join in. But do you think centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges will continue to coexist, or decentralized exchanges will be the primary venue for crypto? And how could they coexist in the future?
I do think they'll continue to coexist. And I think you see that in Coinbase integrating Uniswap protocol and Coinbase Wallet, making it sort of the top app in the Coinbase Wallet, that they serve slightly different functions. I mean, the Uniswap protocol has 3 to 4 times the market depth in the top trading pairs and pools of some of the centralized exchanges. And that, I think, just illustrates the benefits of the market structure. So I think they will continue to coexist, and I don't think there's an inherent conflict.
And we could do audience participation. How many people here got their first crypto through an exchange like Coinbase, FTX, Binance, Gemini? Okay. How many people got their first crypto being airdropped into their MetaMask wallet?
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
There's one person.
Right. Centralized exchanges are currently the on-ramps into crypto. And until we have this sort of like closed ecosystem where we're completely transacting in crypto and not off-ramping into fiat, the only way to be able to have access to the traditional financial system, to be able to accept wires and ACH transfers from banks, is in the first place to be a centralized institution that has the relationship with banks, with credit card providers, with different issuers. And so as long as we want to have alongside the traditional financial system the ability to like transact in both fiat currency and cryptocurrencies, we're going to need those centralized players. Now that being said, the primary way that people onboard, for example, into the Solana ecosystem was by first buying Sol on FTX US and then transferring that directly to their hot wallet, their Phantom wallet, whatever it was. And so the centralized exchanges really can become on-ramps directly into DeFi, and that will probably grow over time as DeFi gets more mature and has a lot more interest in use cases. And that will, again, those two things will sort of grow side by side.
Cool. What do you think are some of the biggest mistakes crypto startups are making right now, and how can they fix it?
I think maybe one of the biggest mistakes is trying to invent kind of a problem for a solution, where sort of they say, okay, I want to do something in crypto, and so I'm just going to do like Twitter, but I'm going to make every single tweet into an NFT, and not really think like, okay, well, what is the utility of this? What is the benefit that this provides? over sort of the existing Web 2, traditional world of technology. What actually is the utility and use case of using a blockchain to underlie this particular technology as opposed to doing things the old way? I think if you could figure that out, then you have this very exciting new startup, and that will really kind of bring a lot of users and utility. But I see a lot of startups sort of making the mistake of trying to just sort of like glue blockchain together into what they're doing without a lot of thought.
It's not a mistake so much, but I think that in the next year, is particularly in a slowdown in the market, it's going to be even more important that teams invest in growing their user base. We, for the past couple of years, have had the tailwinds of overwhelming excitement and the benefits of a lot of incentives. And so now, in a different market environment, I think teams that maybe started out as purely technical teams are going to have to think also creatively about adding to their team or coming up with new tactics to attract new users.
Yeah, I think the barrier to getting someone to interact with crypto for the first time is much higher than a lot of people realize. And I feel like if that's what the product requires, like the level of care and design that you have to put into it, if you're going to take someone who's never interacted with crypto, that doesn't use it, and that's going to be the first crypto product that they use, I feel like sometimes it's actually easier to start saying, where are there consumers who've already on-ramped into a wallet like Phantom or MetaMask? How can you build something for that initial user base? And I feel that way to some extent with NFTs, that everyone wants to bring more people into NFTs, and some of the infrastructure isn't really there yet, where there are really interesting opportunities to solve for creating experiences and utility around these existing smaller passionate communities that if you can solve for as the overall ecosystem grows, those products can apply to that as well. And so really being realistic about what it takes to bring someone into the space, I think is really important to consider.
Are there any regions that each of you are focusing on right now that you think is either promising or challenging for crypto adoption?
Well, one thing that's kind of fun about crypto is almost everything you do is instantly global, and so then you can kind of see where you're getting adoption. The use of the Uniswap's web app is very geographically distributed. It's very much global. The largest market represents only 30%. There's a lot of potential, unsurprisingly, in Asia, Japan, and Hong Kong, in particular, Taiwan, Korea. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to focus on more sort of targeted approaches to different markets, because now we have a little bit more information about like what resonates in different markets. But yeah, part of the fun of this whole space is that when you launch a product, it's kind of instantly global.
I think we're really excited about crypto adoption on the African continent, where countries like Nigeria have a lot of technical talent and entrepreneurial builders, but there's not a lot of traditional financial infrastructure that is easy for them to build on. And so when we think about fintech in the US, you have mature companies, you have banking as a service, you have Marketas. There are all these things that you can do. In some of those countries, stablecoins become the easiest way that you could build a financial product. And so we're seeing I think the places where stablecoins and crypto can be used as a medium of exchange are going to be places that existing products have not been able to penetrate. And you're actually, the first time someone can transact cross-border could be with a stablecoin when they don't have other alternatives.
Cool. I joked backstage that I wasn't going to make you guys do price predictions, but given that the title does say markets, I will ask, where do you all see the crypto markets going within, say, the next year?
Well, I think I'll say it's not independent from what happens to global markets. I think for the better part of a decade, money was free, and it's no longer anymore. And even though interest rates aren't like particularly high in the grand scheme of like in the last like 3 or 4 decades of history, they still have spooked a lot of people from wanting to invest in like the high growth sector and sort of like the more risk on assets and kind of more volatile assets like cryptocurrencies. Even some fiat currencies these days are fairly volatile. So I think that we have to see kind of general recovery in markets, but to see recovery in cryptocurrencies as well. But I think that probably over the course of the next, let's say 6 months-ish, the market will sort of stabilize, get used to this higher interest rate environment, and then the cycle will come back.
Agreed.
I think we've seen these cycles before, and so The price goes up, a lot of people come in. The price goes down, many people leave, a few stay, and no one knows how long it's going to take. But that's when the products that are built that then catalyze excitement, for prices to go up again.
If you had more free time, what would be the decentralized app you would build?
If I had more free, I'd spend all my time on identity, I think, if I had more free time.
You would what?
Identity.
I think for me, I sort of can't stand the amount of usage of things like TikTok from people not getting paid to put stuff on TikTok. And I'm making fun of Jacqueline because she made me dance on a TikTok 30 minutes ago.
We made a TikTok before this. Maybe you guys will see it.
But I think working on sort of better ways of enabling kind of the long tail of the creator economy, besides sort of that top kind of 1% of creators, to be able to sort of monetize their kind of everyday posts and interactions would be really cool. But something I know absolutely nothing about, so I have zero founder market fit.
Yeah, I think there's so much to build around like NFTs and loyalty. And so I think about NFTs as it's this like public permissionless CRM that gives someone like their own digital cultural identity, that every NFT they've collected says something about them. And so all of this data is available, and it's SKU level of what color shoes you bought is available on chain. But today it's just very hard to organize it, to do anything with it. And so I see each NFT community as it's almost like a membership program, in ways that not just that community itself can create utility, any third party can create utility, can create offers, can reach out and can connect to them. And I think when you combine that with some of the innovations around wallet-to-wallet messaging, I think we'll see a lot more social multiplayer like crypto experiences, rather than just it's an individual collecting and there's not really anything else you do after you buy it.
My last question for you guys is, what would be one piece of advice you would give crypto startups today?
This is standard startup advice, but I think it's particularly important in crypto, which is just to focus. I think that because there's low startup costs, because it's easy to get started in crypto, because it's a hot space, you can hire people potentially more easily than in other areas. You can feel like you can do a lot at once and faster than if you were not building in crypto. And I think that we're all still subject to the laws of physics. You can only do so many things. And I think the most important thing, and that I see over and over in really early stage companies that look to us for support, is the importance of focusing on doing one thing well first.
I think the advice would be to enter the space now while prices are low, and therefore you're not sort of confused about the mission of why you're building in the first place. It's not to try to game the market and get rich quick off of a fad. It's about building for what you think is sort of the next generation of financial markets, the next generation of the decentralized internet, the next generation of kind of global participation in these giant networks, and use that to sort of focus your time, attention, and energy, as opposed to thinking about kind of the short term of market prices.
Yeah, I think you have to have a very long-term outlook. There's too much happening. It's moving too quickly. There are too many trends that come and go. I think the worst thing you could do is try and chase short-term trends. But really thinking about what will crypto look like, and what will these technologies do over the next 10 years, and then working backwards from that. And I think you really have to love it. Like, to me, it's almost like a lifestyle. It's like, it's something that you live. And so if it's just something you're showing up and doing at work, and then you're going home and you never think about crypto and you don't care about it, you're probably not going to be able to successfully build something in the space.
Great. And one of the questions I got from one of the audience members was, how can they connect with you and or your venture wings? 30 seconds or less, each of you.
You can DM me on Twitter, or, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so in the crypto world, Twitter seems to be the sort of de facto open outcry town hall. Yeah, Twitter is the best place.
On Twitter or visa.com/crypto, we're excited to work closely with early stage crypto startups and find ways we can help them connect to the existing financial system.
Great. Brett, MC, Kai, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for everyone for listening in.
Thanks.
Thank you.
we've been able to take our data warehouse from 0 to 100. And a lot of that is thanks to pipeline as a service tools like Fivetran.
I think Fivetran is one of the most important inventions in the modern data stack space.
With Fivetran, it's super easy. You set it and suddenly information is there. It is just a tremendous time saver and a tremendous help to us.
May I have your attention? Please welcome Quentin Clark, Managing Director, General Catalyst, and Sophie Ruddock, Vice President and General Manager, North America, Multiverse.
Hello. Hope these wires are fresh. I think we're standing between this audience and the rest of their TechCrunch weekend. So I first wanted to start by thanking Sophie Ruddock for being here with us, being here with me, and having this conversation. As VP and GM of Multiverse North America, can you just tell us a little about your role?
Yeah, of course. I have the great privilege and pleasure of taking Multiverse, a British-founded company, to the States and growing our mission to create many more opportunities across corporate America for those without four-year college degrees.
So that's going to be the heart of our conversation, talking about degrees and accreditation and career. And actually, we were backstage talking to Alex, and you told us, you didn't know I was going to ask you this. And she told us a great story about the origins of the name Multiverse. Do you want to just share just a little bit about that? Because I think it's a good tee up.
Yeah, of course. And actually, there's a lot of techie people in the room, so you'll all know what the multiverse is, the idea that there are multiple universes where multiple things are happening at the same time. And when we were deciding what should we call our business, we thought, actually, we believe that opportunities should be limitless and that there should be many career opportunities that exist, not just the standard path of you go to high school, you graduate, you get a college degree, and you start your career. And so that was really the origin of the Multiverse name, that career opportunities should be limitless, just how sort of the universes are limitless.
And a little less linearity.
A little less linearity.
Which is actually at the core of my data thesis in investing, which is a whole different talk, maybe next year. But for this talk, data actually is also important. We sort of look at the way that careers evolve, and a lot of what happens comes because there's not a lot of information that companies are working with. And I think that's kind of one of the many things that are at play when we talk about the role of employers and how they engage talent and employees, and all that stuff is changing. CEOs and CPOs, CHROs are going to end up needing like a whole new tool set for heads of talent and heads of HR to start to become a more strategic partner. So there's a lot that's happening that's creating an environment for Multiverse to be successful. There's a generational change. There's this thought of non-linearity. Workforce is distributed now. The nature of work has changed. So just take that prompt a little bit and describe sort of writ large the world that Multiverse sees and how you kind of look at employment.
Yeah. So I think that where I would start is sort of our thesis that college as it exists today is broken. It's incredibly expensive. Half of those that start college drop out. College degree requirements screen out large portions of the population, particularly those from Black and brown communities. And at the same time, businesses are struggling with what I see to be two of the biggest challenges facing the world of work today. So one being this need to build a much more representative workforce. And if you rely just on a college degree as a proxy for intelligence, you rely on pedigree rather than potential, you're missing out on huge portions of talent. But at the same time, as you say, the world of work has completely changed, and we're undergoing rapid digital transformation. What that means is the skills gap is also growing because college isn't preparing people for the world of work. And so we need to look for new solutions if we want to tackle these problems in new ways.
So let me take that as a prompt about digital transformation. And there is some school of thought that says, oh, digitizing this work, it's actually taking jobs away from people. and the tooling that we're providing, making people more efficient or increasing productivity, is also kind of changes some of the nature of work. And so how do we both do that and kind of respect the sensibilities that are arising around diversity, inclusion, and the expectations that a kind of a rising workforce have? They're different than they were maybe 20 years ago.
Yeah, and I think that diversity and digital transformation are so often, actually, they're never really part of the same conversation. And I actually see them to be two sides of the same coin, and they really should be seen to be inextricably linked. You take the growing skills gap as a result of digital transformation. You could say the robots are coming, but really what we're seeing is large tech companies saying they could hire every single computer science graduate in the country and still have thousands of open heads. Then you look at the makeup of tech roles, and you see women and people of color really underrepresented in them. So there's a really big opportunity for businesses to think much more intentionally about building their workforce of the future with the skills that they need, a workforce that endures, whilst also looking at that makeup. And so an example that I think of is we are working with one of the largest data companies in the world. They do consumer forecasting, they do lots of different, very interesting analytical trending. And they were really struggling because there was a lot of pressure that was put on their internal data teams. And what they decided to do was think, okay, how do we better equip our entire workforce, so looking at our customer success managers, our operational professionals, our HR managers, and upskill them in data, whilst also creating pathways for our more underrepresented talent. And for me, that was a great example of looking at digital transformation, building an enduring company, and creating genuine on-ramps for more diverse members of your workforce.
So what if you could just sit down with a CEO of, take any scale you want and get them to change their mind about one or two things, because if they've not really thought this through the same way, if they're not seeing the operating field the same way you are, what would you tell them? Like, what's the one thing you try to get across to them and say, you have to think of the world in this way differently?
I'd probably ask them some questions first. And I would ask them, what are the biggest things that keep you up at night? And in fact, I've had the pleasure of sitting down with several Fortune 500 CEOs where I have asked them those questions. And time again, they say, having the workforce with the skills that we need, having a workforce that sticks around and that grows with us. We're all worried about the Great Resignation right now. And having a workforce that represents the society that we operate in, not just because it's the right thing to do, but also because we're building products and services that have biases in them. So then I'd say, okay, well, what's getting in the way of that? And they go, well, there's a pipeline problem. And really what we say is, actually, that is not the case at all. There's a sightline problem. And what we can help you do is find talent that you're otherwise not reaching by really redefining what good looks like, redefining the fact that you have hired in the same way for 20 plus years and it's not cutting it. And then also help you build your own. So if there aren't enough computer science graduates and you have a massive engineering need, how do you help build people's skills on the job? How do you help actually identify what are the skills, competencies, behaviors that you as a business need, and develop that from within? And in doing so, you're actually building a more loyal workforce, skilled in what you need, and something that can represent society.
Yeah, it's more aligned. We published a thesis a year ago called the Stakeholder Aligned Enterprise, where we posit that businesses to build enduring businesses that are going to survive over the next 50, 100 years are going to need to take better balance of their employees, their customers, their shareholders, and their partners often, in many cases, but hold those in better balance than just solely focusing on, what's right for the next quarter, the next month. To build these things long term, you have to sort of consider these constituents in a different balance. So Multiverse creating apprenticeships, right? An alternative college, you said. How many people in this room, show of hands, went to college? Yeah, that's like, near as I can tell, like almost everybody in the room. So, okay, this is like they're an open-minded audience. They're here late in the day on a Thursday, but like, how is that change like still going to end up with the right outcomes?
Well, what we're saying is that there should be genuine choice. So we're not saying that college shouldn't exist. What we're saying is that there should be multiple pathways for someone to start their career, and also for businesses, multiple ways to tackle your business challenges. You know, no business executive would say there is only one way to do this. And so it's very much the same when we think about apprenticeships. And just for everyone's benefit, because actually sometimes when people hear the term apprenticeship, they either think about sort of blue collar workers, the trades, or you think of Donald Trump's TV show, but you don't often think about apprenticeships as we define them, which are full-time paid work experience. You're fully employed by the company that you work in. And alongside that, you're getting trained in really market-leading skills that have been designed in partnership with industry. So a real departure from how traditional colleges operate. And we're actually seeing with young people, they're becoming more commercially savvy. So they're going, actually, I'm looking at my peers that have gone to college, they have all this debt. Sometimes 10 years on, they are still paying off that debt, and the average salary for a college graduate 10 years on is $40,000 to $70,000. And so actually, we're seeing people say, I want to get a great job, I want to continue learning, and I want to kickstart my career. And so this idea that you have a false choice, that you have to do either or, is no longer existing, and we're really starting to see that change with both the apprentice side as well as businesses.
So you hit a core issue, I think, on the head, which is learning. Part of what Multiverse is doing, and I think part of what we see broadly speaking in the workforce space, is if you can provide opportunities for learning for people, it benefits the business and it benefits the individual. And you know, we see these cycles where employers are complaining because, or they have issues because their hiring costs are so high, because their churn is so high. It's like, well, where do you need to stop that? You know, and you're speaking about this a little bit before. Retention's been a big part of this. What do you see as what has been driving retention recently? And the Great Resignation or the Great Reshuffling or whatever it is, whatever word the New York Times comes up with next week to describe it, like, is it a permanent kind of like change in mindset, or is it just something that's happened that's a little bit more temporal?
So the number one reason why we're seeing, and it's not Multiverse that's seeing this, it's sort of large scale Gartner studies, McKinsey, you know, lots of people out there looking at this with a lot more focus, that people are citing for leaving the workforce is a lack of career advancement. And so to your point, you then see businesses losing great talent and faced with a huge price tag of executive recruiters or bringing in more senior engineers. And so we are seeing this idea of either reskilling, moving people from one part of the business, be that frontline work, warehouse work, or back office work, into tech roles, upskilling, providing those opportunities for advancement, bringing people back into the workforce, as we did with Citibank in the UK, women who'd been out of the workforce, helping them transition back in through this program, or as a way of bringing talent in that stays. We are seeing a big shift in both talent and HR, as you mentioned, but also CIOs and CTOs who are starting to think about tackling these problems, not just in the short term, which is what you do when you're buying expensive consultants or you're bringing in expensive recruiters, but actually thinking about that quarter ahead, that half year ahead, that year ahead, and then investing within. And what we actually see is our apprentices will stay on their jobs twice as long as the average graduate. And so you see those immediate retention gains when you go down this route.
It's important to business leaders. Like, you know, in my operating jobs, it was not some extrinsic HR problem to hire and develop the skill set of the teams I was working with. And so, you know, I think operational leaders feel this, you know, pretty heavily. But the tools that they have and the partnership that they get for the business in terms of using, you know, opportunities like Multiverse or other kinds of ways of, you know, driving skill development or a shift in sourcing, which is, I think, another important piece of this. You know, where am I getting the talent from has to evolve. When I was in one of my jobs, I'll just leave nameless, but the organization believed something about itself in terms of where its, you know, its best engineers came from. And then we went and really looked at the data, And it turns out it's not where the organization thought. They actually came from sort of different paths, basically. And it's like, oh, it's actually a lot easier to hire from those schools and from these paths than it is the sort of, what we assumed. And so I think a lot of this is a data problem. And what are you seeing around your customers and these leaders? Like, do they have visibility into their problem, or is that kind of part of the challenge they're going through?
Yeah, it was funny that you give that example because I was with an executive yesterday in the Bay Area who, different firm to the one that you were talking about, and was talking about exactly the same analysis and outcomes that they found when also thinking about organizational change and the sort of pedigree bias. One of the most important things which traditional sort of ed tech or learning often gets wrong is that it seems to be decoupled from the needs of the business. And so we've been really intentional from the beginning about ensuring that we build our curriculum in partnership with industry. We don't just talk to one engineer or one CTO. We actually spend months in market really understanding what makes someone good. And then every step of the way, we're about demonstrating business value. And so we predominantly will partner with the business leaders who no one wakes up and says, I need apprentices tomorrow. But what they do wake up thinking about is, oh my gosh, I'm losing X hours of productivity a week because of manual data entry, or we are 5 weeks behind on delivering X project, or I'm really struggling with this piece of analysis because I just don't have the people in my team that can help tackle that. And so we always start with what's the business problem, and then ensure, as well as being able to demonstrate that our apprentices are growing and thriving and hopefully becoming future leaders in these organizations, it's always tying back to business value, so that actually no one then wakes up and goes, why do I have these apprentices? Instead they go, okay, now I understand. How can I ensure that apprenticeships are part of my workforce strategy moving forward?
Yeah, so it's tooling, it's mindset, it's openness, and it's also a little bit of a data problem. Like the ROI there, we contemplate in some of the workforce transformation work that we do at the firm, looking at the problem space. My partner Lexi Reese, who is the outgoing COO at Gusto, who's joined us as a Catalyst advisor, we've sort of contemplated, are there new sets of metrics? Like, what is the equivalent of LTV to CAC for people, for employees? I mean, the largest single line item on any P&L is almost any. There are exceptions to this, of course, but on most P&Ls is human cost. And yet every business tends to complain these days, I have this much work to do, I'm getting this much of it done, and I still feel like I'm paying too much for it. So a lot of this comes back down to creating that visibility. And obviously you guys think technology has a role in that, but it's not just those pathways, but it's also motivating and getting people working together, et cetera. And do you see that? Do you hear that from those customers? Are they kind of looking at this broadly, or are they just trying to fill like kind of a pathways problem?
No, they are thinking about it broadly. Our most forward-thinking customers are not thinking about this as a quick fix, but rather that our people are our most important assets. And so we're seeing it across the board. Really, as I sort of started with those twin issues around skills and the skills gap and diversity, and both of those things are, if you get right, you're building an organization that endures rather than an organization that just delivers next quarter's numbers.
Yeah, which is brilliant. So last question, which will be hopefully a little nugget of insight for the people that hung out with us during the talk. What skills are needed by today's employers? Like, what's in hot demand, basically, and then as a last kind of plug for Multiverse, like how can Multiverse help with that? But let's start with like, what are the jobs in training? And if you start off with like prompt engineer, I'm gonna be like, okay, maybe not quite the most in demand yet at scale, but like what are you hearing?
So despite spending a lot of the last 20 minutes talking about data and engineering and coding, actually the skills that we hear time and time again that employers need are what we call durable skills. And those are communication, upwards management, teamwork, critical thinking, the skills that people are so often overlooked in hiring, but are often the reason why people leave businesses when they lack them. So that's actually a big focus of what we develop.
I'll do the quick sort of multiverse overview, but we will find great talent where we're not looking for those traditional proxies of intelligence like a degree or a GPA, and instead we look for those durable skills, but we also really assess for potential. And then through our programs, while someone's employed on the job, adding value to the business, they're getting that hard skills training, so actually learning how to code, how to be an engineer, how to thrive in that, but also that durable skills training. The idea being that we want every single one of our apprentices to be able to grasp any opportunity that comes their way and feel like they belong. And so building that social capital so that the next time we're in a room like this and Quentin asks who has a college degree, actually half the room will put their hand up. And then when he says who did a multiverse apprenticeship or who did a professional apprenticeship, the other half will put their hand up.
That's great. I love that. All right. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, Sophie.
Thank you. It's been fun.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
May I have your attention? Please welcome back TechCrunch Plus Editor-in-Chief, Alex Wilhelm.
Hello. I just got more powder applied to me for some reason because we're done. This is the end of the TechCrunch Plus stage, and we are now going to all gyrate over to the TechCrunch stage, the Disrupt stage, where we're going to announce the winner of the Battlefield competition. Thank you all very much. This has been an experience. I've learned much. So some errors were made. We'll do even better next year, but I appreciate you all. And let's go see who won. Thanks. Bye.